Yi Bufan found himself in a realm of cultivation, becoming a mere wandering practitioner in the Zhao Kingdom, possessing a low-grade yang spirit root. He had once harbored hopes of ascending to immortality, yet after a century of diligent practice, he reached his twilight years without ever establishing a foundation. Faced with the bleak prospect of a fruitless cultivation journey, he resolved to marry and enjoy a peaceful old age while he still had a few years left to live. However, fate had other plans, as he was captured by the enchanting sorceress of the Heavenly Demon Sect, destined to become a furnace cauldron for her dark arts. Forced into practicing a life-draining demonic technique, Yi Bufan felt a sense of despair. Fortunately, he awakened a negative reversal system, granting him the ability to transform negativity into positivity, reversing any adverse effects of techniques, spells, or elixirs. Chapter 1. Am I not too old for such desires? In the Zhao Kingdom, amidst the Tianma mountain range, within the confines of the Heavenly Demon Sect, a courtyard echoed with tension. My dear girl, I am but an old man, too frail for such endeavors. Why must you force me into this predicament? Yi Bufan gazed upon the strikingly beautiful woman before him, exuding an ethereal charm. She appeared to be in her youthful 20s, adorned in a flowing purple gown that accentuated her graceful figure, her long dark hair cascading over her shoulders. Her beauty reminiscent of a celestial being emerging from an ancient painting. Were she not a member of the Heavenly Demon Sect, he would have relished the opportunity for a serendipitous encounter. In truth, Yi Bufan was not originally from this world. He had traversed here a century prior, filled with excitement upon discovering this realm of cultivation. Alas, he soon realized his mediocre talents, possessing only a low-grade yang spirit root. After being turned away from the 5 great sects of the Zhao Kingdom, he learned that his spirit root was deemed a furnace cauldron body, advantageous for female practitioners of the demonic path, but no better than an ordinary low-grade root for his own cultivation. The prospect of establishing a foundation in this lifetime seemed utterly hopeless. Despite his repeated setbacks, Yi Bufan refused to succumb to despair. He devoted himself to the study of a foundational technique, taking on the life of a wandering practitioner. After a century of arduous attempts, he had only reached the 9th level of Qi refinement. With a lifespan of merely 120 years, he was now 115, acutely aware that his time was running out. Resigned to his fate, he planned to marry and perhaps sire a few children to ease his twilight years. Yet, destiny proved unkind, as he was abruptly seized by a passing sorceress and thrust into the role of a furnace cauldron. Having endured a century of celibacy, he was now faced with an unanticipated predicament. A century of youthful vigor, and still a yang spirit root. Such a rarity, albeit somewhat aged. Yet, usefulness is what matters. You shall not be at a loss, for I am still a maiden, Chu Zishua teased, her delicate hand playfully tapping Yi Bufan's forehead, accompanied by a beguiling smile. Though she smiled, her eyes betrayed a chilling indifference. She had been searching for a furnace cauldron for days. And had it not been for the imminent competition for the position of Saintess, requiring a swift breakthrough to the Golden Core stage, she would never have considered using this old man as her vessel. This is the blood spirit technique, capable of elevating your cultivation in a short time. Devote yourself to your training, align with my breakthrough, and a life of prosperity shall await you. However, should you refuse, I shall have no choice but to cast you into the abyss of 10,000 serpents. Chu Zishua gently caressed Yi Bufan's face, presenting an ancient tome with a smile that bore an undercurrent of threat. If this Yi were to cultivate to the 12th layer, or even establish a foundation, coupled with a yang spiritual root and a 100-year youthful physique, there was hope he could assist her in breaking through to the Golden Core stage. I shall come to assess your progress regularly, within a month's time. Do not disappoint me, she remarked with a charming smile before gracefully departing. She harbored no concerns about Yi Bufan's potential rebellion. After all, this was the Heavenly Demon Sect. A mere nascent Qi novice posed no real threat. The hollow promises of wealth and honor were inconsequential, for he would be reduced to a desiccated husk. Yi Bufan had navigated the realm of cultivation for a century. When faced with enemies, he would exert his utmost to eliminate them, erasing all traces. If he found himself outmatched, he would flee, biding his time before resurfacing. He seldom ventured into perilous locales, exhibiting a commendable prudence. In the Zhao Kingdom, the most treacherous places were undoubtedly the Heavenly Demon Sect and the Harmonious Union Sect. Certain enchantresses often captured robust men to serve as furnaces, only to turn them into desiccated corpses by the following day. The fate that awaited them was grim. Yet, if he failed to comply with the demands set before him, death was inevitable. The distinction lay in whether the end would come in agony or ecstasy. Moreover, this technique promised rapid enhancement of cultivation, yet, which such method did not carry significant adverse effects. As Yi Bufan perused the ancient manuscript, he discovered it to be a high-level demonic technique, a privilege reserved for illustrious cultivation families and sections. While the content indeed facilitated swift advancement, the subsequent pages had been torn out. Without a moment's thought, he surmised that those pages contained the details of the technique side effects. Let me practice. Dying in pleasure is preferable to dying in pain. He ultimately sighed in resignation, realizing he had no choice but to delve into this demonic technique. Ding. You have examined a technique with severe adverse effects, activating the negative reversal system. This system can convert any technique, spell, elixir, or weapon's negative effects, side effects, into positive ones. Note, only external effects can be reversed. The host's own attributes cannot be altered. Technique detected. Blood spirit technique. A high-level demonic method that can significantly enhance cultivation in a short time. Side effects. Cultivating for 1 cycle reduces lifespan by 10 days. And 1 month later, cultivation rapidly declines to the first layer of nascent chi, rendering the foundation utterly ruined. Reverse the negative. Cultivating for 1 cycle increases lifespan by 10 days. 1 month later, cultivation surges dramatically. Moreover, the foundation remains stable. Note, the higher the cultivation, the weaker the enhancement effect. Bufan was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief, tears of joy streaming down his face. By the heavens! Activating the system merely by engaging with techniques of significant adverse effects. Why was this not disclosed earlier? I've been prudently maintaining my course for a century. Yet I was mistaken in my caution. He hastily scrutinized the system interface. That enchantress was truly nefarious. This technique would have rendered him useless. However, the system's reversal capabilities were nothing short of miraculous, transforming adverse effects into enhancements. While others perished from cultivation, I would soar to new heights. The stronger the side effects, the more powerful I would become. Bufan was genuinely astonished, for he glimpsed a path illuminated with promise. Not just techniques, but also elixirs and weapons. If he were to ingest a vial of poison, he could swiftly counteract the adverse effects, transforming the toxin into a healing elixir. First, he must enhance his own strength, and then devise a means to escape that which. Bufan suppressed his exhilaration, delving deeply into the intricacies of the blood spirit technique. That woman was at the pinnacle of foundation establishment, akin to the ancestral figure of a minor clan. Facing her would surely lead to his demise. With merely a month at his disposal, he did not harbor any illusions of defeating her. His only hope was to flee. Moments later, Bufan settled into a meditative posture, dispelling his former cultivation method. It is noteworthy that he had previously practiced a foundational technique devoid of attributes, allowing him to transition to another without dispersing his energy. After shifting his focus, he commenced the practice of the blood spirit technique. This method draws upon the essence of blood to connect with the spiritual energies of heaven and earth, essentially sacrificing one's lifespan to enhance cultivation. The side effects are severe. Within the entire Heavenly Demon Sect, none dare to practice it. Yet, this very danger became an advantage for Bufan. As he cultivated, a vortex of energy began to coalesce above his head. Streams of spiritual essence surged into his body. The barrier at the 9th layer of chi refinement, which had held him back for 2 decades, began to loosen. A quarter of an hour later, the vortex in his dantian expanded to twice its size. The spiritual energy surged immensely. Chi refinement at the 10th layer. Ecstatic, he could not contain his joy. Following his breakthrough, his senses sharpened. With a subtle gesture, a fireball materialized, scorching a pit into the ground. The potency of the fireball spell had significantly increased, now capable of incinerating his former self in an instant. And its casting speed was markedly quicker. Bufan marveled at his transformation. Chi refinement encompasses a total of 13 layers, with each ascending level becoming increasingly arduous. Most lower-grade spiritual roots seldom reach beyond 8 or 9 layers throughout their lifetimes. Yet, demonic cultivation methods had enabled him to break through instantaneously. The rapidity of his advancement rivaled that of the most exceptional spiritual roots. Subsequently, he inadvertently caught sight of a pool of water nearby, its surface reflecting his visage like a mirror. Once frail and on the brink of death, he now exuded a hint of vitality. His once white hair even showed the beginnings of darkening. He was becoming youthful again. The power of the technique, after reversing its side effects, was astonishing. After circulating his energy for 50 cycles, he had gained an additional 500 days of life, over a year and a half. Bufan was overwhelmed with emotion, nearly moved to tears. This was nothing short of miraculous. Not daring to linger, he continued his practice of the blood spirit technique. Each cycle of cultivation bestowed an additional 10 days of life. Who could resist such temptation? Meanwhile, outside the courtyard, Chu Zishua sensed the burgeoning power within, a bewitching smile gracing her exquisite features. As long as he was willing to cultivate the blood spirit technique, It would not be long before he became my perfect furnace. Her eyes shimmered with longing, as if she beheld the throne of a saint beckoning to her. The holy maiden of the Heavenly Demon Sect. A position second only to the sect leader. Power and resources that countless disciples coveted. Beside her, a delicate girl clad in a green dress remained silent. Her gaze filled with pity as she looked towards the small courtyard. However, that is the blood spirit art. The last practitioner, merely 16 or 17 years of age, turned completely white-haired within a month of cultivation, ultimately suffering a decline in vitality and passing away from old age. Bufan, who already possesses limited years ahead of him, is unlikely to endure for long. The girl in the green skirt shuddered at the thought of the tragic fate of that individual she had heard of in rumors. The blood spirit art, suitable for the chi refinement stage, was created by an ancient demon ancestor. Many practitioners of the Heavenly Demon Sect shy away from it. Luin, I shall enter seclusion for a while to prepare for my breakthrough to the Golden Core stage. You are to guard this place and allow no one to approach. Especially those wretched individuals. Chu Zishua huffed at the thought of her rivals. Chapter 2. 60 years added to life. Living a second existence. The Heavenly Demon Sect boasts tens of thousands of disciples, with 8,000 in the inner sect. Among them are several exceptionally gifted female cultivators, two of whom stand as Chu Zishua's fiercest competitors. Although Bufan possesses a rather mediocre yang spirit root, such roots are quite rare in the realm of cultivation and greatly benefit female practitioners. It is likely that those two vixens will come to vie for his attention. Should this information leak, there would be more than just two competitors seeking to claim him. By the way, during this time, you are responsible for monitoring his cultivation progress. If he dares to slack off, you know what to do. Understood, senior sister. Luin lowered her head and waited until the other had departed before raising her gaze. She looked at her senior sister's retreating figure, her small face contorted with inner conflict. Finally, she gritted her teeth and discreetly retrieved a yellow talisman from her storage pouch. Senior sister, I do not wish to betray you, but I have been stuck at the foundation establishment stage for far too long. And Sister Qingyao has given me far too much. She tightened her grip on the yellow talisman, planning to send a message later to avoid arousing suspicion. Her senior sister is the daughter of the Peak Master of the Demon Sword Peak, and she truly does not wish to betray unless absolutely necessary. Casting one last glance at the small courtyard, she repressed the sympathy in her eyes. That old man is nothing but a dead weight. Perhaps his demise could bring her some benefits. Quite satisfactory indeed. In the time that followed, Luin took on the role of Bufan's caretaker, responsible for delivering cultivation elixirs and fasting pills on time, while also urging Bufan to practice diligently. She initially thought this old coot would slack off, evading the cultivation of the blood spirit art. She was prepared to intimidate and threaten him. To her surprise, he was diligently engaged in his practice. Could he truly believe that being a furnace was a desirable fate? Luin observed Bufan, who was earnestly studying beneath the large tree in the courtyard, her delicate face reflecting an unusual expression. Indeed, her senior sister, a breathtaking beauty and a prime water spirit root, achieved perfection in the foundation establishment stage by merely 26 years of age. Countless suitors in the Heavenly Demon Sect yearned to win her favor. However, those individuals sought to become dual cultivation partners, not mere furnaces. Being somewhat foolish is an advantage. It spares me considerable trouble. Luin sighed in relief, while simultaneously reassessing Bufan. It is often said that the elderly become wise, yet he hardly seems to exhibit such wisdom. Apart from supervising, Green Radish must also be vigilant against the sudden demise of Bufan, as the cultivation of blood spirit art consumes one's lifespan. And he already has but a few years left. Unbeknownst to her, the blood spirit art, which even demonic cultivators shun, proves to be not only harmless to Bufan, but remarkably beneficial. His bodily functions are undergoing a subtle transformation, and his lifespan is extending significantly. By the 5th day, while Green Radish is out gathering medicinal herbs, Bufan's cultivation experiences yet another breakthrough. A vortex forms atop his head, drawing in strands of spiritual energy. The cyclone within his dantian expands once more, resembling a swirling mist. He has reached the 11th level of chi refinement. As Bufan opens his eyes, the murky gaze of an elder vanishes, replaced by a clarity that is strikingly distinct. Were it not for this demonic art, achieving the 11th level would have taken him decades. With a gesture, he exhales a blade of air, carving a deep pit into the ground. He cannot help but marvel at his progress. Subsequently, he retrieves a bronze mirror to inspect his reflection. In the first 5 days, the changes were minimal. But with this latest breakthrough, the roots of his once white hair have turned black, and his visage no longer appears aged, instead resembling that of a man in his prime. The wrinkles have diminished, and he exudes vitality. After 5 days of cultivation, he has gained 20 years of life. In the Qi refinement stage, I am living a second life. Yi Bufan feels an urge to laugh heartily. After regaining his composure, he begins to perform hand seals to cast a spell. This particular incantation, known as the Concealment technique, is something he has sought for many years since entering the realm of cultivation. It allows him to alter his appearance and conceal his aura, rendering him undetectable even to those of higher realms. Had it not been for this technique, he would have been captured decades ago by a female cultivator from the Heavenly sect, only to be turned into a human-shaped delicacy. As for Chu Zixue, her cultivation level exceeds his by a considerable margin. Moments later, Yi Bufan's cultivation is shrouded, and his appearance reverts to that of an aged man, as if he could slip into a coffin at any moment. He must swiftly advance to the foundation establishment stage, while he can deceive the gatekeeper Green Radish. He cannot conceal himself from Chu Zixue. Yi Bufan plans to first secure Green Radish after entering the foundation establishment stage, then seize the opportunity to make his escape. The Heavenly Demon Sect is replete with demonic arts, and should he cultivate them, the side effects could elevate him to great heights. It is somewhat regrettable. Yet survival is paramount. The demon sects are prone to violence and murder, making it too perilous to linger. The Heavenly Demon Sect resembles a breeding ground for goo, where only the fittest survive. Aside from large-scale battles, the higher-ups are indifferent to the personal life and death struggles among individuals. Yi Bufan possesses a remarkably steady temperament, fully aware that living ostentatiously leads to a short life. Steering clear of danger and cultivating discreetly is the true path to success. When Green Radish returns, Yi Bufan, with a clear conscience, consumes the medicinal pills and continues his cultivation. Such pills, which previously required him to accumulate a month's worth of spirit stones to purchase just a few, are now available in unlimited supply. It is an exhilarating experience. Meanwhile, Green Radish, observing what appears to be an even more aged Yi Bufan, furrows her brow in concern. In this manner, he estimated that he would not survive for more than a few days before meeting the King of Hell. Green Luo was deeply concerned. At that moment, a voice called from outside, "Green Luo, I know you are inside. Come out quickly. I have just refined an exquisite copper-armored corpse, intending to gift it to you for your command." Green Luo's delicate face darkened, as she found the persistent individual outside exceedingly bothersome. However, she could not allow anyone to discover that Yi Bufan was present, so she reluctantly stepped outside to appease him. Meanwhile, Yi Bufan seemed oblivious, remaining absorbed in his cultivation. Green Luo, possessing a sweet visage, attracted many suitors within the inner sect, and the one outside was merely one among them. This was her residence, and Yi Bufan had long since grown accustomed to such interruptions. After sending the individual away, Green Luo returned to the courtyard, her gaze fixed on Yi Bufan, increasingly anxious about the possibility of his sudden demise. 10 days later, she marveled at the longevity of the old man. After half a month of cultivating the blood spirit technique, he had yet to perish. As the days passed, the old man appeared increasingly frail. Yet he remained alive, a most peculiar phenomenon. Were it not for Yi Bufan's breakthrough to the 12th level of Qi refinement, she would have doubted the authenticity of the blood spirit technique. Regardless of whether he lived or died, she felt compelled to report to senior sister Qing Yao. With her eyes glimmering, Green Luo departed from the small courtyard, intending to distance herself while preparing to shatter the yellow talisman. After she left, Yi Bufan concealed his presence, his aura completely dispersing. The previous aura had merely been a facade. Now, he revealed his true self, at the pinnacle of the 13th level of Qi refinement. His demeanor had transformed significantly. His hair was dark, his appearance middle-aged, and his vitality was robust, exuding an air of martial prowess. Over the past 10 days, he had naturally achieved the consummate stage of Qi refinement, extending his lifespan by an astonishing 40 years, breaking through the limitations that had previously confined practitioners at this level. Should this information circulate, it would undoubtedly astonish half of the cultivation world. He was preparing to break through to the foundation establishment stage, after which he would devise a plan to depart. Yi Bufan murmured to himself, aware that the commotion accompanying the foundation establishment would be considerable, necessitating prompt action. He then produced a foundation establishment pill, which had been prepared long ago by Chu Zixue, anticipating his arrival at this stage. This would ensure optimal efficacy in the alchemical process. Such a pill was something Yi Bufan had never dared to dream of possessing. Even within the 5 great sects of the Zhao Kingdom, foundation establishment pills were exceedingly rare and often unavailable for purchase. Foundation establishment. I wonder if my mediocre aptitude will allow me to succeed. Even with a low-grade foundation, Yi Bufan contemplated the pill with trepidation. The foundation establishment was a significant threshold, and over the years, he had heard numerous tales of Qi refinement practitioners failing to break through. Even with a foundation establishment pill, the success rate was far from guaranteed. The lower one's aptitude, the slimmer the chances of success. Ding. Detection of a demonic foundation establishment pill. The foundation establishment pill possesses a 60% chance of achieving foundation establishment, yet carries a side effect. The toxicity level reaches a staggering 200%, severely impacting one's foundation, allowing only the formation of the most inferior foundation stage platform, and significantly diminishing the cultivation speed post-establishment. Conversely, the reversal of negativity is devoid of toxins, resulting in an extremely robust foundation, capable of forming the highest grade foundation stage platform, with a markedly accelerated cultivation speed thereafter. Chapter 3. The Heavenly Way of Foundation Establishment. The Heavenly Demon Sect, in an uproar. No wonder Chu Zixue is so generous. She offers me the foundation establishment pills, which are invaluable and in scarce supply. Should I ingest one, would I not be rendered utterly incapacitated? Yi Bufan's complexion turned a shade of green. However, the system is formidable. The greater the side effects, the stronger I become. With my innate talent, I could barely establish a foundation, limited to the inferior grade. But with these side effects, I can now condense a superior platform. Yi Bufan's hands trembled with excitement. The foundation stage platforms are classified into 4 grades: inferior, middle, superior, and exceptional. The higher the quality, the greater the potential and power. An exceptional platform harbors 6 or 7 times the magical energy of an inferior one. Within the entire Heavenly Demon Sect, none can condense an exceptional platform. Chu Zixue has merely achieved the superior grade, while LVLV can only manage the inferior. Without delay, Yi Bufan consumed the foundation establishment pill. A surge of power surged into his abdomen, his entire being felt as if it were a scorching iron, emanating hot white steam. And his skin ached tremendously. Gritting his teeth, he exerted full force to circulate the blood spirit technique. The swirling energy within his dantian expanded rapidly like a foggy mass before contracting into a solid form, cycling through this process repeatedly. Time passed, though he could not discern the duration, until the swirling energy within solidified into a crystalline transparency, spanning a radius of 10 feet, marking the inferior platform. Yet it did not cease there. The platform expanded with great vigor. Middle grade, superior grade. In a fleeting moment, Yi Bufan's internal platform appeared akin to white jade, reaching a staggering 9 feet 9 inches. An exceptional platform. The commotion was indeed considerable. Yi Bufan abruptly opened his eyes, beholding the vast vortex of spiritual energy above his head. He hastily employed the concealment technique to suppress his cultivation, minimizing the disturbance. As the vortex dissipated, an extraordinary transformation occurred. A golden radiance enveloped Yi Bufan entirely. The sounds of the great Tao resonated, akin to a dragon soaring and a tiger leaping, elevating him to an ethereal state reminiscent of a celestial being. Within him, the platform transcended its limits, achieving a height of 10 feet, transforming into a golden form. The Heavenly Way of Foundation Establishment. What? Yi Bufan was bewildered, utterly astonished. The Heavenly Way of Foundation Establishment. This was not merely unheard of in the Zhao Kingdom, but even in more prosperous realms of cultivation, he had never encountered such a concept. Throughout history, countless prodigies have pursued the Heavenly Way of Foundation Establishment, enduring immeasurable sacrifices. Yet all have met with failure. This was confined to legend. It was not within the realm of grading. This foundation establishment pill is indeed more poisonous than poison itself. What magnitude of side effects must exist for someone as lacking in talent as I to attain the Heavenly Way of Foundation Establishment? Yi Bufan found himself at a loss whether to express gratitude or to utter curses. The benefits bestowed by the Heavenly Way of Foundation Establishment are equally extraordinary. With magical power exceeding that of an inferior foundation stage by tenfold, and its stability is unparalleled. He was unaware of the extent of his own strength. Yet he was certain that he could effortlessly extinguish the remnants of his former self. He could easily obliterate the 3rd layer of foundation establishment of the green vine. His senses had heightened exponentially. Every sound within a 10-mile radius reached his ears, including the soft gasps of disciples from the Heavenly Demon Sect. Upon gazing into the distance, he could even discern the mating of flies 8 miles away. Simultaneously, a new power surged within his mind. With his eyes closed, he could explore everything within a 20-mile radius. Spiritual awareness. The range of spiritual awareness for a top-tier Tao platform was merely 10 miles, yet he had doubled it. Suddenly, Yi Bufan detected a foul odor at the tip of his nose. He realized he was enveloped in the filth expelled from his body. He chuckled softly, shaking his head, and inadvertently glanced up at the sky, his face paling in fright. The anomalies surrounding him continued to expand. The courtyard he occupied was already arranged with formations by Chu Zixue, yet now the formations could no longer conceal the disturbances. How foolish of me to underestimate the commotion of Foundation establishment. If discovered, it would surely spell disaster. Yi Bufan hastily employed the art of concealment, frantically suppressing his cultivation level, and the anomalies gradually dissipated. Still feeling uneasy, he affixed numerous concealment talismans to himself and set up prohibitions. Having survived to this point, Yi Bufan possessed ample means of concealment. Meanwhile, 3 miles away from the courtyard, a woman clad in a flowing blue gown with a beautiful visage and a cold demeanor scoffed. "Ah, so that's why that wretched Chu Zishua has been gone for so long. She has gone to fetch a furnace." The green vine lowered her head, too intimidated to meet the gaze of the icy woman. This was Shangguan Qingyao, the daughter of the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Demon Sect, who had achieved perfection in Foundation establishment. Ruthless and cunning, she had claimed the lives of no less than 800 righteous practitioners. Among the younger generation of Zhao country, she ranked third on the list of notorious fiends. This is the Tiger Demon Pill. It drains potential and can extend one's lifespan by half a month. Administer it to that old man named Yi Bufan to prevent him from inadvertently training himself to death. Once he masters the blood spirit technique and completes his Foundation establishment, I shall seize him to serve as my furnace. No, I will bring him to my chamber today. Let that wretched Chu Zishua's efforts go to waste. Shangguan Qingyao revealed a black pill, her laughter laced with malice. To avoid any future complications, it was prudent to secure the furnace first. Indeed. And what of my cultivation resources? Rest assured, once the deed is done, you shall not lack for anything. Shangguan Qingyao paused, abruptly turning her gaze towards the distance. There, a golden radiance shimmered, appearing like divine might, instilling in her a sense of dread akin to encountering a formidable foe. The light flickered and vanished in an instant. A Foundation establishment phenomenon. Could it be that someone had achieved exceptional Foundation establishment? Shangguan Qingyao was taken aback. As a top-tier Foundation establishment practitioner, only an elite Foundation establishment could exert pressure upon her. Yet, the anomaly did not seem quite right, and the duration was too brief. Had it not been for the proximity, she might have missed it entirely. Of course, she had contemplated the possibility of a heavenly path to Foundation establishment. But that was simply impossible. That direction, was it your residence? That old man. It is impossible. He has only reached the 12th level of chi refinement, and moreover, he is practicing the blood spirit technique, which drains one's lifespan. Not to mention his inferior aptitude. Green Loach was astonished. Her gaze filled with envy. It must be another young cultivator nearby. Among the 6 peaks of the Heavenly Demon Sect, she resided at the Demon Sword Peak, where thousands of disciples lived, making it difficult to discern who had achieved the pinnacle of Foundation establishment. Regardless of who it may be, find him for me. Such a prodigious talent must be befriended. Even Shangguan Qingyao's cheeks flushed with a subtle rosy hue. The pinnacle of Foundation establishment must be pursued and secured. To become her soulmate. Not only him, many high-ranking members within the Heavenly Demon Sect had noticed the anomaly. That phenomenon resembled the rumored Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. It appeared swiftly and vanished just as quickly, leaving no time for spiritual probing. Yet, it was merely a legend, unworthy of belief. However, it is certain that that individual's foundation is undoubtedly exceptional. He must be found. It seems to be in the direction of the Demon Sword Peak. Perhaps a disciple of the Sword Master? Capture him. I shall take him as my disciple. Among the 6 peaks of the Heavenly Demon Sect, several Golden Core elders emerged from their secluded cultivation, their expressions brimming with excitement and barely restrained emotions. Even the long-secluded Grand Elder and the sect leader were stirred. The rumored Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment was something no one dared to imagine. It was merely an ethereal tale. Yet, the pinnacle of Foundation establishment was enough to drive them to madness. This indicated that his spiritual root aptitude was absolutely extraordinary, coupled with such a solid foundation. Given time, it was entirely possible for him to break through to the nascent soul stage. There was only one nascent soul ancestor in the Heavenly Demon Sect, who had dominated the Zhao Kingdom for 8 centuries. The Heavenly Demon Sect was sealed off, and the higher-ups of the Demon Sword Peak immediately began investigating the identity of that pinnacle Foundation establishment individual. Furthermore, news was also sealed. I do not wish for such a promising seedling to be assassinated. This matter is of utmost importance, and the sect leader promptly issued orders. Meanwhile, the lower-ranking demon cultivators had not witnessed much, as the time was too short, far from the sensitivity of the higher-ups. However, there was one exception. The one who observed the clearest was Zhou Wanchen. Beneath the boulders outside Yi Bufan's courtyard, a youth clad in gray watched the golden light within the courtyard. His scalp tingling, he hurriedly took out an ancient notebook and trembled as he flipped through its pages. This notebook, obtained from an ancient cave dwelling, recorded many ancient secrets. If Yi Bufan were to encounter this person, he would certainly find him familiar, for he was the one who ardently admired Green Loach. The one who had refined the copper-armored corpse. Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment. Was it not merely a legend, but indeed true? Zhou Wangshan shivered, struggling to believe it. He had been infatuated with Green Loach for years, and recently he noticed her frequently visiting the Demon Pill Pavilion to acquire pills, specifically those for the Qi refinement stage. At that moment, he sensed something amiss, prompting him to monitor the small courtyard. Initially thinking that Green Loach was nurturing a pretty boy, he never expected that the individual had actually achieved Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment right beneath his nose. This proximity offered far greater clarity than what the higher-ups could discern. Envy, jealousy, and then hatred ensued. After such a prolonged period of longing, he was taken aback to discover that she had been secretly nurturing another man. The mere thought of his beloved being pinned beneath someone else ignited a furious blaze within him. Having just embarked on the foundational stage of cultivation, his roots remained unstable. Yet he saw a significant opportunity to transform this pretty boy into a lifeless puppet. How formidable would a puppet forged through the Tao of Heaven's foundation be? The redness in Zhou Wangshan's eyes intensified. No, once he succeeded in crafting the puppet, he could even seize its body and walk the path of the undead, ultimately becoming the progenitor of the dead. The Tao of Heaven's foundation is blessed by the heavens. Whoever attempts to seize a body shall meet their demise. However, if he were to create a puppet first and then take over, there would be no issue, as he was merely a cultivator at the initial stage of foundation establishment. Combined with a few copper-armored puppets at the same stage, he felt confident in subduing that newly established pretty boy. He decided to return and prepare before executing his plan quietly. Zhou Wangshan breathed heavily, akin to an old ox, unable to contain himself any longer, and hurriedly departed. Chapter 4. There will always be mischievous villains seeking my downfall. Yi Bufan remained blissfully unaware that someone harbored ill intentions towards him. His previous spiritual perception had merely skimmed the surface. He dared not delve deeper. In the presence of such formidable figures within the Heavenly Demon Sect, employing spiritual perception would be tantamount to courting death. With a lifespan of 200 years at the foundation stage, coupled with the longevity granted by the blood spirit technique, he still had over a century to live. Yi Bufan was not arrogant. Although he had achieved the Tao of Heaven's foundation, his innate qualities remained unchanged, still possessing the inferior Yang's spiritual root. Whether he could achieve the golden core before his time came was questionable. Hadn't he seen prodigies like Chu Zixue who were still stuck at the pinnacle of foundation establishment? Taking out a bronze mirror, he admired his appearance, which had reverted to that of a youthful 20-year-old. With a head of black hair, he looked strikingly handsome, completely shedding the image of an aging man on the brink of death. Truly magnificent. Yi Bufan marveled at his reflection before employing the shadow concealment technique to revert to his previous appearance, one that seemed ready to lie in a coffin at any moment. He resumed practicing the blood spirit technique. After a while, he opened his eyes, disappointment etched across his face. After establishing his foundation, the longevity effects had diminished significantly, and his cultivation speed had slowed considerably. The level of his techniques was evidently lagging behind, necessitating the search for foundation establishment techniques. The side effects of the demonic foundation establishment pills could accelerate his cultivation speed, but the blood spirit technique was merely a Qi refining method, without foundation establishment techniques. How could he hasten his progress? Foundation establishment consists of 9 levels. The first 3 are the initial stage, while the latter 6 encompass the mid and late stages. The further one progresses, the slower the cultivation speed becomes. Greenvine, possessing a mid-grade with spiritual root, had stagnated at the 3rd level of foundation establishment for several years, illustrating just how arduous the ascent through foundation establishment truly was. He must seek out foundation establishment techniques with significant side effects. The Heavenly Demon Sect boasted numerous such demonic techniques, yet alas, he was not a disciple of the sect, and thus could not acquire them. Leaving the Heavenly Demon Sect would afford him ample opportunities in the future. Yi Bufan's eyes flickered. He needed to make a hasty exit. Although he had attained the Tao of Heaven's foundation and surpassed others in cultivation, he was up against the remarkable Chu Zixue, who had achieved the pinnacle of foundation establishment. His storage bag contained only inferior magical artifacts, a handful of concealment talismans, and divine wind talismans, along with a few fire dragon talismans capable of slaying those at the peak of Qi refining. His mastery extended only to low-level fireball techniques, wind blades, ice walls, and the shadow concealment technique. His offensive capabilities were severely lacking. He was unable to contend with his opponent. Ultimately, it is the heavenly principles that lay the foundation. With sheer and potent magical power, one can indeed contend with the 4th level of foundation-building demonic cultivators. Yi Bufan rose to his feet, intending to descend the mountain and casually seize an identity token from a disciple of the Heavenly Demon Sect to facilitate his departure. Such demonic sects are invariably protected by formidable mountain guarding formations. Without a token, escape is utterly impossible. Before he could take a step, the courtyard door creaked open, and Greenvine entered, presenting Yi Bufan with a pill. It was the Tiger Demon Pill, capable of extending one's lifespan, awakening latent potential, and hastening the breakthrough to the 13th level of Qi refinement. Initially, Yi Bufan benefited from the blood spirit technique, advancing through realms with the ease of eating and drinking. But upon reaching the 12th level, he found himself abruptly stymied, having experienced several days of stagnation. Yet, these matters were of little concern to Greenvine. Her mind wandered, pondering who among them had achieved exceptional foundation building. Was it Zhou Yuan? Li Guiha? Furrowing her brows, Greenvine envisioned a series of figures. She resided at the mid-slope of the Demon Sword Peak, where the spiritual energy was far more abundant than at the foot of the mountain. Only those of foundation building status were qualified to dwell here, with but a few at the Qi refinement stage. Those individuals typically possessed significant backing, either as elders or core disciples. Prior to her return, she had conducted a search and sought out several disciples who had perfected their Qi refinement. But none met her expectations, leaving her quite disheartened. If only I could find an exceptional foundation-building disciple as my partner. I would not have to expend such effort for resources. Greenvine held on to hope. With her beauty, even if she could not become a partner, she could at least aspire to be a concubine. Yi Bufan picked up the pill, and a system prompt echoed in his ears. Tiger Demon Pill significantly depletes potential, enhances cultivation speed, and extends lifespan by half a month. After the expiration, physical condition will markedly deteriorate. Yi Bufan thought, good heavens. If I did not possess this system, I would have been utterly ruined by now. His eyes twitched. Reverse negativity significantly increases potential, enhances cultivation speed, extends lifespan by half a month, and dramatically boosts physical condition. As powerful as a dragon or tiger. Impressive. Without hesitation, Yi Bufan swallowed the Tiger Demon Pill. Instantly, he felt a surge of warmth coursing through his body, his muscles slightly bulging, and a sense of power surged within him. Yi Bufan sensed that even without any cultivation, he could easily defeat a Qi refinement practitioner with a single punch. Cultivators primarily focus on Qi refinement, and those who specialize in body refinement are exceedingly rare. Thus, this pill is a treasure for such body refinement experts. It could be said that even if Yi Bufan were not a cultivator, his formidable physical prowess would allow him to traverse the Qi refinement stage with ease. Furthermore, his mind became exceedingly clear, akin to having consumed a revitalizing tonic, invigorating him immensely. Before departing, he could take a potent medicine. How considerate. Come with me. I will take you to the Shadow Demon Peak. Greenvine sensed that the elder before her was somehow different, yet she dismissed the change of an old Qi refinement practitioner with impatience, responding tersely. Shangguan Qingyao resides at the Shadow Demon Peak. She must hasten to bring Yi Bufan to senior sister Qingyao to obtain benefits. The Emoing Peak? It seems that Chu Zixue has a contentious relationship with Emoing Peak, does she not? Yi Bufan paused, squinting as he spoke. During this time, he had often overheard conversations between LVLV and her sycophants, gaining some insight into the internal factions of the Heavenly Demon Sect. The competition among the 6 peaks was fierce, with numerous casualties. Among them, Emoing Peak and Emojin Peak harbored the deepest animosity, engaging in relentless conflict. Senior sister Shangguan Qingyao desires you, LVLV remarked coldly, showing no inclination to conceal her intentions. What does that mean? Another person wishes to bed me? What could an old man like me possibly offer? Yi Bufan was taken aback, his expression dark as night. He was genuinely irritated. Taking a deep breath, he fixed his gaze on LVLV. What if I refuse to go? What will you do then? Refuse? That is not your choice to make. LVLV was momentarily stunned. Then a cold smile crept across her face as a formidable foundational pressure descended upon Yi Bufan like a mountain. Yet, Yi Bufan remained motionless, his countenance growing increasingly somber. The blood spirit technique truly lived up to its reputation. His cultivation had reached a level capable of withstanding foundational pressure. LVLV was astonished. Though foundational cultivators were not remarkable within the Heavenly Demon Sect, they held a status equivalent to ancestral figures in the Zhao Kingdom's cultivation circles. Just a hint of their pressure was insurmountable for those in the Qi refining stage. LVLV regarded him with disdain, as if he were an insignificant insect. She formed a hand of magical energy the size of a door, reaching for Yi Bufan. Until you establish your foundation, you cannot fathom its power. Boom. Yi Bufan remained expressionless, not even forming a seal. With a single gesture, he summoned a surging blade of magical energy larger than the door. The giant hand, as if made of paper, was effortlessly sliced apart. The blade continued its relentless motion, aiming directly at LVLV's beautiful head. This was one of the wonders of the Heavenly Tao's foundation, far surpassing others. Minor spells like Windblade required no incantation or gesture. What? Foundation? LVLV was momentarily stunned, her voice rising in horror. The potency and quality of this magical energy were vastly superior to her own. But how could this be possible? Qingyan Shield. LVLV, without time to ponder, swiftly drew from her storage pouch, conjuring a cloud of mist that formed a hazy shield before her. A high-grade magical artifact. Clang. A resounding crash echoed as the shield was struck with the force of a mountain, sending LVLV hurtling backward, violently colliding with the courtyard wall. Dazed, she could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Yi Bufan gazed at the shield, now dimmed yet intact, unable to suppress his admiration. Such was the grandeur of a major sect. Even a single foundational cultivator wielded a high-grade magical artifact. Chapter 5. Taking LVLV as a servant. Two side-effect spells. Yi Bufan possessed a mere low-quality flying dagger artifact, inferior even to those of the lowest grade. Such was the disparity. A decade ago, envy surrounded him, and he narrowly escaped a deadly ambush. Under ordinary circumstances, even a foundation-level rogue cultivator possessing a mid-grade magical weapon would be considered remarkable. Only the esteemed sects could boast of advanced-grade artifacts. As for the pinnacle treasures, they were the privilege of the wealthy elite and prodigies like Chu Zixua, whose profound cultivation warranted such possessions. Are you truly that exceptional foundation cultivator from before? Greenvine's complexion turned pale, disbelief washing over her. After an exhaustive search, she discovered that the person she sought had been right beneath her nose all along. The absurdity of it struck her deeply. A mere practitioner of blood spirit technique, who had not only avoided death but had quietly achieved foundation success with an exceptional Tao foundation. If word of this spread, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves through the Heavenly Demon Sect. It was said that mastery of the blood spirit technique made achieving an exceptional Tao foundation impossible. I present you with two choices. Either die or acknowledge me as your master, Yi Bufan declared coldly, no longer willing to endure subservience. In truth, he harbored a desire to eliminate her. Yet, most demonic cultivators possessed soul tokens. Upon death, the higher-ups would be alerted instantly, finding himself in a den of wolves. The risk of murder was too great. Acknowledge you as my master? What does it matter if you are an exceptional foundation cultivator? You've only just established your foundation. No matter your strength, you cannot surpass me. Greenvine's face flushed with anger as she produced a small green sword from her storage bag. Another advanced-grade artifact. The chilling light emanating from it caused the temperature in the courtyard to drop significantly. A cold attribute flying sword? Yi Bufan's eyes lit up. Go, Greenvine commanded. And the sword darted towards him like a green dragon, colliding fiercely. Simultaneously, she formed a hand seal, summoning a head of a serpent wreathed in demonic energy. It was a spell of considerable strain. Her delicate features grew even paler. In mere moments, the serpent's head expanded several times in size, exuding a terrifying aura as it lunged at Yi Bufan with ferocity. Such was the nature of demonic cultivators. Even their spells nearly drained them of vitality. Yi Bufan shook his head. Had he cast that spell, it would have felt akin to consuming a potent tonic. He raised his hand, conjuring a dozen fireballs, each the size of a water vat, their temperatures soaring as they instantly engulfed the serpent's head and the flying sword. In the blink of an eye, the sword retreated under the assault, while the serpent's head dissipated amidst anguished cries. How is this possible? Greenvine's eyes widened in shock. Her flying sword and spell had been effortlessly thwarted by his fireballs. Yi Bufan's magical prowess was evidently far more formidable than she had anticipated, both in depth and quality surpassing her own. Is this what it means to be an exceptional foundation cultivator? Greenvine felt a tumult of envy and jealousy. Having just entered the foundation stage, he naturally outclassed her peers by an extraordinary margin. Even without magical artifacts, he could dominate her with his terrifying magical energy. Unbeknownst to her, however, Yi Bufan was not merely an exceptional foundation cultivator, but a Tao foundation cultivator. The former could not achieve such exaggeration. Yi Bufan flicked his fingers, and a blade of wind sliced towards Green Lotus's limbs. Since killing her was not an option, incapacitating her should suffice. I acknowledge you as my master, Green Lotus exclaimed in shock. She attempted to control her flying sword and cast spells, but lacked the energy to defend with the Qingyan shield. Nevertheless, the wind blades continued relentlessly. I possess numerous techniques, spells, and elixirs. I shall offer you everything. Yi Bufan remained expressionless and resolute. You require my assistance to escape. The Demon Sword Peak is currently sealed, and the higher-ups have dispatched individuals to locate you, an exceptional foundation establishment cultivator. Green Lotus uttered in terror. Yi Bufan's demeanor finally shifted. He dissipated the wind blades with a wave of his hand and fixed his gaze on Green Lotus. What do you mean? The upper echelons of the Heavenly Demon Sect have discovered me? After your successful Foundation establishment, a trace of anomaly was revealed, and the higher-ups have taken notice. They have determined your approximate location, yet do not know your precise identity. Green Lotus trembled, her fear palpable. Bufan fell silent. This unforeseen development completely disrupted his escape plans. An exceptional Foundation establishment cultivator would be prioritized for training wherever they were found, should they be discovered. It was likely that some ancient monster would take them as a disciple. While this seemed fortuitous, the Heavenly Demon Sect was a treacherous place for him. How could he feel secure among a den of fiends? Becoming a disciple of the Heavenly Demon Sect was a last resort. For now, he sought a means of escape. Bufan turned to Green Lotus and coldly commanded, "Bring forth the soul blood." Green Lotus bit her silver teeth, and a drop of purple blood materialized on her forehead. Bufan grasped it with a sweeping motion, collecting the soul blood. From this moment forth, Green Lotus's life and death rested within his thoughts. Subsequently, Bufan began to gather the spoils of battle before her eyes. 2 high-grade magical artifacts, the green flying sword and the Qingyan shield. Merely these 2 items significantly enhanced Bufan's combat prowess. His storage bag contained dozens of mid-grade talismans, over 300 low-grade spirit stones, various Foundation establishment elixirs, and the Demonic Path spellbook, along with 2 Foundation establishment techniques. Green Lotus watched in despair as Bufan collected her hard-earned treasures, her heart bleeding. She never anticipated that within a single night, a captive would become a master while she became the captive. The disparity was simply too vast. Bufan erased Green Lotus's spiritual imprint from the flying sword and Qingyan shield, refining them until they felt like extensions of his own will, and he was finally satisfied. The green flying sword, named the Cold Abyss Sword, possessed the ability to freeze and paralyze enemies, additionally laced with potent poison. The Qingyan shield, while purely defensive, could transform into various forms, providing comprehensive protection. Such versatility was rare among magical artifacts. Had Green Lotus's spiritual imprint not been too weak, allowing her to control only one artifact, Bufan would have needed considerable effort to breach her defenses. The Demon Yuan technique, a mid-grade Foundation establishment method. Absorb the essence of others' blood for cultivation. The Bright Moon technique, also a mid-grade Foundation establishment method. Absorb the essence of the sun and moon. Bufan frowned, ultimately deciding to abandon the idea. It is not a matter of capability, but rather that the side effects of these 2 magical arts are too minimal. If one were to cultivate them, it would take an eternity to break through to the Golden Core stage. To his surprise, he discovered the Tome of Demonic Spells, which contained dozens of low-level spells, 6 intermediate spells, and 2 advanced spells. Among them, the Demonic Dragon technique, an advanced spell capable of transforming into a dragon, could inflict damage on those at the peak of the Foundation establishment stage. However, it necessitated the capture of a dragon's soul, or that of a serpent. The side effect: the practitioner must allow the demonic dragon to consume their own essence daily to enhance the spell, risking significant depletion of their cultivation. Thus, caution is advised. The Blood Escape technique, another advanced spell, could greatly enhance one's speed for a brief period. Its side effect: it consumes one's essence and magical energy, leaving the practitioner severely fatigued post-casting. A smile crept across Bufan's face. Yes, this is precisely the thrill. Without any side effects for a day, I felt utterly uncomfortable. By employing the system to reverse these side effects, the 2 spells underwent a transformation, entirely defying logic. For the Demonic Dragon technique, reversing the negative, the host contributes essence daily. The more contributed, the stronger the spell becomes, and the host's cultivation advances significantly. For the Blood Escape technique, reversing the negative, burning essence and magical energy results in a tremendous boost in vitality afterward. Now, my combat prowess has surged, enabling me to contend with those at the 5th or 6th levels of Foundation establishment. Furthermore, with the Blood Escape technique, my ability to flee has reached unprecedented heights. Bufan, possessing a steady temperament, has always adhered to the principle of fighting fiercely when capable and eradicating all traces, or fleeing immediately when outmatched. As long as I can run fast enough, even Golden Core masters would find themselves kicking up dust in my wake. Chapter 6. The Great Art of the Demon Ape and the Paper Codex. To break through the constraints, one must adopt a suitable identity to blend in. The first step was to employ a disguise technique, altering one's aura, appearance, and magical fluctuations in a comprehensive manner. Bufan contemplated this in his heart, and, once resolved, instructed Green Ivy to search the Scripture Pavilion for spells in this domain, and to use her contribution points to exchange for demonic arts suitable for the Foundation establishment stage. He particularly emphasized the need for spells that offer rapid cultivation and robust magical power. Green Ivy's complexion turned pale, filled with great reluctance, but with no choice. She trudged despondently towards the scripture pavilion. Acquiring her as a servant proved advantageous, as she could procure several techniques before departing. Bufan was unconcerned about Green Ivy betraying him. With her soul bound to him, even golden core cultivators would find it exceedingly challenging to safeguard her life. Subsequently, Bufan began to cultivate the demonic dragon technique and blood escape technique. For the former, he directly seized Green Ivy's serpent soul. The serpent spell she had previously cast was indeed the demonic dragon technique. This spell was of considerable caliber and challenging to master. Generally, a Foundation establishment practitioner would require years, even decades, of contributing essence to achieve mastery. Green Ivy had contributed for 2 to 3 years, each time suffering damage to her cultivation, daring to contribute only once every few days, and yet her power barely reached the minor completion stage. However, I am devoid of such concerns. While others weaken with every contribution, my own cultivation flourishes with each offering. Bufan dripped a drop of his essence blood to nourish the purple serpent before him. The serpent's soul-infused eyes gleamed with a greedy green as it voraciously consumed the blood. Perhaps due to the foundational nature of the heavenly way, the serpent's aura exhibited a remarkable enhancement, far surpassing the strength exhibited by the green vine. Rather than feeling any sense of loss or weakness from the blood expenditure, Bufan felt invigorated, sensing a slight advancement in his cultivation. Truly extraordinary. To think that one could progress in cultivation in such a manner. Bufan marveled at the system's astonishing capabilities. The serpent, seemingly insatiable, fixated hungrily on the wound on Bufan's thumb. This was a characteristic of the magic dragon technique. The serpent's soul instinctually craved the master's essence blood. For most disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect, even the loss of a single drop of blood would bring immense suffering and weakness for days, often instilling a fear of being drained. With a pop, 1 drop of essence blood was consumed, and Bufan's cultivation advanced once more, while the serpent's aura swelled, its green eyes glimmering with even greater greed. Pop, pop. Bufan, unrelenting in his contributions, solidified his newly attained foundational cultivation and experienced further subtle growth. As he continued to feed the serpent, its aura grew ever stronger, nearing the threshold of minor completion. Yet, the serpent's greedy gaze began to diminish. Eventually, it even resisted further consumption. It had gorged itself. Despite this, Bufan maintained an impassive demeanor and continued to feed it. The serpent's body swelled, its eyes shifting from greed to fear as it stared at its master. Had it the ability to speak, it would likely have already begun to curse. Ultimately, it neared the brink of bursting. The timing was impeccable. Bufan nodded inwardly, ceasing the feeding to allow the serpent to digest. Once digestion was complete, the technique would almost reach minor completion, a pace that far surpassed the prodigies of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Following the magic dragon technique was the blood escape technique, a simpler art reliant solely on the willingness to burn essence blood. By the late hours of the night, Bufan had entirely mastered both techniques, elevating his strength significantly. Green Vine returned, adorned in a flowing green dress, her figure graceful, now devoid of her previous condescending demeanor, instead appearing as a devoted servant, ready for the master's bidding. Master, these are the 3 techniques I exchanged with all my contribution points. The powerful foundational technique was beyond my contribution points, so I could only exchange for this formidable body refinement method, magic ape method. Additionally, there is the paper puppet code, an unconventional puppet technique. Greenvine spoke softly, diligently adhering to Bufan's instructions without a hint of deviation. The man who could forge a top-tier foundation right beneath her nose, silently and skillfully, possessed a cunning that surpassed many of their fellow demonic cultivators. Very well, Bufan nodded, accepting the 2 ancient tomes. Although somewhat disappointed by the absence of sophisticated techniques for disguise and foundational cultivation, one can certainly comprehend the situation. Advanced foundational methods are of immense value, often regarded as clan treasures. The demonic ape technique, a superior method of physical cultivation, promises formidable strength akin to that of foundational practitioners, rendering the body as resilient as steel. However, it necessitates the infusion of the essence and blood of apes to aid in the cultivation process. The side effects include a propensity for mental disarray and the potential tainting of one's own magical essence. Bufan was taken aback upon witnessing such occurrences. In the realm of cultivation, physical cultivators are a rarity, primarily due to the arduous nature of their path, which surpasses that of chi cultivation, not to mention the challenges of reaching foundational levels through physical means. Nevertheless, in close combat, physical cultivators are indeed unparalleled. The potency of the demonic ape technique is substantial. Yet given its cost and contribution points, it was utterly unattainable for him. Upon observing the side effects, Yi Bufan understood. How many in the entire Heavenly Demon Sect practiced such a technique? Not a single soul. Greenvine, under Yi Bufan's gaze, felt a tinge of anxiety as she lamented. It is precisely due to the significant side effects that it is affordable. Otherwise, I would not be able to exchange for anything else. Practicing the demonic ape technique essentially meant bidding farewell to the normalcy of humanity, as one's cultivation would be compromised, halting any further progression. Yet, this very predicament rendered it more accessible for Yi Bufan. The demonic ape technique, reversing the negative. Post-cultivation, one's mind becomes clearer and one's magical essence is refined. Yi Bufan chuckled inwardly. Moreover, the paper puppet codex is an unconventional puppetry technique that utilizes materials to forge combat-capable paper figures and beasts. Its uniqueness lies in the fact that most puppets in the cultivation world are crafted from steel and exotic woods, while paper puppets are virtually non-existent. Greenvine explained that this technique was purportedly developed by an ancestor of the Heavenly Demon Sect who hailed from a funeral shop over 1,000 years ago. Due to its many shortcomings, disciples of the sect have consistently opted for conventional puppetry rather than the paper variant. Yi Bufan found himself intrigued, though he resolved to investigate further at a later time. First, he would cultivate the demonic ape technique to enhance his strength and escape from the Heavenly Demon Sect. He provided Greenvine with 200 spirit stones, instructing her to procure ape essence from the sect's marketplace, which operates around the clock. Upon Greenvine's return, Yi Bufan entered his chamber with 2 vials of ape essence, containing the essence of a second-tier demon beast, equivalent to the early foundational stage. Moments later, a large bathtub filled with steaming water emerged, exuding a potent aura and a pungent aroma, as if it harbored a fearsome demon ape within. "Master, Greenvine shall assist you with your attire," she said, her cheeks flushed as she gazed at the elderly man, suppressing her discomfort. This was clearly an act of obsequiousness. Yet such intimacy with an elderly figure could hardly be sincere. She thought to herself that as long as she served him well, there would come a time when she could escape his grasp. "Very well," Yi Bufan nodded, displaying no signs of embarrassment as he settled into the bath, attended to by Greenvine. Instantly, the air crackled with malevolence, and a thick haze enveloped the surroundings as a surge of medicinal power coursed into Yi Bufan's body. The great demon ape technique activated, rapidly enhancing his physique. Even the art of concealment could no longer mask his true appearance, which gradually came to light. With cascading black hair, striking features, and skin as delicate as that of a noble heir, he bore no trace of age. Chapter 7. The Inspecting Disciple. "Is this old man your furnace?" Green Lotus stared in astonishment at the handsome youth in the bathing tub, her heart racing uncontrollably. Is this truly that old man? Could it be that he was merely disguised before, and this is his authentic visage? No matter how adept the art of disguise, it could deceive her, but not choose Yeshua. Yet, aside from this possibility, she could conceive of no other explanation. Such beauty, coupled with a young spiritual root and exceptional foundation. Her initial intention to escape Yi Bufan's grasp quietly transformed in that moment. Yi Bufan remained oblivious to the world outside, wholly immersed in the great demon ape technique. As the medicinal liquid was absorbed, a purple luminescence enveloped his body, fortifying his physique further. The following morning, Yi Bufan exhaled deeply, feeling a tremendous surge of power. His current physique was now sufficient to rival that of a 4th-tier chi refining beast, and he felt immense satisfaction. The path of physical refinement was far more arduous than that of chi refining, and achieving such progress in a single night was beyond the capabilities of ordinary practitioners. This was a testament to the potency of the technique. Additionally, due to its side effects, his magical power had become even more refined than before. Green Lotus, who had been vigilantly watching by his side, regarded him with astonished eyes. Upon awakening, Yi Bufan exhibited no signs of confusion. Instead, he was remarkably lucid. In stark contrast to previous practitioners of the great demon ape technique, it was as though his willpower transcended all expectations. Green Lotus silently marveled, her gaze shimmering with intrigue. "My lord, allow me to assist you with your bath," she said, her demeanor shy as her delicate hand glided along Yi Bufan's back, wiping away the grime expelled through his cultivation. Her beauty was alluring, her breath fragrant like orchids. This was a stark contrast to her prior attitude. If Yi Bufan wished, he could likely engage in a game of cards with her right then and there. My young body, if utilized wisely, could yield tremendous benefits, Yi Bufan mused, a spark of inspiration igniting in his mind. If he could reverse the side effects, he, as a furnace, could flourish alongside Chu Zixue. While others became increasingly frail as furnaces, having their cultivation drained, he grew stronger and more formidable. Nevertheless, the risk posed by that woman's formidable strength was far too great. By noon, a knock echoed at the courtyard door. Inspection. Upon hearing the familiar voice from outside, Bufan squinted slightly, not waiting for the door to open. With a resounding crash, the courtyard door was flung open, and 3 youths clad in gray robes rushed in, their eyes scanning the yard. The leading youth, with a horse-like face, was unfamiliar to Bufan, though he recognized the voice. Wang Chun, the devoted admirer of Green Lotus. Junior sister, the senior brother, is tasked with a crucial inspection, seeking that exceptional foundation-building genius. Yet what do I see? An old man? Wang Chun furrowed his brow upon seeing Bufan. It required a considerable sum of spirit stones for him to attain the position of inspector, all to ascertain the identity of the pretty boy nurtured by Green Lotus, while simultaneously probing for the purpose of crafting a corpse puppet. The higher-ups claimed it was a top-tier foundation establishment, yet he alone understood that it was the Tao of Heaven's foundation. Just the thought of transforming a Tao of Heaven foundation into a corpse puppet ignited a fervent excitement within Wang Chun. I do not possess the individual you seek, Green Lotus replied, her fair visage turning ashen. Wang Chun's brazen intrusion was most unwelcome. It should be noted that in the past, he wouldn't have dared to knock on her door without her permission. Junior sister, I am also dispatched by Elder Su. Please do not take offense regarding the genius. Wang Chun quickly offered a smile, his gaze wandering over Green Lotus's alluring figure. He then meandered around the courtyard, seemingly indifferent to Bufan, whom he barely regarded. An old man could never be the Tao of Heaven Foundation. After a brief moment, a young man in gray robes spoke. Brother Wang. It appears that the mysterious fellow disciple is not present here. His expression was unperturbed. Several inspection teams sent by the 4 elders of the Demon Sword Peak had yet to locate him. Ultimately, Wang Chun's gaze settled on Bufan. Junior sister, might I inquire the identity of this old man? A chi refining stage individual has no right to dwell in the area reserved for elite disciples. Wang Chun scrutinized Bufan. His brow knitted tightly. Since discovering the presence of a Tao of Heaven Foundation in Green Lotus's courtyard, he had been employing puppets to monitor the surroundings, ensuring no one departed. Where had that foundation-building cultivator vanished to? My furnace cauldron, Green Lotus replied dismissively. Furnace cauldron? An old man as a furnace cauldron? The 3 inspectors were taken aback, exchanging incredulous glances between Green Lotus and the old man. It was not uncommon for female cultivators of the Demon Sect to capture individuals to serve as furnace cauldrons for their cultivation. However, Green Lotus, with her exquisite beauty, had always disdained such practices. To think she would use an old man as a furnace cauldron. If word got out, many of her admirers would surely have their hearts shattered. Little did anyone expect that Junior sister would indulge in such libertine behavior behind closed doors. And with such peculiar taste, the 2 inspecting disciples looked at Wang Chun with pity. Green Lotus would rather amuse herself with an old man than entertain the advances of senior brother Wang, the sycophant. Furnace cauldron. Wang Chun's complexion flushed crimson, feeling as though he had been dealt a severe insult. It was impossible. How could Junior sister be attracted to an old man? Surely something was amiss. Clenching his teeth, Wang Chun stepped forward abruptly, seizing Bufan's wrist. Bufan frowned slightly, refraining from any rash actions, channeling his concealment technique to its utmost limit, suppressing the agitation of his foundation stage. Low-grade yang spiritual root? Wang Chun's eyes widened in realization, confirming that it was not a matter of Green Lotus's taste. His face broke into a forced smile. Junior sister, should you encounter a bottleneck, do not hesitate to consult with your senior brother. I shall find a way to procure a breakthrough elixir for you. There is no need to seek an old man as a furnace, for it would be a grave insult to your identity. Had it not been for the fear of provoking the junior sister's wrath, he would have already struck the old man dead with a single blow. A broken tear pill? Where could one possibly find such a rare medicine? Green Luo, growing impatient, remarked. Have the inspections concluded? Let us depart swiftly. With that, she ushered the 3 individuals out and shut the courtyard door with a resounding thud. It turned out to be a yang spiritual root. No wonder. The 2 patrolling disciples understood and shook their heads. Although a yang spiritual root makes for the finest furnace, the individual in question is ultimately just an old man. Meanwhile, Zhou Wanchen's countenance darkened. Having just conducted a brief investigation, he realized that the old man was not a foundational cultivator of the heavenly path. Who else could it be? No. The true foundational cultivator of the heavenly path must be concealed within. I simply failed to detect them. I shall return to investigate tonight. Zhou Wanchen's eyes glimmered with malice. Whether it be the pretty boy of the heavenly path or this old man as a furnace, both must perish. Thankfully, the junior sister's demeanor remains unruffled. Still retaining her maidenhood, I shall seize her tonight. After encountering the furnace, Zhou Wanchen resolved not to be overly indulgent. He would employ force. Let us depart. We must report to Elder Su. Zhou Wanchen, with a stern expression, made his way towards a grand hall atop the mountain, which served as Elder Su's abode. Presently, The elders of the Golden Core at the Demon Sword Peak were yearning for the mysterious, exceptional foundational cultivator. That individual is a potential Yuaniing seed. Even if they cannot take him as a disciple, they would still wish to cultivate a friendly rapport. In the courtyard, Green Luo let out a long sigh of relief and turned to Yi Bufan, speaking softly. Master, after the inspection, once the blockade of the Demon Sword Peak is lifted, you will be able to leave the Heavenly Demon Sect. Generally, the Heavenly Demon Sect imposes little restriction on its disciples. Yet, it may not be so simple. Yi Bufan flicked his fingernails and remained noncommittal. That Zhou Wangshan's gaze was unsettling. I hope he can remain compliant and allow me to leave this place safely. Chapter 8. Assassination, Treachery, and Deceit. Yi Bufan yearned to escape the Heavenly Demon Sect and cultivate discreetly. If unnecessary, he had no desire to engage in life and death struggles. Zhou Wangshan, being at the first level of foundational cultivation, was not particularly strong. However, he commanded 3 foundational puppets, making him a formidable opponent against those at the 4th level of foundational cultivation. Moreover, he was treacherous and cunning, having caused the demise of several 4th level foundational cultivators. Green Luo cautiously warned, though the master is of the highest Dao foundation, he has only just embarked on this path, making it difficult to contend with Zhou Wangshan. She was now in the same boat as Yi Bufan. Should he encounter trouble, she would inevitably suffer as well. Yi Bufan nodded slightly, instructing Green Luo to gather information. Before long, Green Luo returned with news. Currently, within the Heavenly Demon Sect, many elders from the 6 major peaks were keeping a close watch on the Demon Sword Peak. Were it not for the intervention of the Peak Master, those prominent figures would have even come personally to inspect the exceptional foundational cultivator. It was not just the higher-ups. The core disciples and inner disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect were equally curious. Rumor had it that those aloof Golden Core elders had also emerged from their seclusion. The Green Ivy felt a sense of trepidation. Those figures were renowned as formidable sorcerers in the Zhao Kingdom for centuries. The exquisite Dao Foundation was even more alluring than she had imagined. She needed to depart swiftly. Yi Bufan felt a sense of urgency. However, the Demon Sword Peak was sealed off, making it difficult for ordinary disciples to leave, let alone someone who was not even a member of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Left with no choice, Yi Bufan could only focus on cultivating the Demon Dragon technique to enhance his strength. This, unfortunately, placed a burden on the Demon Serpent. Having just digested blood essence, it began to devour again, ultimately straining itself to the point of splitting apart. As night fell, Yi Bufan ceased his practice of the Demon Dragon technique and began to delve into the paper-making canon. Although the paper figures he created could not compare to those crafted from gold and iron, they held significant advantages in terms of reconnaissance and concealment. He instructed Green Ivy to procure some spirit bamboo and animal skin paper, along with some vermilion pigment for drawing symbols. These humble materials were inexpensive and plentiful in the night market. Soon, a paper figure was completed, remarkably lifelike and resembling a real person. Your talent is indeed extraordinary, Green Ivy praised. Yi Bufan's eyelids twitched. The paper figure was rather dull and immobile. How could that be considered extraordinary talent? Achieving such a result on the first attempt was commendable. It was a matter of patience. Yi Bufan continued to study the paper-making canon, while Green Ivy quietly kept watch nearby. The moonlight poured down, and the girl in the green dress occasionally turned to glance at the elderly figure beside her. As if trying to unveil a hidden truth, her cheeks occasionally flushed with a hint of crimson. One could only wonder what thoughts occupied her mind. Time flew by, and soon it was deep into the night. Vile creature, you disgust me. On the courtyard wall, Zhou Wangshan stealthily infiltrated using a merging talisman. Just as he was about to enter the courtyard, he spotted Green Ivy sitting beside the old man. Her gentle gaze was unmistakably sincere, which ignited a fury within Zhou Wangshan. Earlier, he had thought that Green Ivy regarded the old man merely as a furnace, but now, with that ambiguous look in her eyes, it was clear she had genuine affection for him. I, a handsome young man, have pursued you for years, inquiring about your well-being. Yet you have remained indifferent, only to fall for an old man. Zhou Wangshan felt a profound emotional wound. Tonight, I must assert my dominance over you. Forcing that old man to witness. Hatred filled his eyes. He had previously feared that the female prodigy, Chu Zixue, might trouble him over this matter. But now he had no room for such concerns. Zhou Wangshan slapped his storage pouch, and 3 cold, black puppets materialized. 1 humanoid puppet and 2 resembling soaring eagles. Go. He commanded the humanoid puppet and 1 eagle puppet to charge toward Green Ivy with lightning speed. Green Ivy, being at the 3rd stage of Foundation establishment, possessed considerable combat prowess and was his primary target. As for the old man in the Qi refinement stage, the remaining eagles swooped down, aimed to strike at the old man's legs, clearly intent on breaking them to alleviate his resentment. If all went according to plan, Zhou Wanqin suppressed his anger, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. What truly concerned him was the elusive Taoist foundation hidden somewhere. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, an old man quietly reading beneath a tree was knocked over by a flying eagle, his legs bending at a peculiar angle. Yet, Green Luo, being a cultivator at the third stage of foundation establishment, reacted swiftly. A layer of magical shield quickly manifested around her. With a resounding clang, the iron fists of the humanoid puppet struck the shield, causing it to tremble violently before dimming rapidly. Another flying eagle puppet followed up with a strike that shattered the shield entirely. Green Luo's delicate face paled slightly as she affixed a swift wind talisman to herself, narrowly avoiding the eagle's sharp beak. Zhou Wanqin, what are you trying to do? Green Luo scolded as she glared at Zhou Wanqin, who was lurking in the shadows. What am I doing? I have pursued you for years, endured countless scorn from our peers after being repeatedly rejected. And now you have the audacity to take an interest in an ancient relic. Why should that be? Zhou Wanqin's face turned a corpse-like shade of blue as he brazenly surveyed Green Luo's exquisite figure. With that, he commanded 3 puppets to launch a ferocious assault on her, completely disregarding the oblivious old man. Bang! Bang! Green Luo chanted incantations, casting fireball and ice spear spells, struggling fiercely against the puppets. The challenge was formidable. All 3 puppets were at the pinnacle of the third stage of foundation establishment, a level even 4th stage cultivators found difficult to contend with. Moreover, her magical artifacts had been confiscated. Before long, her lovely face grew pale from the immense drain on her mana, her magical shield flickering ominously, on the verge of collapse. Where was that Taoist foundation cultivator? Had he already departed? Zhou Wanqin's gaze flitted anxiously, an inexplicable unease settling in. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. He turned sharply to the old man beneath the tree, who remained motionless, appearing almost lifeless. The bizarrely twisted legs showed no sign of blood. A paper figure? Zhou Wanqin, blinded by rage earlier, had failed to notice the details, but now everything became clear. It was evident that the other party had anticipated his arrival, crafting a paper figure to deceive him. Are you looking for me? A chilling voice resonated from behind, causing Zhou Wanqin to tremble violently, instinctively spinning around to throw a punch. Boom! The air exploded with a shockwave. With a thud, his fist struck the solid azure smoke shield, failing to breach it and instead sending him staggering backward. That old man, a foundation establishment practitioner, Zhou Wanqin, upon seeing the aged face behind the azure smoke shield, understood everything in an instant, disbelief washing over him. How is this possible? An old man achieving such a pinnacle of Tao foundation? During the day, he had examined the old man's body, and the bone age clearly exceeded 100 years. There was no way to conceal it. Yet now, he found the situation utterly absurd. With a swift motion, the scene unfolded. At that moment, a flying sword sliced through the air, aiming directly at Zhou Wanqin's brow. So it is truly you. Upon sensing that the opponent's magical fluctuations were far beyond mere chi refinement, Zhou Wanqin was filled with a mix of shock and fury, his fists crashing heavily against the flying sword. Such force would typically be unbearable even for a cultivator at the 4th stage of foundation establishment. Regardless of how you attain such a profound foundation, you are merely at the beginning. Bang! Before Zhou Wanqin could finish his sentence, his fist, capable of shattering mountains and splitting stone, was pierced through by the flying sword in an instant, as if it were made of paper. The power it wielded far surpassed what Lulu had demonstrated. The sword continued its relentless trajectory, embedding itself deep into Zhou Wanqin's brow. Is he dead? Lulu breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing this, simultaneously astonished by Yi Bufan's strength. To wield a flying sword with such might was truly remarkable, especially considering he was merely at the 1st stage of foundation establishment. However, just as she lowered her guard, the 3 puppets that had been attacking her swiftly retreated, leaping over the courtyard wall and darting away into the night. Zhou Wanqin was not the one who had perished. It must be the copper-armored corpse he had mentioned sending to her earlier. Chapter 9, a negative reversal against the heavens. Heightened comprehension. A smirk crept across Yi Bufan's lips as he tore away a layer of human skin from Zhou Wanqin's face. Beneath the flesh lay a dark, vacant visage, reminiscent of an old farmer. It was undeniable that this Zhou was exceptionally treacherous. He had concealed himself, allowing a puppet to masquerade as him, while secretly manipulating all the puppets with his spiritual sense. That copper-armored corpse? Lulu's heart chilled at this revelation. Zhou Wanqin had clearly harbored illicit intentions towards her, and the so-called gift of the copper-armored corpse was merely a ruse to catch her off guard. Thankfully, she had not accepted it. At that moment, from a dim corner of the courtyard, the real Zhou Wanqin sprang forth. He hastily affixed several high-grade gale talismans to himself, transforming into a whirlwind as he fled the small courtyard and vanished into the dark night. Damn it, this old wretch is truly cunning. Playing the fool to feast on the unsuspecting. Zhou Wangshan's horse-like face was slick with cold sweat. Gone was his arrogant demeanor as he frantically sought escape. He had never anticipated that a Foundation establishment cultivator would be an old man, nor could he have fathomed the overwhelming power he possessed, the flying sword. Driven by formidable magical energy, was terrifyingly potent. His copper-armored corpse was crafted by a righteous body cultivator, boasting astonishing defenses that even a fourth-stage Foundation establishment cultivator could not breach. Yet here he was, nailed through the heart by a single sword strike, severing his spiritual imprint. A day spent hunting wild geese, only to be pecked in the eye by one. This old rogue was so powerful, yet resorted to using a paper man to ensnare me. Fortunately, I am exceptionally clever and skilled. Zhou Wangshan felt a surge of pride, realizing that his wit had dispatched countless fellow cultivators of equal standing. Once I escape from here, I shall inform the righteous sect to eliminate this scoundrel. A Foundation establishment cultivator of the heavenly path will only garner more attention from the heavenly demon cult, putting him at a disadvantage. However, should that group of righteous individuals become aware of this news, they would undoubtedly go to any lengths to eliminate the foundation of the heavenly path. After all, its potential is immense, and once it matures, there would be no survival for the righteous path. Yet, just as he escaped from the small courtyard, a flash of crimson light darted toward him. Blood escape technique. To invoke such a forbidden spell upon first encounter? Surely, one must be deranged. Zhou Wangshan felt a surge of panic, unable to restrain himself from cursing vehemently. Such advanced sorcery, wielded at the first level of Foundation establishment, could hardly be sustained for more than a breath, and the aftermath would leave one severely weakened, greatly affecting their cultivation foundation. No one employs such techniques unless faced with a life-or-death crisis. In an instant, Bufan caught up, unleashing a magical serpent with a flourish. The serpent appeared exhilarated, opening its gaping maw to lunge directly at Zhou Wangshan. This spell, do you not value your essence blood? Overwhelmed with fear, Zhou Wangshan shouted as he released a human-shaped puppet. He could not comprehend why this elder would commence with two grand techniques that so recklessly deplete essence blood. Such behavior defied all logic. Crash! The magical serpent devoured the puppet, its demonic energy considerably diminished. Yet, the serpent grew even more animated, its voracious maw engulfing Zhou Wangshan entirely. The magical dragon technique had reached a minor success. How could this be? Zhou Wangshan was stunned. This elder was utterly monstrous. Such spells, even among the Heavenly Demon Sect, few attain even minor success. Soon after, despair enveloped him entirely. To his astonishment, the elder exhibited no signs of substantial essence blood loss. Rather, his complexion was rosy, brimming with vitality, as if he had taken a tonic. Crack! Zhou Wangshan was grievously wounded by the serpent, his body riddled with blood-soaked holes, plunging him into unconsciousness. Without delay, Bufan swept his sleeve, meticulously clearing the scene. He also took Zhou Wangshan and 3 puppets with him. You have invoked the blood escape technique once, experiencing a reversal of negatives, with your vitality greatly enhanced. You have invoked the magical dragon technique once, experiencing a reversal of negatives, with your cultivation progressing. Bufan felt an unprecedented surge of vitality. Glancing at the information on the system panel, he could not help but smile faintly. While others would feel drained and experience a significant drop in their cultivation after employing such spells, he felt invigorated. Originally at the initial level of Foundation establishment, he had taken a step closer to the pinnacle of that level. Is the master unscathed? Upon returning to the courtyard, Luin approached him. She gazed at the bloodied Zhou Wangshan, her heart racing, her look toward Bufan now infused with a measure of reverence. Although Zhou Wangshan's cultivation was modest, his puppets were formidable, earning him a minor reputation at the Magic Sword Peak. Most crucially, he was exceedingly cunning. Several late-stage Foundation establishment practitioners had attempted to kill him, yet he had always managed to escape unscathed. The loss of essence blood was merely a trivial matter. Feigning a pale countenance, Bufan remained cautious by nature. Even after taking Luin as a servant, he refrained from revealing any secrets in her presence. The Master's talent is extraordinary, having mastered the magical dragon technique and blood escape technique in just a day or two. Greenlow remarked with genuine admiration, "This is indeed heartfelt." Despite her diligent efforts over the years, she had barely achieved minor proficiency in this spell, while Bufan managed to master the dragon magic so swiftly. It was nothing short of astonishing. Enough with the flattery, Bufan waved his hand, releasing Zhou Wangshan and commencing to tally his spoils. 3 puppets, each at the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment stage, and that copper-armored corpse had even reached the 4th level. This undoubtedly elevated his prowess significantly. Zhou Wangshan had relied on these puppets to gain his current renown, and many of his peers coveted them greatly. Congratulations, Green Lo said with sincerity. Yi Bufan, equally pleased, proceeded to unlock Zhou Wangshan's storage bag, spilling forth a plethora of items. Most were materials for crafting puppets, alongside various medicinal pills, poisons, and over 1,000 spirit stones. The total value surpassed 2,000. His wealth was indeed considerable. Among Foundation establishment cultivators, this was quite affluent. Yi Bufan couldn't help but marvel. During his time as a rogue cultivator, he had amassed less than 500 spirit stones over half a lifetime. 2,000 would perfectly fill the void he had. The earlier expenditure on materials and the essence of the magic ape had nearly depleted his 300. This should elevate my magic ape technique by 2 tiers. Yi Bufan collected the spirit stones and materials. Additionally, he discovered several tomes. The Spirit Refining Technique, Foundation Establishment Edition, promised to enhance one's spiritual awareness. No wonder that fellow could manipulate the copper-armored corpse with such dexterity and even speak. His spiritual awareness was comparable to that of a 4th-level Foundation establishment cultivator. As Yi Bufan picked up an ancient tome, he felt a surge of excitement. Mastering flying swords, puppets, and spiritual awareness was crucial. His own spiritual awareness was already formidable for his rank, but he could not manage both flying swords and multiple puppets simultaneously. However, with the Spirit Refining Technique, that limitation would be surmounted. Such techniques were exceedingly rare. Even the formidable Heavenly Demon Sect would struggle to procure many copies. The pages of the ancient tome were weathered. Clearly not products of this era. It was evident that Zhou Wangshan had unearthed it from some ancient cave dwelling. The side effects were alarming. The cultivation speed was exceedingly slow, and the process could severely damage one's spiritual awareness, leading to mental disarray and potential idiocy. Yi Bufan's eyelids twitched involuntarily upon reading this. This technique was far more perilous than demonic arts. He glanced at the unconscious Zhou Wangshan, pondering how this individual had managed to survive until now. A true miracle. At that moment, a system notification echoed in Yi Bufan's ears. Spirit Refining Technique. Reverse negative. Cultivation speed is remarkably swift, and during practice, spiritual awareness is nourished, allowing for a slight enhancement in comprehension. Yi Bufan was taken aback, then overwhelmed with joy. Setting aside the other benefits, the mere enhancement of comprehension was enough to incite frenzy within the cultivation world. Even a modicum of improvement could yield significant results. The speed of spell cultivation is not heavily dependent on one's spiritual roots, but rather on one's comprehension. The higher the comprehension, the faster one cultivates spells. His comprehension had been mediocre, thus forcing him to rely on techniques with severe side effects. However, with this technique, he could swiftly cultivate other standard spells as well. Breaking through the bottlenecks of realms would require exceptional comprehension. The potential for enlightenment is the most elusive of all, as it is predetermined by fate. How astonishing! He felt as if he had stumbled upon a treasure. Yi Bufan suppressed his excitement and solemnly tucked it away. The only regret he harbored was that this particular technique only contained the foundational chapter, lacking any subsequent teachings. The other 2 methods were merely basic cultivation techniques, possessing mediocre power, which did not pique his interest. However, the last secret art did cause his pupils to constrict slightly. Outside the courtyard, the moonlight cascaded down, illuminating a petite figure clad in a white dress, seated gracefully upon a rock. Her delicate, fair face bore a hint of baby fat, and her pair of almond-shaped eyes gazed intently towards Yi Bufan's small courtyard. Blinking playfully, she resembled an innocent and carefree young girl. So, this is the Taoist Foundation? Quite charming indeed. The little girl in white rested her small hands against the stone, her bare, fair feet swinging playfully. To accept a disciple or not? The little girl in white pouted, caught in a dilemma. Accepting him would be wise. After all, the Taoist Foundation had not appeared in the cultivation world for thousands of years. Surely, it warranted further study. At that moment, a shadowy figure materialized beside the little girl in white, her bright eyes glinting with an otherworldly charm. Dressed in black, her appearance mirrored that of the girl in white. Chapter 10. The Art of Breeding. The substitution of Li for Tao. Within an ancient and elegant pavilion atop the Demon's Sword Peak, a strikingly beautiful woman in a purple dress furrowed her brows. Father, is the potential of this exceptional foundation truly so vast? This matter had compelled her to emerge from seclusion. Before her stood a valiant middle-aged man with flowing white hair, the master of the Demon's Sword Peak, who was also Chu Zishua's father. An exceptional foundation must possess extraordinary spiritual roots, with a promising future for forming a nascent soul. If you can become his partner, the benefits will be boundless. Moreover, with an exceptional foundation aiding you, your chances of becoming a saintess surpass those of others. The master of the Demon's Sword spoke fondly, seemingly reminiscing, lost in silence for a time. While the Zhao Kingdom boasted numerous golden elixirs, the nascent souls were exceedingly rare, and the difficulty of advancement was akin to reaching the heavens. Countless prodigies had perished in this pursuit. He had remained in the golden elixir stage for several centuries. An exceptional foundation could enhance the likelihood of achieving a nascent soul by 30%. Though it may seem modest, it was enough to drive anyone to madness. Chu Zixue was exceptionally gifted, renowned in both righteous and demonic paths, yet she still fell short of an exceptional foundation. I believe I am not inferior to that exceptional foundation. Furthermore, with that yang spiritual root as my furnace, through the process of gathering yang to supplement yin, I am certain to break through to the golden elixir stage and become a saintess. Chu Zixue said playfully. However, she understood that while the advantages of becoming a partner were many, it would also mean being bound by another. Her inherently proud nature made it difficult for her to accept such a fate. That inferior yang spiritual root? Merely a decrepit old fool nearing the end of his days. Even if he practiced blood spiritual techniques, he could not establish a foundation, let alone assist you in breaking through to the golden elixir. The master of the demon's sword frowned and rebuked. Had he obtained that inferior yang spiritual root decades ago and nurtured it to foundation establishment, it might have proved useful. Now it is too late. Even being a furnace cauldron is a last resort. Perhaps sensing the severity of his tone, he sighed and spoke gently. The path to the nascent soul is fraught with difficulty. With a top-tier foundational cultivation to assist you, along with the accumulation of my years as your father, your chances of achieving the nascent soul are substantial. My time is limited, and I cannot care for you much longer. The demon's sword master gazed at his daughter with increasing adoration. Though infamous in the Zhao Kingdom as a ruthless killer, before his daughter, he was merely an ordinary father, meticulously nurturing her growth. Should he pass away, his enemies would undoubtedly target her. Very well. Let us first observe what this exceptional foundational cultivator is truly capable of to warrant such reverence from my father. Chu Zixue looked at her father's head full of white hair and acquiesced. I will find the opportunity to eliminate that furnace cauldron, lest it tarnish your reputation before this distinguished foundational cultivator. Beast cultivation technique. Utilizing the hides of magical beasts or human skins to create a disguise, allowing one to perfectly masquerade as another being, whether a magical beast or a person, along with their appearance, aura, and even fluctuations in magical power and abilities, remaining undetectable even at a higher realm. Side effects. It disrupts the harmony of nature, often inviting misfortune. Negative reversal. It may inadvertently enhance one's own luck. Yi Bufan regarded this secret art, recalling certain legends. In ancient times, a mere mortal sought wealth through cattle trading, during an era when cattle and sheep were scarce, thus fetching high prices. However, the mortal's supply of cattle was mysteriously endless. Eventually, authorities uncovered the truth. The cattle being sold were not genuine, but rather individuals whom the mortal had incapacitated, transforming them into cattle for sale and slaughter, thus amassing great fortune. This was the very essence of the beast cultivation technique. It was renowned in ancient times, one of the most formidable transformation arts. The human skin on the copper-armored corpse was likely produced through this technique, enabling it to evade my spiritual perception. Yi Bufan's heart brimmed with joy. With this secret art, his future security would be significantly bolstered. Moreover, it possessed the added benefit of enhancing luck. This individual truly is my lucky star. A smile graced Yi Bufan's lips as he looked at the unconscious King Zhou Chun. This harvest could be deemed exceedingly bountiful. Simultaneously, a preliminary escape plan began to form in his mind. That very day, Yi Bufan entrusted Green Lo to procure materials from the Tianma sect marketplace with 300 spirit stones, while he focused on cultivating the spirit forging technique. Contrary to the slow progress described and the damage to his spiritual awareness, Yi Bufan experienced a complete reversal. The spirit forging technique advanced rapidly, soon allowing him to grasp its fundamentals. His spiritual awareness was consistently warmed and greatly nourished. Additionally, Yi Bufan distinctly felt an enhancement in his spiritual perception, as well as a clearer understanding of techniques, spells, and cultivation. It was as if he had become more intelligent. His comprehension was on the rise. Yi Bufan's spirit soared. Given time, he would undoubtedly elevate his understanding to the pinnacle. Upon the return of Green Ivy, Yi Bufan, utilizing some beast skins he had purchased, commenced his training in the art of beast creation. It seemed that both his intellect and luck were in perfect harmony, allowing him to quickly grasp the fundamentals of this secret technique. By evening, Yi Bufan beheld the small white rabbit crouched on the ground, a satisfied smile gracing his face. The rabbit, with its long white ears and silken fur, was no larger than the palm of his hand, exuding an irresistible cuteness. Master, this technique is rather sinister. Please undo it at once. The rabbit spoke, astonishingly in Green Ivy's voice, its large eyes reflecting a hint of fear. In Yi Bufan's hands, This technique was far more formidable than in the hands of Zhou Wanshun, who could barely comprehend its basics, merely managing to affix a human skin to disguise his aura. But now, the rabbit was transformed entirely. Fear not. I have only just begun, and the transformation will last but for the duration of an incense stick's burn. It will revert afterward without causing you any harm. Yi Bufan reassured, cradling the rabbit in his arms and gently stroking its ears, which caused a rosy blush to spread across its cheeks. Once all preparations were complete, Yi Bufan, under the cover of night, stealthily descended the mountain with Green Ivy and Zhou Wanshun. Shortly after their departure, a stunning figure clad in a purple silk gown, the alluring Chu Zixue, arrived at the courtyard. In her hand, she held an ancient jade pendant that shimmered with light. This pendant, obtained from an ancient ruin by the sword demon, could sense the fluctuations of an enemy's cultivation. The stronger the opponent, the more brilliant the red glow emitted. It could also gauge talent and the quality of their golden core, radiating a green light. Had it not been for this artifact's ability to pinpoint the location of exceptional Foundation cultivators, the sword demon would not have permitted his daughter to leave her retreat so soon. Green Ivy. Chu Zixue's gaze fixed intently on the courtyard gate, her delicate features shifting slightly. She could not sense Green Ivy's aura, nor that of the furnace. Hastening inside, it wasn't long before Chu Zixue emerged, her once radiant face now shadowed with despair. What on earth transpired during my month-long seclusion? Could it be that those wretches received word and abducted the furnace? Her exquisite visage, once alluring, was now clouded with frost. Abruptly, she unleashed her spiritual awareness, recklessly scanning the entirety of the Sword Demon Peak, intent on locating both the furnace and Green Ivy. The matter of the furnace was highly confidential. If exposed and discovered by a top-tier Foundation cultivator, the implications regarding her companion would be precarious. It was imperative to prevent it from falling into the hands of rivals. Meanwhile, Yi Bufan had reached the foot of the mountain. Senior brother Zhou, are you planning to leave? Several Foundation disciples guarding the area gazed at Zhou Wanshun and Green Ivy, then at the unfamiliar black dog at their feet, their expressions a mix of surprise. Indeed, after several days of patrolling Sword Demon Peak without locating that top-tier Foundation cultivator, I have been ordered to expand the search area. Yi Bufan, disguised as Zhou Wanshun, replied nonchalantly. Currently, Sword Demon Peak was sealed, preventing both Foundation and Qi refining cultivators from exiting. However, as a patrolling disciple, Zhou Wanshun could leave openly, and with the beast creation technique to mask his presence. Yi Bufan had no fear of others probing with their spiritual senses. It can be said that the appearance of Zhou Wanshun has been the greatest surprise for Yi Bufan in recent days. Suddenly, the black dog at Yi Bufan's feet began barking furiously at the guarding disciples, its eyes filled with fear and anxiety. Hee, this is my captured canine demon. Employed for the crafting of puppets, Yi Bufan remarked, giving the black dog a kick nonchalantly. Haha, I thought my senior brother might be reminiscing about the delectable flavors of the mundane world and had brought dog meat for a feast. The guarding disciple laughed heartily, his tone tinged with a hint of deference. Although Zhou Wanshun was of the same rank as them, the presence of the puppet endowed him with a strength far superior, thus evoking their utmost respect. They were unaware that this dog was, in fact, the true Zhou Wanshun. Chapter 11. A Turn of Events. Shangwan Qingyao and Chu Zixue. What is happening with junior sister Greenlow? The guarding disciple inquired, glancing at Greenlow. Brother Zhou is a patrolling disciple, free to come and go, but others, even those formidable in the late Foundation establishment stage, cannot leave the Demon Sword Peak without Elder Su's permission. Greenlow is adept in the art of tracking. She is a significant asset to me. What do you wish to investigate? Yi Bufan's expression darkened, his gaze sharp as a blade. Brother Zhou, we also have orders from above, one of the guarding disciples revealed, his face betraying a hint of difficulty. Yet before he could finish, he was struck across the face by a fellow disciple. This brat has just entered the Foundation establishment stage and knows nothing, since he is Brother Zhou's assistant. There is no issue, the smiling disciple said, stepping aside to grant passage. Woof, woof, woof. Zhou Wanshun, transformed into a black dog by the beast creation technique, barked even more urgently upon witnessing this. If he could speak, he would have undoubtedly unleashed a torrent of curses upon these foolish disciples. Alas, the guarding disciples could scarcely be bothered to regard a mere dog. Yi Bufan smiled faintly, leading Greenlow and holding the dog leash as they exited the Demon Sword Peak. After they had walked a distance, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, the previously struck guarding disciple seethed with anger. Brother, why did you hit me? This is what the elder instructed. Everyone must be thoroughly scrutinized. Smack. The other disciple struck him again, coldly stating, I just saved your life. Do you dare to complain? The tasks from above can be dealt with casually. But if you offend Zhou Wanshun, You will not even know how you met your demise. Fear and trepidation flickered across his face as he warned. Zhou Wanchun is as cunning as he is powerful. Most in the late Foundation establishment stage would rather avoid him. His strength surpasses ours, and his cunning makes him nearly impossible to kill. Just last time, a late Foundation establishment practitioner pursued him, only to be lured into a powerful beast's lair and met their end, while Zhou Wanchun emerged unscathed. The guarding disciple's face paled at these words, realizing the gravity of the situation. He had only recently entered the Foundation establishment stage and was unaware of such dangers. On the other hand, Yi Bufan had completely left the confines of the Demon Sword Peak. From now on, the sky was his limit. He gazed at the distant gates of the Heavenly Demon Sect, his heart filled with contentment. The nearby green vine timidly leaned closer, murmuring, "From now on, I shall serve you diligently, my master. Rest assured, as long as you remain honest, I shall not harm you. I am in need of a servant." Yi Bufan responded with a smile that was neither entirely a smile nor a frown. Over the course of several days, he had grown quite satisfied with the green vine's service, noting her commendable efficiency. Moreover, with the soul blood in play, he harbored no fears of betrayal. "Thank you, my master," the green vine replied joyfully, her cheeks flushed, pressing even closer to Yi Bufan. The sensation of her ample form stirred something within him. Just then, a coldly elegant woman clad in a blue gown approached, her gaze sweeping past the royal Wang Chun and fixating on the green vine. "Green vine, where is the furnace cauldron you procured?" She had awaited the green vine at the Demon Shadow Peak yesterday, yet the latter had not arrived. Now, with the Demon Sword Peak sealed off, she found herself unable to enter and could only wait outside. "Sister Qingyao." The green vine was taken aback, her expression flustered, her complexion swiftly paling. Yi Bufan's countenance also shifted, his body tensing immediately. The daughter of the esteemed elder of the Heavenly Demon Sect, a paragon of the Demon Shadow Peak, had been lurking outside for the sake of his slumber. How astonishing! Previously, the green vine had mentioned the matter of Shangwan Qingyao, but he had dismissed it as trivial. Surely, a mere furnace cauldron could not warrant such attention from a woman of her stature? Yet now, it seemed he had underestimated its significance to her. "Speak, where is the furnace cauldron?" The cold beauty's eyes glimmered with iciness. "Sister, the green vine has mentioned your instructions, but the furnace cauldron has perished due to the cultivation of the blood spirit art. I assisted in burying the body. Now, with the Demon Sword Peak sealed, the green vine cannot exit and has entrusted me to bring this report to you." Yi Bufan reacted swiftly, stepping forward with a beaming smile and a respectful tone. As he drew closer, Shangwan Qingyao's visage came into full view. She possessed a quintessential oval face, fair and smooth, strikingly beautiful, though slightly less so than Chu Zixue. Her demeanor was as cool as ethereal bamboo, and a refreshing scent reminiscent of lotus wafted into his nostrils, evoking an inexplicable sense of comfort. "Is that so, green vine?" Shangwan Qingyao scrutinized Yi Bufan several times before turning to the green vine. "Yes, indeed," the green vine quickly replied, casting a grateful glance at Yi Bufan. This explanation was reasonable. It was indeed difficult for an elderly person practicing the blood spirit art to survive until now. Shangwan Qingyao observed both Yi Bufan and the green vine in silence, the atmosphere seemingly frozen, as beads of cold sweat began to form on Yi Bufan's forehead. Like Chu Zixue, Shangwan Qingyao had reached the pinnacle of foundational cultivation, towering over him by 8 minor realms, not to mention being the daughter of the elder. Equipped with top-tier artifacts and treasures, not only Yi Bufan, but even a fully realized foundational cultivator would struggle to last more than a few exchanges against her. "Very well. As long as the furnace cauldron has not fallen into the hands of that wretched Chu Zixue, you may go," Shangwan Qingyao remarked, shaking her head slightly in disappointment. She paused for a moment, coldly stating, "But should I discover that Chu Zixue relied on the furnace to break through to the golden core, green vine, you should be aware of the consequences." With that, she turned and departed. Yi Bufan, witnessing this, let out a sigh of relief. He needed to leave quickly. This cursed place was unbearable. Although this woman possessed astonishing beauty, her overwhelming aura of malice was undeniable. She was undoubtedly dangerous. Before he could take a step, the black dog beneath him suddenly barked furiously at the retreating Shangwan Qingyao. "Woof, woof, woof." The fierce barks were evidently aimed at capturing her attention, yet its gaze remained fixated on Yi Bufan, brimming with malice. This dog is quite perceptive." Shangwan Qingyao halted, glancing back at the black dog in surprise. Noticing that the dog continued to bark, she narrowed her eyes and approached, scanning it with her spiritual sense. "This is bad." Yi Bufan's expression changed dramatically. His animal taming skills were still in their infancy. He could not conceal himself from a cultivator at the peak of the Foundation establishment stage at such close range. Green Vine's fair complexion turned pale. Her eyes filled with despair. So it is a person after all, truly impressive. Had she not come close to investigate, she might have been deceived. Shangwan Qingyao's expression shifted, and she gazed intently at Yi Bufan. To have evaded the scrutiny of a fully accomplished Foundation establishment cultivator, such a transformative disguise technique was unprecedented. Suddenly, a hand seized the black dog's head, twisting it with a sharp crack, silencing its barks instantly. Let us go. Yi Bufan retracted his hand, his expression darkening. At that moment, he cast aside any semblance of timidity. He grasped Greenvine's arm and sprinted towards the entrance of the Heavenly Demon Sect, continually applying wind speed talismans to enhance his velocity to the point where only an afterimage remained. These were not mere high-level talismans, but of the utmost quality. In his haste to escape, he had used a substantial portion of the spiritual stones he received from Zhou Wanchen to procure a considerable number of wind speed talismans. Though at the first level of Foundation establishment, the fluctuation of his aura and cultivation was remarkably potent, quite intriguing indeed. Shangwan Qingyao's beautiful eyes sparkled with interest. The disparity in aura and cultivation compared to the genuine Zhou Wanchen was slight, yet significant enough. Before she could pursue, a familiar voice rang out. Greenvine, where do you two think you are going? Chu Zixue, stepping swiftly with her crimson silk, rushed towards them, her exquisite face ablaze with fury. Chapter 12, Identity Exposed. The two women are shocked. Chu Zixue's imposing presence was like a torrent, creating quite a stir. This immediately drew the attention of several nearby demonic cultivators. Who has provoked Fairy Zixue? Seeking death, are they? Truly beautiful. To be able to embrace her, one would have no regrets in death. Be silent. A significant portion of the core disciples are her admirers. If those words reach their ears, none can save you. Some Foundation establishment demonic cultivators emerged from their caves, their expressions shifting upon probing with their spiritual sense. Chu Zixue was the most beautiful among the Heavenly Demon Sect, with countless admirers, yet few dared to pursue her. For her father was the master of the demon sword, and she herself was exceptionally powerful. Among peers, only the candidates for the Saintess and Saint could rival her. They were curious as to which divine being dared to provoke her. Soon, they beheld Shangwan Qingyao, and their astonishment deepened. Another beauty with formidable talent, seemingly pursuing someone just like the fairy of purple snow. Wait, isn't that Zhou Wanchen, who has a penchant for puppetry? How audacious! To dare provoke these two beauties? The crowd was incredulous. Zhou Wanchen, though somewhat renowned within the Heavenly Demon Sect, was not particularly strong himself, though his puppets were impressive. Yet here he was, brazenly offending Chu Zixue and Shangwan Qingyao. Even the other saintly candidates would not dare to act so recklessly. Meanwhile, Zhou Wanchen, in his flight, was nearly ready to curse. What ill fate had befallen him that this woman had pursued him? Wasn't she supposed to be in seclusion for a month? Yi Bufan continuously affixed acceleration talismans onto himself, his speed astonishingly swift. However, Shangwan Qingyao and Chu Zixue were even faster, wielding their respective artifacts like streaks of light, closing the distance relentlessly. Master, we cannot escape. Greenvine's face was ashen, utterly despairing, as she understood the grim fate that awaited her in the hands of her two seniors. Calm down. Yi Bufan's mind remained remarkably composed. He glanced back and decisively released a flying eagle puppet. A mere third Foundation level puppet cannot obstruct me. Shangwan Qingyao chuckled lightly, summoning a jade ruler which flew toward the puppet. But in the next moment, her charming face tightened as the jade ruler rapidly enlarged, shielding her from harm. Boom. A thunderous explosion ensued as the puppet detonated, sending shockwaves that shattered trees within 100 feet, momentarily hindering the pursuit of the two women. Such ferocity. The precious puppet had self-destructed. Shangwan Qingyao, beautiful eyes turned frigid. Puppets of this caliber were rare, and ordinary Foundation cultivators would hesitate to sacrifice them for defense. But I find you even more intriguing. She swiftly formed a hand seal, a gust of wind enveloping her graceful figure, allowing her to breach the shockwave and close in on Yi Bufan with even greater speed. Meanwhile, Chu Zixue fixated on the figure of the fleeing man, who was taking Greenvine away, her beautiful eyes revealing a flicker of astonishment. She sensed a familiar aura emanating from him. It was that of a furnace cauldron. She had not anticipated that he had truly succeeded in establishing his foundation. The foundation pill had borne fruit. Rather than being alarmed, Chu Zixue felt elated. The location of that mysterious premium foundation pill remained unknown, but a genuine foundation cauldron would assuredly propel her into the golden core stage. She immediately transmitted her voice through the air, her tone laced with seduction and allure. Yi Bufan, with just your newly acquired foundation, escape is futile. Why not obediently become my cauldron? I can promise you all manner of benefits. Yet, Yi Bufan paid her no heed. Instead, a surge of crimson light erupted from him, his speed soaring dramatically, as he darted out of the Heavenly Demon Sect's gates. This speed rivaled that of a perfected foundation cultivator. When had this old fellow mastered the blood escape technique? And did he not fear the risk of imminent demise? Chu Zixue's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. She was acutely aware that Yi Bufan had only a few years left to live, compounded by the effects of the blood spirit technique. Should he unleash the blood escape technique, the consequences could range from severe injury to instantaneous death. Suddenly, she sensed something amiss. She retrieved the jade pendant bestowed by her father. At that moment, the green light emanating from the pendant blazed forth, dazzling in its brilliance. Is that exquisite foundation-building cultivator truly this furnace cauldron? How could it be possible? Chu Zixue exclaimed in shock, her stunning visage marred by disbelief as her mind momentarily blanked. Despite her exceptionally high spiritual root and an incredibly solid foundation, aided by her father's support, she had never attained the pinnacle of foundation building. But Yi Bufan, with his abysmal talent and advanced age, coupled with the life-shortening demonic technique he practiced and the most cursed foundation pill he consumed, how could he have reached such heights? This revelation struck a devastating blow to the inherently proud Chu Zixue. An exquisite foundation-building cultivator? A furnace cauldron? In the distance, Shangguan Qingyao, also in pursuit, was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. She glanced back at the fleeing Zhou Wangqin, feeling an absurd sense of disbelief. However, her reaction was swift. Her bright eyes sparkled with excitement. An exquisite foundation-building Yang's spiritual root. Even if he transforms into an infant, it would enhance the probability of success. The Yang spiritual root. The higher the cultivation level, the more it could assist female cultivators in breaking through. It was said that a certain female ancestor of the Hahuan sect achieved her nascent soul partly due to her possession of a male cultivator with a top-grade Yang spiritual root. He belongs to me. Chu Zixue, realizing her slip of the tongue, retorted angrily. Haha, Princess Zixue, this is not something you can dictate, Shangguan Qingyao chuckled, producing a flying shuttle artifact and gracefully leaping onto it. With a slight urging, the shuttle shot forth like lightning, its speed markedly superior to before. Cloud-piercing shuttle? Did you think I didn't have one? Chu Zixue clapped her storage pouch, and a feather soared out, rapidly enlarging until she stood firmly upon it. Its speed rivaled that of Shangguan Qingyao. This spectacle left the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect in utter disbelief, their jaws nearly dropping. What on earth? The cloud-piercing shuttle and the sky feather. How could they even deploy pseudo-artifacts? In the realm of cultivation, there exist various tiers of artifacts, magical tools for foundation building. Treasures only golden core cultivators can wield, and among them, pseudo-artifacts. These are exquisite artifacts refined by golden core cultivators that undergo qualitative transformation after years of nurturing, becoming increasingly formidable over time. As the foremost demonic sect of the Zhao Kingdom, only a select few within the Heavenly Demon Sect were qualified to possess pseudo-artifacts. The two artifacts in question were once used by the Grand Elder and the Master of the Demon Sword in their youth, nurtured for over a century. None could have anticipated that two heavenly prodigies would resort to using pseudo-artifacts in pursuit of a male disciple. That fellow was certainly not Zhou Wangqin. Someone discerned the anomaly. Though Zhou Wangqin had a modest reputation, he would never dare to provoke these two. So who was he? In a fleeting moment, speculation abounded. Meanwhile, Yi Bufan exerted his utmost to employ the blood escape technique, successfully eluding the clutches of the Heavenly Demon Sect. How can the blood escape technique be sustained for such an extended duration? This is unfathomable. Shangguan Qingyao, who had pursued him beyond the sect, was utterly astounded. A foundational practitioner at the first level should scarcely maintain this technique for more than a few breaths. Yet this individual had managed to flee for dozens of miles without any sign of depleting his lifeblood. Had it not been for the counterfeit magical artifact, he might have truly evaded capture. On the other hand, Chu Zixue appeared lost in thought. When she initially captured Yi Bufan, he was nothing more than a mere insect. A frail old man, easily subdued. Yet now, his prowess had undergone a remarkable transformation. Yi Bufan, you are indeed an exceptional foundational practitioner, destined for greatness. Why must you flee, especially when escape seems futile? Drawing a deep breath, the enchanting beauty of Chu Zixue's face radiated allure. Suddenly, she was met with the explosive force of two puppets, the earth trembling beneath her, creating vast craters as billowing smoke ascended, momentarily hindering her pursuit. This left Chu Zixue feeling irked. It was her first failure in ensnaring a man with her charms. Where has he gone? Shangguan Qingyao, beside her, was taken aback. Sensing that Yi Bufan and Gre seek out an elder, even if it necessitates digging 3 feet into the earth. A reward of 2 supreme magical artifacts and an opportunity to enter the demon-sealing ruins awaits the finder. The allure of a captivating visage left the disciples spellbound. 2 supreme artifacts, How invaluable is an elder? Their excitement surged. Many cultivators had accumulated wealth over a lifetime, yet could scarcely afford a single supreme artifact. The auction would commence at a starting bid of 10,000. Moreover, the inclusion of a spot in the demon sealing ruins, a remnant jointly governed by the righteous and demonic sects of the Zhao Kingdom, was a treasure trove of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. It was said to harbor opportunities for both core formation and even the rare chance of birthing a fetus. Under the lure of riches, courageous souls emerged. As a throng of foundational cultivators transformed into a swarm, scattering in all directions, unleashing a myriad of spells, eager to scour the earth. The influence of Shangguan Qingyao was immense. In no time, hundreds of foundational cultivators had joined the ranks. The once tranquil mountains erupted into chaos. Chu Zixue and Shangguan Qingyao continuously employed their spiritual senses. Such rampant destruction would inevitably disrupt the beast cultivation technique, thus exposing them. Once detected, even Bufan, no matter how formidable, would succumb under the assault of hundreds of foundational cultivators. This time, a breakthrough to core formation seemed assured. Chu Zixue's heart swelled with joy. She harbored no concern about the higher-ups snatching the elder, even as the daughter of the demon sword master. Her superior spiritual root would not pose a threat to the elder of exceptional foundation. However, the inferior yang spiritual root significantly curtailed development. Not only was the prospect of birthing a fetus slim, but even achieving core formation would be a feat as they probed with their spiritual senses. Both women overlooked one critical aspect, the direction of the Heavenly Demon Sect's mountain gate. Two unremarkable stones began to roll towards the mountain gate, changing course upon arrival and continuing away from the two women. After traversing 50 miles, they finally came to a halt. The stone skin cracked, radiant light shimmering forth. As two figures emerged, "Master, we have escaped," Green Vine exclaimed with delight, having nearly succumbed to despair. The master had detonated two puppets to disrupt the celestial equilibrium and, from the shadows, produced stone skin crafted via the beast cultivation technique, transforming into two stones that were fortuitously swept away by the residual shockwave, landing far behind the two women. Looking back at her master, admiration filled her eyes. The poise in handling affairs and the intricate scheming were incomparable to those two prodigious women. Yet, they had not entirely evaded danger. The elders of the Heavenly Demon Sect had been alerted, their spiritual senses extending over vast distances, no less than 100 miles. Bufan remained vigilant, producing two rabbit pelts that morphed into small rabbits, scampering off into the distance. After running for approximately 100 miles, Bufan freed himself from the beast cultivation technique. Gazing at the boundless familiar plains ahead, a profound sense of relief washing over him, akin to soaring aspirations. He had emerged alive from the Heavenly Demon Sect. Throughout history, no foundational or chi-refining cultivator had ever escaped from the Heavenly Demon Sect. "Master," the Green Vine gazed blankly at Bufan. At this moment, the latter no longer felt the need to maintain the guise of an elderly man, clad in a flowing white robe, with long black hair cascading over his shoulders. He appeared as an ethereal being descended from the heavens, his remarkable beauty illuminated by the moonlight. The Heavenly Demon Sect was not lacking in handsome male cultivators. Many of the candidate saints possessed extraordinary looks. Yet, in the presence of their master, they paled in comparison, overshadowed by his otherworldly aura. It is said that those with solar spiritual roots become increasingly handsome with higher talents, a notion gleaned from ancient texts. As Bufan glanced back towards the direction of the Heavenly Demon Sect, a hint of regret flickered in his eyes. In truth, he was most suited to remain within the sect, surrounded by potent and perilous techniques, spells, and an abundance of toxins, all of which bore significant side effects. However, the dangers were manifold. After a century of cultivating, he had witnessed the brutal reality of the immortal world. Many talented individuals, who flaunted their abilities, ultimately met untimely ends. Learning from history, Bufan yearned for a more discreet path to development, intending to settle scores with Chu Zixue and Shangguan Qingyao only once his strength was sufficient. Yes, at that time, he would don a false identity, remaining inconspicuous. Shaking off these thoughts, Bufan smiled and declared, "Let us proceed." With purposeful strides, he felt an unprecedented lightness in body and spirit. After traversing a distance, he arrived at the edge of a serene lake. Just as he was about to cross, he noticed a small boat drifting on the water's surface. In the moonlight, a little girl in a white dress leaned over the edge of the boat, her tiny hands playfully teasing the fish below. Who is this little girl? Green Vine pondered, momentarily taken aback by the sight of the porcelain doll-like child, whose extreme cuteness stirred a fondness within her. "Let us go," Bufan exclaimed, not wishing to linger for even a second longer, as he quickly pulled Green Vine away. In the dead of night, amidst the dense forest, the sudden appearance of an innocent little girl was far more disconcerting than encountering a ghost. Bufan was eager to distance himself from the scene. "Where are you going, big brother?" The girl in the white dress tilted her head, her large, curious eyes sparkling with wonder. "Senior, I am merely passing through. If I have caused any disturbance, I hope for your understanding," Bufan replied courteously, bowing slightly. While hastening his retreat, he had cautiously probed with his spiritual sense, only to find that upon nearing the girl, it vanished without a trace, as if swallowed by the sea. This was undoubtedly a source of great terror. "Hee, I've been waiting for you for so long. You can't run away now." The girl in the white dress giggled, taking 2 steps forward, seemingly transcending time and space to appear before Bufan. "Others call me the ancestor of the Heavenly Demon. But I do not favor this title, as I am not a great villain. From now on, you shall call me Master." The girl blinked her charming eyes and said with a gleeful smile. Chapter 14. The esteemed young master of the Heavenly Demon Sect, Bufan. The title of ancestor of the Heavenly Demon? Greenvine felt as though struck by lightning, staring in shock at the seemingly juvenile girl before her. The celestial demon ancestor, the most formidable figure in the Zhao Kingdom, elusive as a dragon, had been seen only by the sect leader of the entire celestial demon sect. Little did she anticipate that the ancestor was, in fact, the innocent little girl before her. Bufan felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. He then bowed respectfully, stating, "I have long heard of the Yuanying master of the celestial demon sect, and have admired her greatly. To have the honor of becoming her disciple is a fortune beyond my wildest dreams. I am Bufan, your disciple, esteemed master." His demeanor was crisp and decisive, with no unnecessary inquiries. In the presence of a Yuanying powerhouse, one must exhibit humility. Should he behave like a foolish protagonist from a tale, boasting of a 30-year cycle of fortune, he would likely find himself incinerated within mere moments by this formidable being. "Ha ha ha, how amusing, truly amusing." The girl in the white dress was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter, her mirth causing her chest to quiver, which was indeed rather captivating. A term sprang to Bufan's mind: youthful beauty. "Since you have pledged yourself as my disciple, I shall not neglect you. Here is a pseudo-treasure. The binding rope of immortals. Anyone beneath the golden core stage bound by it shall find no escape." The girl tossed Bufan a blue rope. He was startled, but quickly caught it, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed master." To receive such a precious gift upon their first meeting was undeniably generous. "Do not rejoice too soon. Kneel down," the girl instructed, stepping closer to him, her expression indicating offense. Once Bufan crouched to her level, she appeared satisfied. Then, adopting a mature demeanor, she lifted his chin with her small hand, declaring, "You have 30 years to break through to the golden core. You are my sole disciple. Do not bring shame upon me." 30 years for the golden core? Greenvine gasped, her mouth agape, even for the most exceptional spirit roots. Like Chu Zixue and Shangwan Qinyao, achieving a breakthrough to the golden core was an arduous task. The celestial demon sect had thousands at the foundation establishment stage. Yet only a handful had reached the golden core, underscoring the challenge. Most individuals could only aspire to remain at the foundation establishment stage throughout their lives. Though Bufan possessed outstanding foundation establishment capabilities, his inferior spirit root made a breakthrough to the golden core within a century a remarkable feat, let alone in 30 years, which bordered on the impossible. Indeed, Bufan replied without a second thought, believing it prudent to align with the intentions of this formidable Yuanying master. He suspected that she had already discerned his true capabilities were not as exceptional as he had claimed. "If you are to establish your foundation, then proceed. You shall continue your cultivation on the Demon's Sword Peak. As for resources, you must strive to acquire them yourself. The Celestial Demon Sect operates on the principle of survival of the fittest. Should you fall to your peers, I shall not intervene." The girl in white tossed Bufan a token, then, with her hands clasped behind her back, began walking towards the direction of the Celestial Demon Sect. "You will also seek your cultivation methods in the scripture pavilion." With that brief instruction, she vanished as if she had teleported. It appeared that leaving the Celestial Demon Sect was not an immediate option. What, after all, were the true intentions behind the ancestor's decision to take him as her disciple? Bufan gazed at the silver token, rubbing his forehead. The token, ancient in appearance, bore an inscription of the character for demon. Typically, the tokens of disciples from the Heavenly Demon Sect are either blue or black. Silver is reserved solely for the disciples of the venerable ancestor. "Congratulations, Master, on becoming the first disciple of the venerable ancestor," Green Luo exclaimed joyfully. The Heavenly Demon Ancestor had suppressed the Zhao Kingdom for 8 centuries without ever taking a disciple. The significance of this honor is unparalleled. rendering Yi Bufan the most esteemed young gentleman of the Heavenly Demon Sect. In terms of status, only the holy sons and daughters could rival him, far surpassing Chu Zixue and Shangwan Qingyao. Consequently, her position as a servant had also risen significantly. Have you not heard? This individual will not concern themselves with my well-being. Yi Bufan replied, shaking his head, devoid of the pride and elation one might expect from such an elevation. While being a disciple of the Heavenly Demon Ancestor comes with privileges that far exceed those of ordinary disciples, it also carries tremendous risks. Under the watchful eyes of the masses, he is but a stepping stone for the prodigies of the world, a primary target for the righteous sections. Nothing garners fame and fortune more than trampling upon the head of a disciple of the Heavenly Demon Ancestor. Since departure is not an option, I shall cultivate steadily within the Heavenly Demon Sect, Yi Bufan reassured himself, then turned towards the direction of the sect. As he walked, he meticulously plotted his future course. Although his identity was somewhat conspicuous, he believed it should not pose significant problems. With his advantage in the art of breeding, he could adopt various aliases, Zhang San for outings, Li Si for assassination, and Wang Wu for resource plundering. Even if something were to go awry, how could it possibly be linked to Yi Bufan? With these thoughts resolved, his spirits lifted, and his steps became notably lighter. Meanwhile, Chu Zixue and Shangwan Qingyao wore expressions of frost, their brows knitted with anxiety. Before them, the mountains stretched for miles, seemingly ravaged and pockmarked, while the towering forests lay in tatters. Sister, it has been 2 hours, and we have found no trace of Yi Bufan, a group of foundation-building disciples reported timidly, keeping a safe distance from the 2 deadly women. During their search, they had gleaned the circumstances surrounding the situation, and they were astounded to learn that the Heavenly Demon Sect's most beautiful disciple had turned a centenarian into a furnace. The goddess-like image they had cherished was shattered. Even more shocking was the revelation that the elder was, in fact, a peak foundation-building expert closely monitored by the 6 major peaks. Search again. I refuse to believe they can escape under my very nose, Shangwan Qingyao declared coldly, her voice laced with frustration. Chu Zixue's expression was equally frigid, clearly unwilling to relent. Sister, it appears they may have employed formidable methods to evade capture. Continuing the search seems futile, one disciple, braving the odds, ventured to say. I said search again. Shangwan Qingyao emitted an aura of pressure that made the disciple tremble, cold sweat pouring from his brow. The other disciples, too, dared not speak further, dispersing once more to intensify their search. At that moment, several figures descended upon the scene, gliding through the air on magical artifacts. Their expressions were a mixture of astonishment and uncertainty, clearly having grasped the unfolding events. Leading the group was a venerable elder, his hair as white as snow, with profound eyes exuding an aura of depth akin to an abyss. He was none other than the Grand Elder of the Celestial Demon Sect, Shangwan Su. Beside him stood the Master of the Demon Sword Peak, as well as the leaders of the other 5 peaks. The arrival of these eminent figures instantly silenced the surroundings. Purple Snow, is it truly you who captured that exceptional foundation cultivator? Inquired the Master of the Demon Sword, his brows furrowing in concern. Initially, upon receiving his disciple's report, he could scarcely believe his own ears. In his several centuries of existence, he had never heard of a low-grade spirit root being able to forge an exceptional foundation. Father. Chu Zixue hastily stepped forward, her voice melodious and enchanting. The jade pendant you entrusted to me emitted a glow. It must be him, and moreover, he is the only one who has established a foundation at Demon Sword Peak in recent days. As this realization dawned upon her, she felt a pang of regret. She should have emerged from her seclusion sooner. Now that the higher-ups were paying attention, even if he was found, she could no longer hope to utilize him as a furnace. How peculiar it is. Throughout history, those who achieve exceptional foundations have invariably possessed superior or exceptional spirit roots. How could a low-grade young spirit root possibly accomplish this? The Master of Blood Peak furrowed his brow. Both foundation establishment and core formation are greatly influenced by cultivation methods, resources, and connections. However, to attain high quality, innate talent and opportunity are of utmost importance. I am truly eager to witness such an individual. The Master of the Holy Demon Peak stroked his handlebar mustache, his gaze flickering with intrigue, evidently fascinated by the furnace. That furnace cultivates the blood spirit technique. The Master of the Demon Sword suddenly interjected. This revelation left the Peak Masters momentarily stunned. To practice such a life-shortening technique is to risk severe repercussions. Surely you do not believe that the exceptional foundation is related to this technique? The Master of Blood Peak's eyelids twitched. His sect's primary cultivation method, the Heavenly Demon Blood God Art, grants him profound insights into blood-related techniques. The blood spirit technique is one that his disciples shun like a venomous snake. Originating from ancient times, The exact source of the blood spirit technique remains shrouded in mystery. Its origins with some great demon are lost to time, perhaps concealing secrets unknown to us. The Grand Elder, who had remained silent, gazed contemplatively, finally speaking, in the celestial demon sect. The Grand Elder's power is only surpassed by that of the sect leader. Upon hearing this, even the previously resolute master of Blood Peak began to waver. Could there truly be a connection to the blood spirit technique? Regardless, let us first locate that furnace. I am currently most intrigued by his blood. The master of Blood Peak chuckled sinisterly, revealing an unsettling expression. He extended his spiritual sense, encompassing a range of 100 miles, probing inch by inch. If the furnace could evade the scrutiny of Foundation establishment, it would be impossible to escape the meticulous investigation of a fully realized golden core. Chapter 15. Is that old man using forbidden techniques, the heavenly calamity, true demon art? The Grand Elder and the master of the demon sword, along with several peak masters, also spread out their spiritual senses. Before a thorough search could commence, two figures emerged from the distance, a man and a woman, drawing the attention of all present. The woman was strikingly beautiful, while the man, clad in a flowing white robe, resembled a celestial being descended from the heavens, his beauty unmatched. Such a man could fetch a considerable price at the Hahuan sect, a thought that elicited envious gasps from the Foundation establishment disciples. Some female practitioners from the Heavenly Demon Sect, upon seeing the young man, were visibly captivated. Unlike the righteous sects, the female practitioners of the demonic path were unbound by notions of chastity or virtue. Their affections were free and unrestrained. Truly, he was an exquisite sight to behold. Chu Zishue's gaze was alluring yet filled with astonishment, and it soon hardened into a scowl upon noticing the girl in the green dress beside the handsome man. Green Lotus, how dare you return? She coldly admonished. The expressions of the other Foundation establishment cultivators darkened as well, clearly recognizing Green Lotus, who had often accompanied Chu Zishue and was known to most of the disciples. After an extensive search, she had now revealed herself, having fled with the cauldron companion. The Grand Elder's gaze deepened as he scrutinized Green Lotus before shifting his focus to the striking young man. The demonic sword master remained silent, yet his eyes were equally riveted on the newcomer. I am Yi Bufan, honored to meet all esteemed seniors. He spoke calmly while stepping forward and clasping his hands in greeting. As his words fell, a brief silence enveloped the scene, and the expressions of the demonic cultivators turned incredulous. Wasn't that cauldron supposed to be an old man? Foundation establishment disciples were wide-eyed in disbelief. Among them were those who had previously encountered Yi Bufan in his aged form, now struggling to reconcile the youthful visage before them with the frail, old man they remembered. Chu Zishue was equally astonished, her beautiful eyes widening in shock. After several breaths to confirm the aura, she realized it was indeed the cauldron. Yet she could not fathom how the handsome youth before her could possibly be the same centenarian. How intriguing. I am curious to know how you have reversed time and returned to your youth, the Grand Elder remarked, his eyes growing even more profound as he slowly approached Yi Bufan. With each step, his aura intensified, akin to a boundless ocean. While Yi Bufan appeared as a fragile boat upon its surface, at risk of being capsized by a mere wave. I am even more curious about how, having escaped the Heavenly Demon Sect, you found the audacity to return. His voice turned cold, carrying an oppressive weight. The peak leaders, including the demonic sword master, remained silent, their gazes fixed upon Yi Bufan, seemingly attempting to see through him completely. The Blood Peak master licked his lips, eyeing Yi Bufan as if he were a rare treasure. Grand Elder, I shall not contest you for anything else. I only desire his blood. They were all ancient beings, having lived for centuries. Yet this was the first time they encountered such an extraordinary phenomenon. Master, Master, Green Lotus trembled, clutching the hem of Yi Bufan's robes. In the demonic sword peak, she was merely a lowly Foundation establishment disciple. The Golden Core stage was an unattainable realm for her. In terms of both status and strength, one could say that they are among the elite in the Zhao Kingdom. To eliminate her would be but a mere gesture. The previous appearance was merely a facade. And as for why I returned to the Demon Sect, it is the foremost sect in Zhao Kingdom, to which I have long desired to pledge my allegiance. Yi Bufan remained unperturbed, smiling as he spoke. The Grand Elder was momentarily taken aback, yet before he could utter a word, the Blood Peak sect leader grinned, his eyes glinting with a peculiar crimson. Then you have miscalculated. Our demon sect is not particularly inclined to accept you as a disciple. The value of dismemberment research far outweighs that of accepting a disciple. Silence. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in a purple robe with flowing purple hair emerged from the depths of the demon sect. He stood upon a massive skull and directed a sharp reprimand at the Blood Peak sect leader. The latter was momentarily stunned. while the Grand Elder and the others from the Demon Sword sect stepped forward to pay their respects. We have seen the sect master. We have seen the sect master. Numerous foundation-building cultivators hastily approached to pay their respects, daring not to meet his gaze. The sect master of the Demon Sect, whose demonic might overshadowed all, was renowned as the foremost figure beneath the nascent soul realm, having claimed the lives of nearly 100 golden core true persons. Accompanying the sect master was a young man in blue, possessing striking features and an extraordinary demeanor. He scrutinized Yi Bufan from head to toe, his eyes imbued with a chilling disdain, tinged with a hint of jealousy. He was Luin, a direct disciple of the sect master and a candidate for the Holy Sun. Young friend, ye shall henceforth be a core disciple of the Demon Sect, residing in the number 1 courtyard of the Demon Sword Peak, enjoying the privileges and treatment accorded to core disciples. You may ascend to the 6th level of the Scripture Repository, where you can select your cultivation methods, but this opportunity is granted only once, the sect master stated gently. Turning to Yi Bufan. The Scripture Repository of the Demon Sect comprises 6 levels, with each ascending level housing increasingly rare and precious texts. The 6th level is accessible only to the Holy Sun and the sect master. What? Everyone was taken aback, the Blood Peak sect leader's expression freezing in disbelief. Why? Chu Zixue and Shangwan Qingyao's faces paled. Because he is the disciple of the ancestor. The sect master replied coldly, then waved his hand. You may disperse now. Demon Sword sect leader, take young friend Yi to register. With that, he departed alongside the young man in blue. His presence was merely to caution the major sect leaders against harboring any nefarious intentions. The ancestor, the Grand Elder, and several other sect leaders exchanged glances. Their astonishment barely concealed. The ancestor had never taken a disciple before. The other disciples of the Demon Sect were equally shaken. Although Yi Bufan was merely a core disciple, he was ultimately the disciple of a true monarch of the nascent soul realm. What immense value did that hold? He could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Holy Sun. The ancestor's disciple. Chu Zixue felt somewhat disoriented, overwhelmed by the layers of identities from Furnace Cauldron to elite foundation establishment, and now to being the ancestor's disciple. This progression of status had entirely eclipsed her. No one could accept such a reality. Indeed, the Demon Sword sect leader's gaze flickered as he commanded, Zixue, take young friend Yi to the number 1 courtyard to familiarize himself with the surroundings. Father, be obedient. The voice of the master of the Demon Sword grew somewhat stern. Yet he soon turned to Yi Bufan with a gentle demeanor, saying, in the future, should you encounter any matters, feel free to seek my daughter. Thank you, esteemed elder. Yi Bufan responded with a respectful bow, seemingly oblivious to the master of the Demon Sword's earlier malevolent gaze, as well as the enmity with Chu Zixue. In his current state of inadequacy, making threats or severing ties with Chu Zixue would be a foolish endeavor. This was the Demon Sect, where every individual was a formidable figure. Even if the girl in the white dress possessed an air of intimidation, if pushed to the brink, the master of the Demon Sword would not hesitate to sacrifice himself for his daughter. Let us depart. Chu Zixue relented, leading Yi Bufan toward the direction of the Demon Sword Peak. Meanwhile, the other peak masters observed the pair's retreating figures and then glanced at the master of the Demon Sword, collectively sighing. It was evident that this cunning fox aimed to mend previous grievances while simultaneously strengthening his rapport with Yi Bufan. Should he leverage this to ascend to the status of an ancestor, his standing would undoubtedly rise dramatically, perhaps even leading to the coveted path of the nascent soul. Yet again, this woman has benefited. Shangwan Qingyao scoffed, her beautiful eyes glimmering with unspoken thoughts. Before long, news of the ancestor's disciple spread like wildfire throughout the entire Heavenly Demon Sect, shocking many. The transformation from a mere furnace to a disciple of the ancestor was a feat so extraordinary it was almost unbelievable. Some undercover agents from righteous sects rapidly relayed the information back to their respective factions. It would not be long before Yi Bufan became the primary target for extermination in the eyes of the righteous elite. On the other hand, Yi Bufan gazed at the ancient, 3-story pavilion before him, inhaling the rich essence of heaven and earth with great satisfaction. During his journey, he had heard Greenvine mention it, the number 1 courtyard, renowned as the pinnacle of cultivation sites on the Demon Sword Peak. It boasted a vast spirit-gathering array, as well as protective formations, making it nearly impossible for even a golden core cultivator to breach its defenses. This significantly bolstered Yi Bufan's sense of security. Is it possible that the immortal Lady Zixue is aware of any formidable foundational cultivation techniques hidden within the scripture pavilion? Yi Bufan inquired subtly, as he found himself in urgent need of cultivation methods. A free tool, after all, should not be overlooked. The Heavenly Demon Sect possessed a forbidden technique known as the True Demon Technique of Heavenly Catastrophe, created by the first generation of the Heavenly Demon Ancestor. unrivaled in the Zhao Kingdom, with no other technique able to compare. Chu Zixue's expression hardened at his words, but upon hearing this, her eyes twinkled as she revealed a charming smile. The question is, do you dare to practice it? Chapter 16. Candidate for the Holy Sun, Chen Guangli. Seal of the Demon Relic O? What is so remarkable about it? Yi Bufan felt an overwhelming joy in his heart, though his face remained calm. Chu Zixue, who harbored animosity toward him, would likely prefer him to perish on the spot, fearing he might one day pose a threat to her. Yet, the technique she spoke of was likely a life-threatening one. How fortuitous. Yi Bufan was in dire need of such a technique. The true demon technique of heavenly catastrophe collected the extreme yin and extreme malevolence of heaven and earth, integrating it into the Tao platform. The more malevolent energy accumulated, the stronger the power of the technique, even surpassing that of others at the same realm. It also came with several exceptionally powerful spells, each possessing immense might. Chu Zixue leaned close to Yi Bufan's ear, exhaling softly, her voice laced with charm. Yet, within her heart, she harbored a cold sneer. This technique was indeed the foremost skill of the Heavenly Demon Sect, its power surpassing that of others in the same realm by a factor of 2. What does it mean to have such formidable might? Even the most elite techniques could only exceed their counterparts by 60% at best. Alas, over the past 2 millennia, more than 100 practitioners had perished, most succumbing to the overwhelming malice, while those fortunate enough were driven mad. This forbidden technique, fraught with peril, would spell doom for Yi Bufan within 3 days. To surpass the same realm by double? Hiss. Yi Bufan's eyes sparkled with determination as he resolved to visit the scripture pavilion, planning to procure a few forbidden spells. He mused that he needed to enhance his life-preserving strategies, lest he find himself unable to resist before someone as formidable as Chu Zixue, who had reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment. He also intended to practice a few evasion techniques. Having been pursued relentlessly before, he felt his speed was lacking. If his thoughts were to be overheard, they would surely leave others aghast. Not to mention that even a late-stage foundation establishment practitioner would find it impossible to escape unscathed from Chu Zixue's grasp, let alone mount a counterattack. The disparity between each level was akin to a chasm, making it exceedingly difficult for those favored by the heavens to bridge the gap. With 6 months remaining until the ceiling of the demon ruins was lifted, was his junior brother considering entering to seek fortune? Legends spoke of treasures within that could enhance the chances of forming a golden core or even a nascent soul. Chu Zixue's eyes glimmered as she spoke sweetly, coaxing him gently. She did not believe Yi Bufan would dare to practice such forbidden arts. However, the opening of the demon ruins heralded a prosperous era for the Zhao Kingdom, where only the elite from both righteous and demonic factions would be eligible to enter. And as a disciple of the ancestral master, Yi Bufan naturally qualified. Yet, only foundation establishment practitioners could venture within. Those at the golden core stage would undoubtedly bring calamity upon themselves. Her junior brother, possessing limited power, should not brave such treacherous grounds. Yi Bufan immediately retorted, "What nonsense! I am merely at the first level of foundation establishment. Wouldn't that be courting death? Moreover, with so many eyes upon me, even if I entered, I must first achieve invincibility at the foundation level and adopt several layers of disguises. As a cultivator of the demonic path, one must confront challenges head-on, unafraid of danger. For fortune favors the bold." Chu Zixue, unimpressed, turned away in disappointment. Yi Bufan, disregarding her mockery, waited until she departed before instructing Green Ivy to tidy the room. Once everything was in order, he set out early the next morning, leaving Demon Sword Peak behind and heading towards Sacred Demon Peak, where the scripture pavilion was located, the place brimming with the most prodigious talents of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Moments later, Yi Bufan stood before a pavilion resembling black jade. The scripture pavilion boasted 6 stories. The first 3 housed techniques for chi refining and spells. The 4th level contained techniques above foundation establishment of various qualities. The 5th level held top-tier skills, and the 6th, the core of the Heavenly Demon Sect, concealed the most profound secrets. A man clad in a blue robe approached, resembling a scholar, and inquired of Yi Bufan, "May I ask who you are?" Yi Bufan narrowed his eyes slightly. He appeared gentle and courteous, yet there lingered an air of insincerity about him. Chen Guangli, a disciple of the Holy Demon Peak, had come to the scripture pavilion to exchange for some texts. As the foremost disciple of the ancestor, Yi Shidi's future was boundless. It was plausible that he would one day ascend to the position of Holy Sun, upon whom I might have to rely. Chen Guangli performed a respectful bow and smiled. In an instant, Yi Bufan grasped the underlying intention. The positions of Holy Sun and Holy Maiden within the Heavenly Demon Sect were currently vacant, with many prodigies eyeing the opportunity eagerly. Chu Zixue, an exquisitely beautiful maiden untouched by worldly affairs, was willing to seek an old man like him as a furnace to attain the Holy Maiden's position, which revealed much about the competitive nature of the situation. Presently, he was a core disciple. Although his cultivation level did not pose significant competition to the candidates for Holy Sun, he nonetheless held the status of the ancestor's disciple. Should the ancestor unilaterally decide to appoint Yi Bufan as Holy Sun, the other candidates would be left with nothing but resentment. My cultivation is modest, and I have no desire to contend for the title of Holy Sun. Yi Bufan feigned helplessness. It was evident that this individual had already set his sights on him and was here to probe. Indeed, he had no interest in the position of Holy Sun. Despite its many advantages, the role was too conspicuous, and the righteous sect would stop at nothing to eliminate him. His sole ambition was to utilize the system for steady development. Farewell, senior brother, Yi Bufan said dismissively, before stepping into the scripture pavilion. Who would truly lack ambition for the position of Holy Sun? Shun Guangli's gaze followed Yi Bufan's retreating figure, his expression gradually hardening. Among the 3 candidates for Holy Sun in the Heavenly Demon Sect, he was one. The sudden emergence of an ancestor's foremost disciple posed a threat to him. Senior brother. He is the ancestor's foremost disciple. We cannot eliminate him, a youth clad in black approached, expressing concern. His senior brother was notorious for his ruthless methods. A year prior, a fellow disciple who had risen unexpectedly and was poised to become a candidate for Holy Sun had mysteriously vanished within days. The ancestor's disciple was indeed troublesome. Yet if he obstructed my path, while I might not be able to kill him, I would ensure he lay in bed for decades. Shun Guangli chuckled coldly, unperturbed, and subsequently entered the scripture pavilion as well. Having learned of Yi Bufan's visit, he had coincidentally intended to exchange texts himself and awaited the latter's arrival. He wished to gauge this individual's capabilities and discern what merit earned him the ancestor's favor. Upon witnessing Yi Bufan firsthand, apart from his handsome visage, he found nothing extraordinary. His cultivation was indeed lacking. After Chen Guangli departed, Yi Bufan, who had already entered the scripture pavilion, emerged unexpectedly from a corner. To think he would wish for me to lie in bed for decades? Such is the nature of demonic cultivators. Their hearts are dark. Yi Bufan concealed his presence, his expression sour. Although he had anticipated that his status as the ancestor's disciple would invite trouble, it still left him unsettled. He contemplated seizing an opportunity to adopt a different identity, to eliminate the threat preemptively. How might he incapacitate him without leaving a trace? A broken leg would not suffice. He could not simply wait for retaliation. First, he must cultivate further, otherwise, all efforts would be in vain. Yi Bufan swiftly entered the scripture pavilion. Newcomer? You may only select techniques and spells from the first 4 levels, remarked the elder of the pavilion, who was meditating and opened his eyes upon hearing the disturbance. Before he could finish speaking, a silver token was placed on the counter. Ah, it is the disciple of the ancestor. I have long heard of you. Allow me to escort you to the 6th level. The elder, whose skin was as dark as coal, instantly revealed a warm smile upon seeing the silver token and guided Yi Bufan upwards. This scene astonished many disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect. The elder, a cultivator of the false dance stage, was typically indifferent to the disciples, making his deference to a single disciple quite remarkable. This is the 6th level, where the techniques lie at the deepest point. Please, feel free, the dark-skinned elder announced, producing a small flag and waving it, causing a luminous barrier to materialize before them. Yi Bufan nodded and stepped inside. The 6th level was expansive, filled with various jade shelves adorned with books. Among them were a detailed map of the Azure Domain cultivation realm and the ancient secret history of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Yi Bufan perused several tomes, finding them lacking in interest, until he arrived at the deepest section beside a sandalwood shelf. Demon Wuxiang Technique, a supreme skill. Its magical power is ever-changing and can mimic any technique's divine ability, boasting formidable offensive strength, albeit requiring exceptional comprehension. Inyang Hawan Scripture, a premier cultivation manual for dual cultivation. The higher the level of the other half's spiritual root, the faster the practice. Side effects include extreme harm to the kidneys and a perilous risk of exhaustion. Demon Blood God Technique, an elite skill that devours the blood of others, refining it into one's own magical power, enhancing strength and accelerating cultivation progress. As Yi Bufan continued to read, his brow furrowed deeper. Each technique was more formidable than the last, yet many were detrimental to living beings. He was not a virtuous person, but neither was he a wanton killer of the innocent. Tiansha True Demon Technique, a forbidden practice of indeterminate rank. It gathers the most extreme yin and malevolent energies of the heavens and earth, integrating them into the Tao platform. The more malevolent energy collected, the greater the magical power, potentially surpassing peers by a factor of 2. It includes foundational and core formation chapters, accompanied by spells and abilities that possess lethality, far exceeding those of comparable techniques. Side effects. Merging with extreme malevolent energy incurs excruciating suffering, risking life and death, and the cultivation process is exceedingly arduous, requiring utmost caution. Chapter 17. Is this fellow out of his mind? Magical power is the foundation for every cultivator. The stronger the magic, the more naturally effective one is at wielding magical tools or casting spells compared to peers. Bufan, with his Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment, surpassed the baseline by tenfold. A feat unprecedented in history. Coupled with the cultivation of the Tianxia True Demon technique, his magical power would be over 10 times that of an inferior foundational cultivator. What does this imply? A mere flick of a fireball would rival the might of others' top-tier spells. Most crucially, the strength of one's magical power influences the quality of future core formation and even impacts the nascent soul stage, which explains the allure it has held for millennia. However, the technique's side effects are daunting, with the cultivation process fraught with peril and immense difficulty. Even a genius with exceptional spiritual roots would likely kneel in supplication for mercy. Side effect 2. Cultivating this technique invokes thunderclouds with each ascension of realm, employing lightning to temper one's spiritual power, rendering it increasingly pure and formidable. However, as heavenly thunder restrains malevolent energy, one risks being struck down instantly, necessitating utmost caution during cultivation. Bufan gazed at the two significant side effects, rendered speechless. The legendary heavenly tribulation was said to occur only upon ascending to the nascent soul stage, yet this technique subjects practitioners to lightning strikes right from the foundation building phase. Regardless of its magnitude, it is far beyond what a mere foundation cultivator can endure. This was not a perilous endeavor of 9 lives and 1 death. It was evidently a certainty of 10 deaths without survival. Bufan found it hard to fathom the mental state of the creator during its inception. Examining the accompanying spells, they were indeed formidable. The Celestial Fiend armor forms a protective armor around the body, difficult to breach at the same level. True Demon Mirage conjures 3 phantoms, each possessing 30% of the user's strength. The higher the cultivation level, the longer they persist. Celestial Fiend True Demon Dharma Image condenses a Dharma image that stands tall and mighty, capable of cleaving mountains, parting seas, and slaying deities. The first 2 spells already surpass others in potency, while the last, with its succinct description, radiates an overwhelming aura of dominance. Its power is undeniably terrifying beyond measure. One cannot help but wonder what the reversal of side effects would entail. Bufan's face brightened. He resolved to focus on mastering this technique. Although there were no subsequent methods following the nascent soul stage, he could simply transition to another method later, as this technique was attribute-less and easy to adapt. Celestial Fiend True Demon Technique, Reversal of -1. Merging with extreme malevolent energy will yield immense comfort, a perilous journey of 9 lives and 1 death. Yet the cultivation process is exceedingly simple. Proceed with caution. Reversal of -2. Each ascension of realm invokes thunderclouds, employing lightning to refine one's cultivation, rendering spiritual power increasingly pure and formidable. Heavenly thunder restrains malevolent energy, yet cannot result in death by lightning. Exercise utmost caution during cultivation. Now I am safe and sound. Bufan smiled, finding a sense of security in this forbidden magic technique that seemed to transform into a life-nurturing art. If the prodigies of the Heavenly Demon Sect who perished under this technique were to learn of it, they might rise from their graves. After making his selections, Bufan hesitated no longer and descended from the 6th level. Subsequently, under the guidance of the Elder of Illusory Dan, he chose 2 spells on the 5th level. Every core disciple had the right to receive techniques and spells from the 5th level and below free of charge. Bufan's selections included a premier sword technique named the Demon Light Sword Technique, which, of course, also bore significant side effects, requiring the expenditure of his vital energy. The other was a speed spell known as Floating Light and Fleeting Shadow, allowing the user to move with ghostly agility during combat. It had no notable side effects apart from a slower cultivation speed, rendering it a relatively standard spell. Young friend, are you certain about selecting these 3 techniques? The Elder of Illusory Dan gazed in astonishment at the 3 tomes before him. Each was more arcane than the last. The Floating Light and Fleeting Shadow spell was practiced by only a select few within the Heavenly Demon Sect, yet it was notoriously difficult to master. The Demon Light Sword technique had some practitioners, but due to its side effects, those individuals were entirely hesitant to step into the minor attainment stage. As for the Celestial Fiend True Demon Technique, for 2 centuries, no one dared to approach it, and he had only heard whispers of its existence. The other 2 tomes were sufficient for decades of cultivation, yet the final one, the Heavenly Fiend True Demon Technique, had a mortality rate of 90% upon practice. The Elder of the False Dan Sect, with a parched throat, regarded Yi Bufan with the eyes of one who perceives a madman. Such arrogance. No. Arrogance scarcely suffices to encapsulate it. Could this youth be mentally unstable? Why else would he believe he could master the heavenly fiend true demon technique? Ancient texts chronicled the tragic fates of countless disciples, all of whom were prodigies with exceptional comprehension and extraordinary spiritual roots. My own qualifications are humble. I do not dare to aspire to mastery, merely wishing to witness its profundity, Yi Bufan humbly stated. The elder of the false Dan was utterly unconvinced, categorizing Yi Bufan in his mind as one overly self-assured. After repeated persuasion and witnessing Yi Bufan's steadfast choice of the 3 tomes, he resigned himself and said, "Very well. These 3 tomes must be returned within 2 months. I hope you can survive until then." As he watched Yi Bufan depart, the elder shook his head, reflecting on his youth and ignorance of the world's vastness. I have warned him. If calamity befalls him, I trust the ancestor will not place the blame upon me. The elder began to pace, when suddenly an idea struck him. He retrieved a transmission talisman from his storage bag. After murmuring a few incantations, the talisman transformed into smoke and drifted away. Soon, it reached the grandest palace atop the sacred demon peak. Given his own talents, even practicing top-tier techniques felt daunting. Yet the audacity to pursue the heavenly fiend true demon technique was astonishing. The demon lord shattered the talisman, revealing a look of shock. Centuries ago, when he was a holy son, he had selected a golden core technique, having dismissed the heavenly fiend true demon technique with a mere glance. To perish upon entry was one thing. To reach its deeper realms was an entirely different matter. Master, how could such a reckless and foolish individual be taken as a disciple by the ancestor? Inquired the young man in blue, his brow furrowed. As a candidate for Holy Son, possessing a demonic spirit, he was heralded as the foremost prodigy of the demonic path in centuries. Yet, even at the tender age of 30, having one foot firmly planted in the golden core stage, he found his prowess unparalleled among the younger generation of both righteous and demonic factions. Such brilliance had not attracted the ancestor's attention. Why should Yi Bufan deserve such favor? The thoughts of the ancestor were inscrutable. The demon lord gazed toward the depths of sacred demon peak. If Yi Bufan were a top-tier foundation cultivator with exceptional spiritual roots, it would be understandable for him to be taken as a disciple. However, Yi Bufan ultimately possessed inferior spiritual roots. The progress of those with inferior roots was notoriously sluggish. Few ever reached the foundation establishment stage, let alone break through to golden core. Perhaps it was the rarity of an inferior root achieving exceptional foundation that intrigued the ancestor. The demon lord shook his head, choosing to disengage from the matter. He then addressed the young man with utmost seriousness. Yi Bufan is but a fleeting spark destined to extinguish quickly. He is no rival in your pursuit of the Holy Son title. Do not squander your energy on him. Your current task is to refine the 10,000 Souls banner expeditiously, preparing for your entry into the demon sealing ruins. In truth, Lu Wangchuan had long been capable of entering the golden core stage, but had restrained himself for the sake of the relic. Rest assured, Master, with the assistance of the spirit replenishing pill from the relic, I shall undoubtedly condense a 6 transmutation golden core, or perhaps even a 7 transmutation. Lu Wangchuan bowed, his eyes glimmering with desire and excitement. The golden core is categorized into 9 transmutations, with each successive tier signifying a greater potency in magical energy and foundation. Moreover, the likelihood of breaking through to the nascent soul stage would be significantly higher than that of others. The 7 transmutation golden core, however, had not been seen in a millennium, achieved only by the unparalleled heroes who dominated the realms eons ago. Meanwhile, Yi Bufan returned to his courtyard and promptly instructed Lulaw to procure some malevolent energy from the market. This malevolent energy, in essence, is a transformed product of resentment, murderous intent, and deathly aura, which proves beneficial for those cultivating certain dark magical arts. Upon Lulua's return, he immediately began to practice the heavenly malevolent true magic. Chapter 18. From this moment forth, I shall be known as Zhang San. Yi Bufan sat cross-legged in the secret chamber, producing 2 jade vials. Upon opening them, a violent and searing aura surged forth, akin to a ferocious beast assaulting his senses. Inside the vials was a viscous black-red liquid. I suppose I shall make do with this inferior fire malevolent energy, Yi Bufan mused, shaking his head. This malevolent energy, born from the deathly aura and resentment of fire attribute beasts, was rather commonplace. The potency of malevolent energy is determined by the life tier of the beings from which it originates. For instance, the malevolent energy formed from the demise of a golden core level beast would be of medium quality. The highest caliber comes from the death of ancient true spirits, which even golden core masters dare not approach lightly. Lastly, There is the malevolent energy that spontaneously evolves from locations of great misfortune, known as feng shui malevolence. Yet, even the most ordinary malevolent energy can incinerate an average chi-refining practitioner upon contact, leading to a fiery demise. In the future, I must seek out a place of great misfortune for my cultivation, Bufan contemplated. The inferior malevolent energy might allow him to practice the heavenly malevolent true magic, but to enhance his magical prowess to twice that of others, he would need the finest malevolent energy. As midnight approached, Bufan fully grasped the technique and, following the prescribed cultivation route, commenced his practice. The black-red liquid transformed into a swirling mist that enveloped him. His demeanor gradually shifted, his raven hair turned crimson, and his white attire began to take on a red hue, rendering him an embodiment of coldness and killing intent. Meanwhile, the foundational platform within his dantian became infused with malevolent energy, rapidly enhancing its quality. For anyone else, merely allowing malevolent energy to enter their body would pose an insurmountable challenge, fraught with agony that could lead to madness or, at worst, instantaneous demise. Yet Bufan felt his mind becoming clearer and more at ease, as if he were engaged in a cordial exchange with a lady. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. The 9th layer of the foundation stage had been achieved. He had succeeded. This technique, indeed, was fraught with peril, nearly overwhelming him with ecstasy. In the secret chamber, Bufan opened his eyes, his countenance glowing with vitality. While others found their cultivation increasingly torturous, he thrived. After overcoming the side effects, he found his cultivation increasingly exhilarating, almost unbearable. With a flick of his fingers, Bufan unleashed a blade of wind, which carved a deep crater into the thick stone wall of the secret chamber, resembling a burn from intense fire. Its power far exceeded that of before. Imbued with a palpable aura of malevolence, this characteristic arose from cultivating with a yang spiritual root. The accompanying yang malevolence not only scorched foes, but also disturbed their minds. The quality of his magical prowess had ascended to a new echelon, comparable to that of the 5th stage of foundation establishment. Combined with this unique technique, he felt confident enough to confront even those at the 6th stage and emerge victorious. Bufan was immensely satisfied, although his cultivation level remained unchanged. His strength had surged remarkably. In the Tianma sect, surpassing opponents was not unheard of, but even the candidates for the Holy Sun typically only exceeded 1 or 2 stages. Bufan, however, had directly surpassed 5 or 6 stages, an unprecedented feat throughout the entire Zhao Kingdom. Subsequently, Bufan exited the secret chamber, exchanged a few words with Avlora, and returned to continue his cultivation. Upon entering a meditative state, a vortex of energy formed above his head, with the spiritual essence of heaven and earth continuously flowing into him. If the leader of the Tianma sect and the elders were to witness this scene, they would be utterly astounded. The absorption of spiritual energy into a vortex was a manifestation of rapid cultivation speed, unattainable without a superior spiritual root. Yet Bufan possessed merely an inferior spiritual root. His ability to achieve this was thanks to the blood spirit technique, foundation establishment pills, tiger demon pills, and the side effects of his cultivation method. After reversing the effects, he had forcibly elevated his cultivation speed to that of a superior spiritual root. During his seclusion, aside from refining his techniques, Bufan also tended to the magic serpent daily, gradually mastering this advanced spell. The newly acquired techniques, demon light sword technique and floating light and shadow, were also being steadily comprehended. Due to the side effects of the refining spirit technique, his comprehension had reached the level of a minor genius, significantly easing the difficulty of mastering spells, and he quickly made progress. Bufan's combat prowess escalated rapidly. As time flowed on, several days passed. One day, a powerful fluctuation emanated from the secret chamber, a disturbance so great that even the concealed aura formation could not contain it. Avlora, who had been outside absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, was interrupted in her cultivation. Could it be that he had achieved the 2nd stage of foundation establishment? Avlora's eyes widened in disbelief. The 9th stage of foundation establishment required the condensation of 9 platforms, and the further one progressed, the more difficult it became to solidify these platforms. How long had it been since foundation establishment began? Even prodigies like Chu Zixue and Shangwan Qingyao took a year to advance from the 1st to the 2nd stage. The leader's direct disciple of the demon spirit body took 7 months. Yet she herself had spent 3 years. And now, within less than 10 days, he had broken through to the 2nd stage. Was he truly just an inferior spiritual root? Avlora felt deeply shaken, questioning her own existence. She murmured, "If the master is so formidable at the 1st stage, how powerful must he be at the 2nd stage?" The entire Tianma sect, including the ancestors, remained oblivious to Yi Bufan's true combat capabilities, having only witnessed his escape techniques. Only she had seen it firsthand. The formidable Zhou Wangqin, comparable to a fourth-tier Foundation establishment practitioner, was utterly overwhelmed. In the secluded chamber, Yi Bufan opened his eyes, adorned in a crimson robe, his hair a cascade of blood red, and his pupils tinged with a hint of crimson, resembling a demonic deity. The second tier of the heavenly evil true demon art had awakened. Within his dantian, a second Dao platform emerged, even more colossal than the first. In truth, even with a cultivation speed akin to that of a high-grade spiritual root, it would take him 6 to 7 months to achieve a breakthrough. His rapid ascent to the second tier of Foundation establishment was attributed to the final side effects of the blood spirit art. After a month, his cultivation surged remarkably. Coupled with the side effects of the demon dragon technique, the more vital essence he contributed, the quicker his cultivation advanced. In just a few days, this spell reached its consummate state, significantly amplifying its power. Boom. At the moment of his breakthrough, a small dark cloud manifested above Yi Bufan's head. Crackling. A bolt of lightning, as thick as a thumb, descended. It appeared to be a miniature tribulation, not particularly powerful, yet sufficient to obliterate a fully realized Foundation establishment practitioner. However, upon striking Yi Bufan, he merely felt a tingling sensation, akin to undergoing electrotherapy. Unbeknownst to him, the might of the tribulation was diminished. Meanwhile, the Sun Evil's magical energy was continually refined by the thunder, becoming increasingly pure. Was this the tribulation? Quite pleasant. Yi Bufan smiled, savoring the moment until the tribulation dissipated in frustration. He resumed his meditation, closing his eyes once more. Yi Bufan felt confident enough to face even a 7th-tier Foundation establishment practitioner. Yet, within a mere 2 days, he emerged from his retreat. Congratulations, Master. Greenvine stood before the chamber, her demeanor more respectful than ever, her gaze subtly assessing him, filled with intrigue. With a 2nd-tier Yang spiritual root, the implications of dual cultivation for female practitioners were unimaginable. Yet, it was merely the 2nd tier. Yi Bufan furrowed his brow, irritably waving his hand. Following his breakthrough, the side effects of the blood spirit art, the demon dragon technique, and the Foundation establishment pill had been thoroughly exhausted. Although his cultivation speed remained that of a high-grade spiritual root, he could expect to reach the 3rd tier of Foundation establishment in a year and a half. For an ordinary Foundation establishment practitioner, such speed would be extraordinary. Yet, for him, it felt agonizingly slow. Within the Heavenly Demon Sect, aside from the enigmatic Heavenly Demon Ancestor, figures like the Holy Sun candidate, Chu Zixue, posed significant threats. How many spirit stones do we have left? Yi Bufan inquired. As a core disciple, his benefits far surpassed those of ordinary disciples, receiving 2,000 spirit stones each month. This sum was considerable. Zhou Wangqin, a practitioner of some renown, would accumulate merely over 1,000 spirit stones after several years. Of course, this was not free. Disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect were required to complete 3 tasks annually. Core disciples included, and the challenges were arduous. It seemed the upper echelons deemed this esteemed elder's low cultivation level as a liability, assigning tasks tantamount to a death sentence, resulting in a lack of immediate assignments. There are still 1,500 spirit stones left. How impoverished! Yi Bufan found himself in a state of resignation. During his time as a wandering cultivator, the expenses had seemed astronomical. Yet, upon reaching the Foundation establishment stage, he realized the immense consumption of spirit stones required to elevate his cultivation. After a trip to the marketplace to procure spirit stones, Yi Bufan returned briefly to his loft. Moments later, he emerged as a young man clad in a gray long robe, with a dusky complexion and an unremarkable appearance. The visage of the Grandmaster's foremost disciple was too conspicuous, making him a target for attention when he ventured out. Henceforth, he would be known as Zhang San. Silently, Yi Bufan departed from the first courtyard. He intended to purchase alchemical recipes and learn the art of concocting pills that could swiftly enhance his cultivation. Unlike others, he sought to create those lethal potions that, when consumed, could lead to immediate demise, albeit with severe side effects. Chapter 19. Marketplace transactions. He planned to also acquire materials and learn the art of talisman crafting. His previous escape from Chu Zixue and Shangguan Qingyao had been significantly aided by the Wind Talisman. He resolved to craft some protective talismans for self-defense. Had he possessed hundreds of top-tier offensive talismans, he could have easily overwhelmed Chu Zixue, forcing her to retreat in haste. Moreover, being a talisman master was a coveted profession within the realm of cultivation, yielding considerable income. On another note, he wished to ascertain whether the system's ability to reverse negativity would greatly assist him in alchemy and talisman crafting. The marketplace was situated amidst the 6 great peaks, not far from his location. As he made his way, he encountered numerous Foundation establishment cultivators, many of whom he had not previously seen. Approaching the marketplace, he overheard discussions. With the opening of the demon sealing ruins imminent, many disciples had returned, and the market of the Heavenly Demon Sect had become lively. Senior Sister Ji had slain 3 peak Foundation establishment cultivators from the Qingyun sect, significantly enhancing her prowess. She was sure to emerge victorious in the ruins, potentially earning the title of Saintess. However, it was hard to say. Chu Zixue and Shangguan Qingyao possessed formidable foundations and had been frequently venturing out to prepare for the ruins, and there was also a mysterious Gu woman from Gu Peak. A group of Foundation establishment cultivators conversed, their faces alight with envy. The 4 candidates for Saintess were all formidable, and whichever one ascended to that position would be beyond their reach. You should genuinely consider my previous suggestion. The following of a Saintess is immense. We could align ourselves with a candidate for Saint Sun, like Chun Guangli from the Sacred Demon Peak. Even if we were to follow, it should be under the true disciple of Lu Wanchuan and the son of the Pill Peak's master, Mo Hai. I've heard that Li Kuei, who is at the 6th level of Foundation establishment, has already pledged allegiance to Lu Wanchuan. Don't be ridiculous. Those individuals are ruthlessly cunning. If we were to follow them now, we would merely become cannon fodder in the demon sealing ruins. 2 men in black robes shook their heads in dismay. Gripped by fear, those who can become Saint Sons are all heartless. I find that the newly appointed Grandmaster's foremost disciple, Yi Bufan, possesses a kind heart. Though somewhat weaker, he seems a worthy investment. Perhaps he could contend for the position of Saint Sun in the future. A suggestion was made. And after Yi Bufan became the Grandmaster's foremost disciple, his past history was swiftly unearthed. Many disciples were astonished to discover that this esteemed individual had not engaged in any acts of robbery or plunder for over a century. Instead, he had cultivated amicable relationships and maintained a humble demeanor. After taking residence in the first courtyard of Demon Sword Peak, he had ventured out only once to the Scripture Pavilion and thereafter remained indoors, exhibiting an extraordinary level of discretion. Furthermore, despite being pursued by Chu Zixue and Shangguan Qingyao, he did not exploit his status as the first disciple of the ancestor to trouble the 2 women afterward. Such a person, amidst a demonic sect where many hold countless lives in their hands, is indeed a rare and refreshing anomaly. It is quite challenging to find a virtuous individual within our sect. As an exceptional foundational cultivator, he could genuinely contend for the position of Holy Son alongside figures like Lu Wanchuan. Others readily concurred with this sentiment. Yi Bufan, listening from the back, fell into contemplation. Am I a good person? Indeed, I am a good person. Just then, a sinister voice pierced the air. Impudent. How could that lowly waste with inferior spiritual roots possibly compare to Senior Brother Lu? Speak another word, and I shall sever your heads. A burly youth clad in a green robe approached, his scarred face twisting grotesquely. It was our indiscretion. We humbly ask Senior Brother Li Kuei not to take offense. Several foundational cultivators exclaimed, startled, as they quickly bowed their heads in apology, lacking even the courage to retort. Li Kuei was quite renowned in the Zhao Kingdom. A formidable cultivator at the 6th level of foundational cultivation, known for having dispatched numerous righteous cultivators. His methods were ruthless. Several fellow disciples who had offended him were transformed into mere human puppets, enduring torment for half a year. Now, as a follower of Lu Wanchuan, he acted with even greater audacity. Senior Brother Lu does not favor that lowly waste with inferior spiritual roots. Each of you shall contribute 200 spiritual stones as a form of punishment. Li Kuei grinned menacingly, extending his hand, his aura of a 6th level foundational cultivator emanating an oppressive force. This seems rather excessive, doesn't it? Very well, we shall comply immediately. Several foundational cultivators cursed their misfortune inwardly, then forced smiles onto their faces as they reluctantly handed over 200 spiritual stones. Having extorted his gain, Li Kuei finally entered the marketplace, satisfied. What a stroke of bad luck. Once Li Kuei had departed, the foundational cultivators erupted in curses before begrudgingly making their way into the marketplace. How arrogant. Yi Bufan frowned as he observed Li Kuei's retreating figure, then shook his head. By nature, he was cautious and steady, unwilling to invite trouble upon himself. As for Lu Wanchuan's disdain for him, it was quite understandable. He had heard that this fellow had initially sought to become a disciple of the ancient ancestor of the demon sect, only to be turned away. The marketplace was bustling with activity. Both sides of the street were lined with material shops, alchemy stores, and weapon forging establishments. Some cultivators even set up stalls, selling not only elixirs and materials, but also an array of peculiar items. Blood stains remained on some of the wares, clearly indicating their dubious origins. Authentic female cultivator of the Snow Spirit sect, fair-skinned and beautiful, with long legs, just recently developed. Only 2,000 spiritual stones. As he ventured deeper, Yi Bufan even caught sight of a beautiful female cultivator lying within an iron cage, her tattered garments revealing large swathes of pristine skin. The Snow Spirit Sect is one of the 5 great sects of the righteous path, exclusively accepting female disciples, with very few male disciples. Among its female practitioners, each is a beauty, admired not only by those of the demonic path, but also by the righteous. However, Yi Bufan felt a sense of discomfort as he gazed upon the female cultivator. If sold off, it was obvious what fate awaited her. She would be reduced to a mere furnace. What are you staring at, you scum of the Heavenly Demon Sect? The female cultivator spat, her face filled with hatred upon noticing Yi Bufan's gaze. Yi Bufan could only shake his head in silence before entering a materials shop nearby, named Wanbao Building. Junior brother, this Wanbao Building is run by the little uncle of the Grand Elder, offering only the finest goods, without deceit. The shopkeeper's eyes brightened upon seeing the dark-clad youth, and he immediately approached him. I require materials for ice spike talismans, fire dragon talismans, and small lightning talismans, as well as talisman brushes, and the complete compendium of talismans. Talismans come in various tiers. The ones he mentioned were all second tier, possessing power equivalent to the foundation establishment stage, while third-tier talismans are considered talisman treasures. Second-tier talismans? May I inquire who you are? The shopkeeper was taken aback, scrutinizing Yi Bufan. His hands bore no calluses, clearly indicating he was not accustomed to wielding a talisman brush. He was evidently a novice. Every talisman master has spent countless resources to ascend to their rank, failing thousands of times before achieving the first tier. To attempt drawing second-tier talismans right from the start is beyond the reach of even the most gifted individuals. Within the Heavenly Demon Sect, those above second tier are exceedingly rare, and he knows each one personally. Each is a treasure, and even the cruelest demonic cultivators would hesitate to harm them. This individual was either ignorant or dim-witted. Zhang-san. Yi Bufan replied succinctly. What a splendid name. You must be a reclusive grand talisman master. Please, this way. The shopkeeper assessed Yi Bufan in his heart, yet wore a smile as he began to introduce the materials displayed in the counter. This is a blue fox brush made from the fur of a second-tier blue fox, priced at 200 spirit stones. This is talisman paper crafted from fire ape skin, most suitable for fire attribute talismans, at just 50 spirit stones. He initially intended to take advantage of Yi Bufan, but after some deliberation, he ultimately sold the items at market price. Yi Bufan acquired the blue fox brush, 100 sheets of talisman paper, and a complete compendium of talismans, totaling 1,000 spirit stones. He was left with only 500 spirit stones. How terribly impoverished. Yi Bufan lamented as he squeezed his deflated storage pouch, gazing skyward with a sigh. With such a meager amount of spirit stones, he couldn't even afford the medicinal herbs or prescriptions needed for alchemy. After a while, at a roadside stall, he inquired, what would you trade for this foundation establishment demonic cultivation technique in exchange for the blood coagulation pill and fire dragon pill prescriptions? Yi Bufan squatted by the stall, holding an ancient piece of beast skin parchment, directing his gaze towards the white-bearded vendor. With little money to spare, he could only rummage through the roadside stalls, hoping to unearth something of value. After exploring over a dozen stalls, he finally found a prescription that caught his eye. Both prescriptions promised a substantial enhancement to foundation establishment cultivation, albeit with certain side effects. Foundation establishment technique. Are you certain? The white-bearded vendor paused, asking cautiously. The elixirs are precious, comparable in cost to the foundational techniques. However, those with side effects significantly diminish in value. Rarely does one engage in crafting such potions unless absolutely necessary. Confirmed. Yi Bufan nodded, producing a technique. This was the Bright Moon technique from the Green Vine. He had seized it from the opponent's storage bag and had not previously regarded it highly. It is not a technique from the Celestial Demon Sect. Excellent. The white-bearded merchant, upon inspection, expressed great delight, stating that it was a mid-level technique, profoundly significant for the family. Yi Bufan, beaming with joy, felt elated. With the assistance of the elixirs, his cultivation would progress by leaps and bounds. Once the transaction was complete, Yi Bufan meandered through the marketplace, parting with a couple of other techniques in exchange for some spirit stones, which he used to purchase medicinal herbs. Although the quantity was modest, it should suffice for the refinement of several batches of elixirs. Contemplating, Yi Bufan made his way towards the exit of the marketplace. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly furrowed his brow, his expression darkening. After a moment of reflection, his face returned to normal as he departed the market, heading in a specific direction. Chapter 20. I wish to borrow a modest sum from Senior Brotherly. Shortly after Yi Bufan's departure, 3 figures emerged from the corner of the marketplace, swiftly pursuing the direction Yi Bufan had taken. Another unfortunate soul. Witnessing this, several disciples shook their heads, accustomed to such occurrences. The Celestial Demon Sect forbids conflict within the marketplace. However, once outside, no one intervenes. Consequently, this has given rise to a breed of robbers, disguised and masked. They specialize in ambushing those entering or exiting the marketplace. They typically flee after seizing the storage bags, rarely resorting to murder. After all, robbers operate under a professional code. They understand that fellow disciples are a sustainable source of resources. If they kill, what will they rob in the future? Naturally, these robbers are generally impoverished, exchanging all stolen treasures for elixirs to enhance themselves, leaving not a single spirit stone behind. They are akin to the Moonlight clan among cultivators. The three robbers trailed Bufan closely. Not far behind, a gust of fierce wind swept in. "This lad is mine. You all can leave." The voice was chilling, reminiscent of a vengeful spirit. The three robbers hesitated, only to see a burly man glaring at them, striding forward. There was no disguise, nor even a mask. Li? Surely not. A sixth-layer foundational master, targeting a mere first layer? The three robbers exchanged alarmed glances, decisively halting their pursuit. They were only at the third or fourth layer of foundation and dared not contend with Li for their prey. Moreover, Li was a follower of Luin. What a pity for a fat sheep. That fellow has been shadowed since entering the marketplace and has procured plenty of materials and spirit herbs. One of the robbers lamented silently. Another robber sneered. "I've heard that Li has been quite strapped for cash lately. I wonder how many he has robbed. It's not surprising that we have set our sights on this individual, as Li has as well. What a stroke of bad luck. Let us retreat." The group muttered curses under their breath before dispersing. Meanwhile, Li was tracking Bufan, his eyes shimmering with intensity. He had a vague recollection of this person from when he first entered the market. He never anticipated that someone at the Foundation establishment stage would possess such wealth to afford so many spiritual medicines. After robbing this individual, he could target a few more before calling it a day. Li gaze flickered with excitement, and just as he was about to quicken his pace, the figure ahead deftly darted into the nearby forest, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Li expression shifted slightly as he immediately searched the thicket. However, after a prolonged search, he could find not even a shadow. He had not expected someone at the Foundation establishment stage to be so swift. Ultimately, Li let out a cold snort, reluctantly turning away. He could not waste time waiting in the market. As he made his way back, Li pondered. If he could plunder a bit more, it should allow his brother to break through to the great perfection of Foundation establishment. Moreover, with his brother possessing a thunder spirit root, there was hope for him to form a golden core upon entering the relics. Li felt a pang of regret over the past few days. He had either been robbing or purchasing vast amounts of spiritual medicines, which had severely depleted his spiritual stones. Yet, the prospect of his brother achieving a golden core soothed his expression. In the Zhao Kingdom, while one could barely establish themselves at the Foundation establishment level, reaching the golden core stage marked one as a true heavyweight. Within any sect or power, that status corresponded to that of an elder, enjoying resources and treatment far beyond what those at the Foundation establishment could aspire to. However, the difficulty of attaining the golden core was immense. Among the thousands at the Foundation establishment within the Heavenly Demon Sect, only a few dozen had reached the golden core, which was telling. With ample resources for his brother and the prospect of Luin becoming a saint, the resources at his disposal could potentially lead him to glimpse the path of the golden core in this lifetime. The more he contemplated, the more fervent his heart became. With his superior spirit root, his chances of forming a golden core were less than 30%, yet with assistance, they could rise to 40%. Boom. Just as he navigated the green mist past a small mountain, a massive green serpent, the size of a house, suddenly loomed before him. Dark energy surged, and it lunged at him with its maw wide open. Is this the demon dragon technique? The great perfection of the demon dragon technique? Li scarred face displayed palpable shock. Nevertheless, being seasoned through experience, he swiftly summoned a large black banner. The banner billowed in the wind, seeming to emit the wails of vengeful spirits, clashing head-on with the green serpent. Crack! The banner shattered with a resounding snap, and the green serpent disintegrated on the spot. An advanced magical artifact, broken? Li expression turned grave. He had witnessed the demon dragon technique before, yet throughout the entire Heavenly Demon Sect, including the candidates for the saint, none had been able to cultivate this art to such an extent. The great perfection. How much blood essence must one offer to the demon serpent? Whom did I offend? If someone seeks an apology, let us discuss it. Luin is a brother of mine. Li solemnly clasped his fists in respect. He is indeed arrogant. But surviving until now is not solely due to his formidable strength. His intellect is equally commendable. The power of the demon dragon technique is evident. and whoever has unleashed it must be above the 6th level of Foundation establishment. While it may seem that a typical 6th level practitioner could suffice, the true victor remains uncertain. However, to cultivate the demon dragon technique to perfection is undoubtedly the mark of a madman. One should always exercise caution around such individuals. I find myself in need of borrowing a modest sum from Brotherly. A figure clad in a gray long robe, with a dark complexion, emerged before him, extending a hand. It was you. I did not anticipate that my senior brother would possess such remarkable hidden talents. I must admit I misjudged you. Upon recognizing the visitor's face, Li Kuei could not help but feel a surge of shock and anger. This was indeed the plump target he had been searching for all along. The aura still emanated from a mere 1st level of Foundation establishment. Yet Li Kuei could hardly believe it now. Ah, we meet at last. I apologize for any previous offenses. Here are a few spirit stones as a token of my contrition, he said, attempting to maintain a facade of ease even as his gaze remained fixated on the gray-robed youth, fully alert. Meanwhile, his hand stealthily moved towards his storage bag, as if genuinely preparing to retrieve the spirit stones. Just a few? After tracking me for so long, this is all you offer? The gray-robed youth's expression twisted into a cold smirk as he lunged at Li Kuei. Do you truly think I fear you? Li Kuei's face contorted into a snarl as he swiftly struck his storage bag, summoning a stone hammer, a top-tier magical artifact known as the Tremor Hammer. Just as he was about to unleash it, a sudden chill enveloped him from behind. Before he could react, a long rope ensnared him, wrapping him tightly like a mummy. What is this? A pseudo-magic artifact. Fear gripped Li Kuei as he realized his spiritual energy was bound and utterly immobilized. He turned his head sharply, only to see an identical gray-robed youth hovering on a flying sword behind him, wearing an innocuous smile. Without uttering a word, that individual produced a dark, heavy brick and, with a resounding thud, struck Li Kuei on the forehead. As consciousness slipped away, a singular thought echoed in Li Kuei's mind. Cunning. Stronger than me and wielding a pseudo-magic artifact, yet masquerading as a mere 1st level Foundation establishment practitioner. Chapter 21. The Midnight Black Hand of Zhang Laosan. A pseudo-magic artifact. In the entire Celestial Demon Sect, aside from a few Foundation establishment masters with substantial backgrounds, who else possesses the right to wield such treasures? With a pseudo-magic artifact in hand, they even resorted to using a false identity. I had been cautious in the marketplace, changing shops multiple times to procure spirit herbs. Yet I still fell under their watchful eye. Why was I targeted for robbery? Yi Bufan sighed softly, surveying his surroundings. This place had been meticulously chosen. The absence of others provided the perfect opportunity to act. The puppet created by Wang Chun was truly effective, seamlessly aligning with my livestock cultivation technique. Yi Bufan stowed away the puppet that bore a striking resemblance to him. After a moment's hesitation, his gaze flickered as he thoroughly searched Li Kuei for any valuable Yi Bufan shook his head, not out of compassion. Upon joining the Heavenly Demon Sect, he learned that every disciple possessed a soul token, which would reveal their demise. Furthermore, certain elder disciples were cursed with blood oaths, should one slay them. The curse would manifest, embedding a blood mark within the killer's very soul. Like a beacon in the dark, no disguise could obscure it. As a follower of Lu Wanchuan, Li Kuei undoubtedly bore such a mark. Naturally cautious by nature, he preferred to avoid perilous situations, deeming it unnecessary to draw the ire of someone as ruthless as Lu Wanchuan over a trivial matter like Li Kuei. Once all was settled, he waved his sleeve, exuding a menacing aura to cleanse his trace. Still feeling uneasy, he scattered a considerable amount of foul-smelling powder. After completing his task, he swiftly departed the scene, meticulously erasing any remnants of his presence along the way. Ultimately, he circled the outskirts of the Heavenly Demon Sect several times to ensure he was unobserved before returning to the first courtyard of the Demon's Sword Peak. Not long after Yi Bufan's departure, a young couple stealthily entered a grove, eager to engage in some thrilling escapades. Outdoor battles were not only favored by mortals, but also passionately embraced by many cultivators. Just as they were immersed in their excitement, they suddenly discovered a loathsome figure lying on the ground nearby. Ugh, how repulsive! The female cultivator exclaimed, her face flushing at the sight of the man, while her companion's expression shifted dramatically upon recognizing him. It's Li Kuei. That scoundrel has been robbed. Let us leave. With that, they hurriedly retreated, their footsteps echoing through the woods. Awakened by the noise, Li Kuei felt excruciating pain in his legs and an unsettling chill enveloping his body. Upon opening his eyes, a piercing scream escaped his lips as he realized he was left in nothing but his undergarments, stripped of all clothing. My fire-warding robe. My storage bag. Ah, I curse your ancestors. Li Kuei howled towards the heavens, his heart bleeding with anguish. The wealth he had amassed over the years, worth tens of thousands of spirit stones, had vanished overnight. His legs were broken, and he knew they would not heal for months. The following morning, within a secret chamber on the sacred demon peak, Li Kuei lay on a bed, his legs already bandaged. The investigation revealed that his assailant had visited the Wanbao building in the market, where the proprietor mentioned a man named Zhang San. However, a check against the foundational roster of the sect yielded no such individual, suggesting it was an alias. Additionally, no one within the Heavenly Demon Sect had mastered the dragon demon technique to perfection. The ropes that bound him also remained a mystery. As no one could identify the user of such counterfeit treasures, these leads proved fruitless. A pallid, sickly young man clad in black furrowed his brow. He meticulously examined the battle scene, attempting to capture the assailant's essence. Yet, the perpetrator had been exceptionally cautious. Not a single trace remained at the scene, and even the scent was obscured by an unknown powder. To investigate, the difficulty was immense. Brother, no matter what, we must capture him to avenge me. Li Kuei's eyes were bloodshot, his words squeezed out from between clenched teeth. Having wandered the demonic path for many years, he had always been the one to rob others. When had he ever been robbed himself? Now, let alone assisting his brother in achieving the pinnacle of Foundation establishment. His own hope of forming a core had plummeted following such a grievous injury. This enmity is monumental. Fear not, elder brother. I shall enlist the aid of friends within the sect to investigate thoroughly. Yu Cheng sighed lightly, not surprised in the least. Those who frequently tread by the river cannot avoid getting their shoes wet. However, with my brother being so grievously humiliated, as his younger brother, I must take action. Furthermore, I hope you can send a message to Lu Wanchuan. With his capabilities, he should be able to uncover some clues. Lu Wanchuan, a candidate for the Holy Sun and a direct disciple of the sect leader, holds a revered position within the Heavenly Demon Sect and wields immense power. Not only does he have numerous followers, but even some elders seek to curry favor with him. Soon, many late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators within the Heavenly Demon Sect began to take action, searching far and wide. Ultimately, one of Lu Wanchuan's subordinates gleaned a lead from a Foundation establishment practitioner of the 4th level. It was a jade vial containing the essence of Zhang San. Refined by this practitioner, the Heavenly Demon Sect is not home to virtuous individuals. Ever since Yi Bufan spent a fortune acquiring a trove of talismans from the 10,000 treasures building, he had attracted unwanted attention. After capturing the essence, the practitioner intended to trace it and launch a robbery. Unfortunately, before he could pursue further, the target vanished from the marketplace, disappearing too swiftly. Upon receiving the jade vial, both Yu Cheng and Li Kuei were overjoyed. As long as there was an essence trail, they could locate the individual. However, to their astonishment, the search throughout the vast expanse of the Heavenly Demon Sect yielded nothing. This could only imply that the essence was a counterfeit. A practitioner, one who had reached the 6th level of Foundation establishment, was so cautious as to fabricate an essence. Yu Cheng could not help but curse inwardly. After living for so many years, he had never encountered such a meticulous individual. How fearful must one be to go to such lengths? Ultimately, the lead was severed, and with no further clues, Yu Cheng could only resign himself to frustration. Giggling, the master, you have no idea. The news has spread throughout the sect that the detestable Li Kuei was robbed and suffered a broken leg, even stripped of his clothing. In the first courtyard, Lu Luo chattered away to Yi Bufan about the amusing happenings of the past few days, laughing uncontrollably. Li Kuei was notorious, and many of his fellow disciples rejoiced at his misfortune, praising the assailant, Zhang San, as a savior of the people. Meanwhile, many disciples were astonished. Regardless of Li Kuei's reputation, he was still a 6th level Foundation establishment practitioner, equipped with several top-tier magical artifacts. How could anyone have so swiftly and decisively injured him and broken his leg? Such strength must undoubtedly belong to a formidable figure in the Foundation establishment realm. They could only speculate about the identity of this individual, but alas, the mystery remained unsolved, leading many disciples to bestow upon him the moniker of Midnight Black Hand. Zhang San, is that so? How intriguing. Yi Bufan feigned surprise, yet his mind was meticulously pondering the situation. The 2 storage bags belonging to Li Kuei had been sealed for 2 days, and now there was not a single fluctuation. Many cultivators in the realm of immortality would inscribe subtle markers on some small item within their storage bags, making them difficult to detect, even if the bags were stolen. The markers could be used for tracking. Yi Bufan, with his astute mind, would never grant the opponent even the slightest opportunity. After 2 days, he confirmed the absence of any markers. Otherwise, the storage bags would have reacted long ago. Rumor had it that Li Kuei had been stripped of his clothing, and there were whispers about a certain nefarious figure known as Zhang Laosan under the cover of darkness, suggesting he might possess peculiar inclinations. Green Luo giggled, her face alight with gossip. Yi Bufan remarked, my courtyard has become somewhat untidy, please tidy it up inside and out. I shall retreat for cultivation." With that, he turned and entered the secret chamber, leaving behind a green Luo with a face full of dismay. Upon entering the secret chamber, Bufan took a deep breath and eagerly opened the 2 storage bags. It was time for the rewards to be unveiled. Chapter 22, A Supreme Waste Pill? Significant side effects? Precisely what I desire are the side effects. 10 high-grade magical artifacts, 4 top-tier artifacts, the Tremor Hammer, the Nail-Headed Arrow, the Golden Bell, and the Mistwind Boat. Goodness, how many individuals had Li Kuei plundered to amass such wealth? Bufan poured out 4 gleaming magical artifacts, a touch of surprise gracing his features. His combat prowess had undergone a notable transformation. His offensive spells were now formidable, and Green Luo's flying sword and the Qingyan shield no longer significantly enhanced his strength. What he lacked now were magical artifacts. This wave of plunder had indeed alleviated his pressing needs. The Tremor Hammer, when activated, unleashed tremendous power, making it a formidable asset in direct confrontations. The Nail-Headed Arrow, a small projectile as thick as a thumb, was dark as night and chillingly cold. Coated in a potent poison, clearly designed for stealthy assassinations. He felt fortunate to have deceived Li Kuei with a false form, preventing him from summoning it. Otherwise, even if he emerged victorious, it would have required considerable effort. Bufan couldn't help but feel relieved had he been caught off guard by it. The Qingyan shield would likely have been rendered useless. The Golden Bell, on the other hand, was purely a defensive artifact, far surpassing the protective capabilities of the Qingyan shield. The Mistwind Boat, a premium artifact for escape. Bufan picked up a small green boat and attempted to activate it. Instantly, a dense green mist filled the secret chamber. Not only was its flying speed impressive, but the accompanying green mist also served to obstruct spiritual perception and confound pursuers. Additionally, there was a piece of defensive clothing. While not top tier, combined with the Golden Bell, even a fully realized Foundation establishment cultivator would find it challenging to breach his defenses. With these magical artifacts in hand, Bufan had significantly bolstered his strength. He accepted them with a smile. Within the 2 storage bags, one contained over a dozen bottles of pills, including poisons, cultivation-enhancing elixirs, and even aphrodisiacs. Furthermore, there were several top-quality talismans and 6,000 spirit stones. The spirit stones appeared rather meager, which left Bufan feeling somewhat disappointed. In the corner lay a few manuals on cultivation techniques. Bufan glanced at them before tossing them aside. The intermediate techniques hold little value for him. However, if sold, they could yield a decent amount of spirit stones. Is this the treasure marker of the demon-sealing ruins? Bufan retrieved a journal, densely filled with descriptions and topographical maps, seemingly crafted by cultivators who had ventured within before. It appeared somewhat useful. After pondering for a moment, Bufan stored it away. Upon opening another storage pouch, his eyes sparkled with delight. No wonder his worth seemed so modest. This individual had purchased an entire supply of spirit herbs. The second pouch contained hundreds of spirit herbs, exuding a rich medicinal aroma. Roughly estimating, they were worth at least 60,000 spirit stones. Such a sum would categorize one as affluent even in the late stages of Foundation establishment. Additionally, there was a formula for a pill known as the cloud-breaking pill, designed to assist individuals in overcoming bottlenecks in their cultivation. This pill was significantly more expensive than those merely enhancing cultivation, valued at no less than 10,000. Of course, most pills come with side effects, especially those meant for breaking through levels, potentially impacting one's foundation and potential. Li Kuei was incredibly thoughtful. Having prepared the spirit herbs for him, Bufan rummaged through his own trading formulas, examining the required spirit herbs for the blood condensation pill and the fire dragon pill. Such formulas with pronounced side effects do not impose stringent requirements on spirit herbs. Even if the herbs do not match precisely, those with similar attributes can be substituted. Bufan gathered all his items, thoroughly satisfied, and prepared to refine pills. Subsequently, he exited the secret chamber and generously bestowed 1,000 spirit stones upon Luin, instructing her to procure relevant alchemical books and a pill furnace from the market. Master, alchemy is exceedingly challenging. Are you truly intent on pursuing the path of an alchemist? Luin's eyes widened in disbelief. The art of alchemy is profoundly intricate, necessitating a certain talent and considerable financial investment. Essentially, every alchemist has honed their craft through countless trials. Among the Heavenly Demon Sect, there are 30 to 40 golden core cultivators, yet in the alchemical peak, only 5 or 6 are second-tier alchemists. While a single third-tier alchemist exists, holding a status comparable to the sect master, alchemists are the most sought-after profession in the realm of cultivation, without exception. There exists a consensus in the cultivation world. One must never offend alchemists or talisman masters. The former possesses immense networks, with countless individuals seeking their alchemical services. Who knows how many formidable cultivators stand behind them? The latter possesses an unknown quantity of talismans. A talisman master at the first level of foundation establishment can unleash thousands of attack talismans, causing even perfected foundation establishment cultivators like Lu Wangchuan to flee in disarray. It was merely a trial. Yi Bufan, disinterested in further explanations, waved her off to the market. Luin, resigned, complied. When she returned, cradling the alchemical furnace and a plethora of books, Yi Bufan plunged headlong into his studies. In the ensuing days, he dedicated his mornings to alchemy, afternoons to talisman crafting, and evenings to cultivating the spirit forging technique to enhance his spiritual awareness and comprehension, while also practicing the demon light sword technique and the flickering shadows technique. In a fleeting moment, half a month had passed since he had acquired the supreme artifact. Occasionally, he would venture out to amuse himself with the charming little pothose, whose alluring figure and delightful appearance offered a welcome respite from his solitude. One could say he was a master of time management. On this particular day, the pothose gazed with dark circles around its eyes at the door of the secluded chamber, appearing rather haggard. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed from within, accompanied by the unmistakable sound of an explosion, which even the soundproofing array could not contain. Alas, another alchemical failure had occurred. The pothose had completely lost faith in its master's talent for concocting elixirs. Just days prior, the master had confidently claimed to possess a thorough understanding of the art of alchemy and had embarked on his endeavor with great zeal. Yet, before nightfall, his concoctions had exploded 3 times, sending shivers down the spine of the pothose, who was practicing outside. Had it not been for the exceptional quality of the purchased alchemical furnace, the pothose would have genuinely feared for its master's life. For several consecutive days, intermittent explosive noises had rendered the little pothose somewhat neurotic. Meanwhile, within the chamber, the disheveled Yi Bufan wore a broad smile. After 60 explosions, he had finally succeeded in producing a blood condensation pill. He gazed at the dark, nearly fragmented pill in his hand with palpable excitement. It must be said that his talent for alchemy was remarkably lacking. He struggled even with the basics, experiencing repeated failures that rendered him unable to produce a single successful product. This was, of course, partly due to his audacious choice to skip the first-tier pills and attempt the second tier directly, a feat no one in the alchemical realm had dared to attempt. However, after days of persistent effort, he had managed to create one subpar product. Out of 5 attempts, 4 had exploded, and had he not been quick to react, this failed product would have been reduced to mere residue. Should the alchemists witness this scene, they would undoubtedly chastise Yi Bufan for his reckless waste of precious spiritual herbs, transforming them into refuse. 99% impurities, quite commendable. The quality of a pill is determined by the ratio of impurities it contains. 30% efficacy and 70% impurities classify it as inferior. 50% efficacy qualifies it as average, 80% as superior, and 90% as exquisite. As for a pill boasting 99% purity with negligible impurities, that would be classified as exceptional. Yet, the pill in Yi Bufan's hand, while exceptional in terms of impurity, was a toxic masterpiece. Consuming it would not only fail to elevate one's cultivation, but would also make survival a miraculous feat soon after. Yi Bufan heard a notification sound in his ear. Blood condensation pill side effects. Rapidly enhances cultivation upon ingestion, but adversely affects the foundation, risking blood flow obstruction and potential heart stagnation, with a risk of instantaneous explosion. Blood condensation pill quality. Exceptional waste pill, 99% impurities, highly toxic. Ingestion results in severe injury or even death, with no enhancement of cultivation efficacy. Yi Bufan's eyelids twitched. It seemed he had underestimated his own skill. With such toxicity, it was likely that even some alchemists would struggle to replicate it. Nevertheless, this was precisely the side effect he desired. System, I implore you, reverse this. Chapter 23, The Frantic Pursuit of Cultivation Enhancement. Blood condensation pill, negative reversal. After ingestion, it swiftly enhances cultivation, solidifying the foundation and facilitating the smooth flow of blood, resulting in an extraordinarily powerful heart with formidable defense. Quality negative reversal, 99% efficacy, possessing healing properties, with no side effects upon consumption, effectively doubling the enhancement of cultivation. Yi Bufan was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the voice, but soon elation surged within him. The effect of cultivation enhancement was doubled. Truly remarkable, my lord. He believed that the reversal of the effects of a top-tier waste pill into a superior good pill was nearly miraculous. Such a pill, containing 99% efficacy post-reversal, would be exceedingly difficult for even a master alchemist to concoct. The quality was indeed extraordinary. He never anticipated that the effect would be amplified by an additional factor. This meant that consuming one equated to consuming two. What a delightful surprise. Regrettably, Only I can experience the reversal effect through ingestion. Otherwise, if sold in bulk, it could lead to an overnight fortune. The same type of pill, when classified as top tier, is far more valuable than its superior counterpart, with stronger efficacy, minimal side effects, and negligible impact on the future of cultivators. With a decisive movement, Bufan placed the dark pill into his mouth and began to chew. The originally toxic impurities instantaneously transformed into an immense medicinal power, causing Bufan's body to swell with vitality. He felt as if he might burst. Hastily, he activated the Heavenly Evil True Demon technique to circulate the vast medicinal force throughout his body. It must be said that this technique lives up to its reputation as a forbidden art, rapidly refining the medicinal energy. Within moments, the second Tao platform within him expanded significantly, and Bufan's aura grew stronger. After a brief while, the medicinal power was thoroughly refined, resulting in a substantial increase in his foundational cultivation level. With the doubled efficacy, Bufan opened his eyes, revealing a broad smile. He could distinctly feel his heart beating with greater vigor, his vitality surging, clearly enhanced. Without pausing, he resumed alchemical pursuits. With the experience of numerous prior failures, the subsequent instances of pill explosions diminished, while the quantity of successful products increased. All were top-tier toxic pills with 99% impurities. This was not Bufan's intention. In refining second-tier pills, he could only produce the most inferior failures. Nevertheless, on the other hand, his alchemical skills were rapidly advancing, and it was only a matter of time before he crafted truly exceptional products. Another 7 days passed. On this day, Bufan ceased his alchemical endeavors. Before him lay 300 blood condensation pills, uniformly dark and riddled with cracks. Additionally, there were 100 fire dragon pills, all failures. Each one was a lethal poison for ordinary cultivators at the foundational stage. Thus, he had exhausted 6,000 spirit herbs. A typical second-tier alchemist would have produced dozens of superior pills. Bufan felt quite satisfied. The reversed efficacy of these failed products was undoubtedly worth over 1,000,000 spirit stones. Upon concluding his alchemical work, he immediately set up a barrier in the secret chamber to isolate his aura and fluctuations. The first courtyard was inherently fortified with an array of magical formations, rendering it impossible for outsiders to spy or sense anything within. However, there remained a verdant potholes, and with the rapid escalation of one's cultivation, it was prudent to exercise caution. Thus, the protagonist engaged in the consumption of medicinal herbs for cultivation. The Tao platform expanded swiftly, and the third Tao platform gradually took shape. By nightfall, a soft sound heralded the completion of the third Tao platform within the Dantian Foundation establishment, third level. Concurrently, a small dark cloud manifested upon the forehead once more. It appeared that the previous encounter had displeased the little cloud, as it unleashed a torrent of thunder, crackling and booming with fervor. Unable to contain himself, Bufan let out a cry, reveling in the electrifying massage of the minor thunder tribulation. Ultimately, once the thunder ceased, the little cloud retreated hastily, seemingly unable to endure the soul-stirring cries of the tribulation bearer. With a satisfying stretch, Bufan peered within and discovered that the third Tao platform, having undergone the tribulation's baptism, had become even more refined, with a significantly purer essence of spiritual power. At the third level of foundation establishment, his spiritual power was comparable to that of the seventh level, with strength rivaling the eighth. Bufan was filled with delight. He continued his endeavors, plunging into the consumption of medicinal pills. This extravagant act of devouring copious amounts of elixirs would surely astonish even the most seasoned practitioners, such as the white-clad maiden, who would likely drop her jaw in disbelief. Even the most privileged progeny of the nascent soul would hesitate to engage in such excess. Though the pills contained toxic properties, this reckless consumption could elevate one's cultivation temporarily, but would irrevocably damage the foundation, rendering any hopes of achieving the golden core futile in the future. Bufan, however, was unperturbed by such concerns. Under the system's reversal of negative effects, his cultivation surged at an astonishing pace. Rather than suffering from the toxins, his spiritual power became even more refined and pure, with no traces of pill consumption discernible. During his seclusion for cultivation, he did not neglect the practice of spells, which included the supplementary spells of the Heavenly Evil True Demon technique, namely Heavenly Evil Demon Armor and True Demon Phantom. The Heavenly Evil True Demon form, a grand spell of the Golden Core realm, was beyond his current capacity to cultivate. Simultaneously, Bufan sought to learn talisman crafting. To his disappointment, the failed talismans he created, not affecting himself, were deemed useless. In the end, he instructed the pothoes to procure books that could enhance the quality of talismans, hoping for a stroke of luck. Days turned into weeks, and before long, 2 months had passed. As the opening of the Demon Sealing Ruins approached, the Heavenly Demon Sect buzzed with activity. Disciples who had been away for years returned. Among them rising prodigies who astounded the higher echelons. Their prowess was formidable, even rivaling candidates for the title of Holy Son or Holy Maiden. Notably, there was Li Kuei's younger brother, Yu Cheng, who, having fortuitously broken through to perfection, faced off against the Holy Son candidate, Qin Guangli, and found himself only slightly inferior. Additionally, a returning beauty from Gu Peak wielded a nascent Holy Gu, a terrifying force to behold. One could say that the current MO sect is brimming with prodigies. In contrast, Yi Bufan, the once renowned disciple of the esteemed ancestral master, has remained sequestered within the confines of the first courtyard since his initiation into the sect, seldom stepping outside. This has elicited much derision, with some jesting that he is akin to a turtle in seclusion. Eventually, even discussions surrounding him dwindled, rendering him a mere shadow of a marginal figure, barely noticed except by a select few who still held him in their thoughts. On this particular day, within the hidden chamber, as the small dark cloud of frustration dissipated, Yi Bufan experienced another surge in his cultivation. He had reached the 6th level of foundation establishment. Gazing inward at the vast platform of his 6th dantian, he felt an unprecedented strength coursing through him. In a mere 2 months, he had refined 500 pills, exhausting his supply of several thousand spirit stones, and finally achieved this breakthrough. Transitioning from the 2nd to the 6th level in just 2 months is a feat unparalleled, even within the annals of history. To traverse 4 realms with an exceptional spirit root typically demands a decade, and even with fortunate opportunities and the aid of elders, one would require a minimum of 5 or 6 years. The further one progresses, the more elixirs are needed, and the more challenging the ascent becomes. Fortunately, the effect of the elixirs had doubled. Yi Bufan exhaled deeply. 500 elixirs, augmented by the reversal of side effects, effectively equated to 1,000. Such a quantity is nothing short of outrageous. Of course, Yi Bufan's achievement in reaching the 6th level of foundation establishment was not akin to that of ordinary cultivators. His path, guided by the Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment along with his primary focus on the Heavenly Calamity, True Demon technique, rendered his current prowess extraordinarily formidable. With a flick of his finger, he conjured a fireball, which, while seemingly modest in size, created a deep pit in the solid floor upon impact. Should he confront Li Kuei again, even this casually cast fireball would incinerate him to ashes without the need for a doppelganger. Yi Bufan couldn't help but reflect on how, just months prior, he felt aged and frail, never daring to envision that he would grow to such formidable heights. His cultivation at the 6th level of foundation establishment granted him a magical prowess comparable to that of the 9th level. And with the aid of magical artifacts and forbidden spells, even an ordinary perfected foundation establishment cultivator would struggle against him. He now felt capable of contending with figures like Chu Zixue and Lu Wanchuan. Alas, he lamented, his wealth had once again dwindled. With a soft sigh, he resolved to break free from his confinement in search of spiritual herbs and opportunities for wealth. The transition from the 6th to the 7th level is a significant hurdle. The difficulty in breaking through is considerable, and the demand for elixirs only escalates. This is precisely why individuals like Li Kuei remain stagnated at the 6th level for years. Furthermore, he needed to prepare in advance for the formation of his golden core. Only by achieving this could he secure a measure of self-protection within the cultivation community of the Zhao Kingdom. He must devise a means to acquire herbs that enhance the probability of forming a golden core, along with the requisite elixirs for golden core formation and methods to elevate the quality of his golden core. Yi Bufan stroked his chin in contemplation. The likelihood of failing to condense the golden core was exceedingly high. Countless individuals had perished in their attempts to attain it. Even if one were to succeed against all odds, it would merely be a counterfeit core. Thus, life would reach its conclusion. Most prodigies only managed to produce a 1st or 2nd transformation golden core, which were deemed mediocre. Only those above the 3rd transformation could be considered commendable. The higher the quality, the greater the magical power, and correspondingly, the more substantial the hope of eventually achieving the nascent soul. Should one attain a golden core of 6 transformations or more, even if Yi Bufan possessed inferior spiritual roots, there would still be a glimmer of hope for him to achieve the nascent soul in the future. However, in the current Zhao Kingdom, those capable of achieving a 6 transformation golden core could be counted on one hand. Suddenly, Yi Bufan's brows knitted together as he suppressed his cultivation to the 1st level of foundation establishment. He rose and exited the secret chamber. Outside, a young man clad in yellow, bearing a furtive expression, was lamenting to Lulaw. Upon seeing Yi Bufan, he rushed forward to pour out his grievances. "Junior brother Yi, you have finally emerged. You have postponed the tasks from the sect several times. You cannot delay any longer. He was a disciple from the task hall, responsible for assigning missions. Had it been any other disciple evading tasks, he would have met them with stern disapproval. Yet, in the presence of this esteemed elder's first disciple, he dared not show any displeasure. Recently I have been blessed with inspiration, diligently practicing several spells, and have been quite occupied, Yi Bufan replied with a faint smile. Every year, all disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect were assigned tasks to complete, and this disciple named Gu, he had come several times urging him to accept a mission. This appeared quite normal. However, the cautious Yi Bufan sensed something amiss. It was customary to urge others, but to press an elder's disciple, what if a mission led to his demise? Junior brother Yi, there are several simple and easy tasks in the task hall right now. You could complete them with little effort. Would you consider selecting one? Gu hurriedly suggested. I have been here for less than a year and am not in a rush. Furthermore, my cultivation has been progressing rapidly. I still need to enter seclusion. Yi Bufan replied nonchalantly. Gu's eyelids twitched, inwardly thinking, you, with inferior spiritual roots, experiencing rapid progress? Your cultivation resembles a snail's pace. You will never achieve the second level of foundation establishment in this lifetime. After attempting to persuade him further, he ultimately departed in resignation. Once he had distanced himself, any semblance of politeness vanished, and he spat disdainfully on the ground. Coward. Truly a coward. There is no one in the entire demon sect more cowardly than you. The path of the demonic arts is ruthless. To grow stronger, one must kill and seize treasures, venturing into perilous territories in search of opportunities. In essence, demonic cultivators defy the heavens, contending against fate and humanity. They regard life and death with indifference. If challenged, they fight back. Yet Yi Bufan, with his singular focus on hiding away at home and never stepping outside, was a rarity within the Heavenly Demon Sect. Master, the word is already spreading outside that the elder's first disciple is a timid and ineffectual individual. Should you not accept the task? Or perhaps dispel the rumors? Luluwa cast a furtive glance at her master and whispered. Such words were unbearable for her to hear. I shall not accept. I cannot be bothered to dispel rumors. As the esteemed disciple of the ancestor, I fear that if this reaches her ears, she may harbor discontent towards you. Green Vine chose her words with caution. The rumors circulating outside tarnished the ancestor's reputation as well. Yi Bufan gestured for Green Vine to bring over a wicker chair, reclined upon it, and chuckled softly. Do you truly believe those adverse remarks are trivial? Just days ago, Gu urged me to fulfill a task. Upon my refusal, the rumors spread like wildfire, reaching every corner of the sect within a single day. Green Vine was momentarily taken aback, her fair complexion paling in an instant. Are you implying that someone wishes you harm? Is there any doubt? Yi Bufan replied grimly. Gu is likely acting on someone else's orders, aiming to drive me out of the Tianma sect and strike against me. A shadow flickered in Yi Bufan's eyes, contemplating who might wish him ill. It could be Chu Zixue, Lu Wangchuan, or Chun Guangli. All those holy sons and daughters were potential adversaries, for as cultivators of demonic arts, they possessed minds that were, to some extent, flawed. With a sigh, Yi Bufan lamented the absurdity of his situation. Despite remaining indoors, there were still those plotting against him. Who indeed has a flawed mind? At that moment, a chilling voice echoed in his ear, disturbingly close. Yi Bufan stiffened, turning to see a petite figure with cherubic features standing behind him. Her alluring eyes fixed upon him. Disciple, I pay my respects to my master, she proclaimed. I merely spoke of those who wish me harm. Yi Bufan hastily rose, a cold sweat trickling down his back. The Tianma ancestor still retained her endearing lowly visage, evoking a strong urge to pinch her cheeks. However, at this moment, clad in a black dress, her aura was strikingly different, imbued with a sinister charm. It was as if a great terror resided within her diminutive form. Green Vine, terrified, knelt on the ground, too afraid to even glance upward. I instructed you to compete for resources and vie for the position of Holy Son. Yet you chose to remain secluded in this courtyard. What is this? Have I not aged enough for you to start your retirement? The little lowly reclined on the wicker chair, swinging her delicate feet playfully. Disciple is aware of her lowly spiritual root and dares not contend with the senior brothers. Yi Bufan replied, his expression betraying a sense of unease despite her innocent facade. Especially her gaze, reminiscent of the one from Chu Zixue when she abducted him. Could it be that the master of a nascent soul, true monarch, harbored desires for him? Dare not. Seemingly harmless, yet she is cunning and ruthless. 2 months ago, she shattered Li Kuei's legs, and that little fellow remains fixated on you. The little lowly pouted, a derisive laugh escaping her lips. Yi Bufan was left speechless. Beside him, Green Vine instinctively glanced toward her master, her mouth agape. The notorious figure outside, Midnight Blackhand Zhang Laosan, was merely a master who sought to bide her time. Suddenly, a chill gripped Green Vine's heart. As a servant, She had been utterly oblivious, and it seemed her master's strength was far more formidable than she had ever imagined. After all, Getaway was at the 6th level of Foundation establishment, while her master had only reached the 2nd. If this were to leak, the entire Heavenly Demon Sect would undoubtedly tremble in fear. Defeating the 4th layer enemy, how remarkable, Greenvine murmured to herself. Nevertheless, my purpose in coming this time is to assign you a task. Journey to Flowing Cloud City and deal with a certain woman for me. Chapter 25, The Kidnapping Task. Akin to a villain's lackey, the little girl shifted her tone, her enchanting peach blossom eyes fixating on Bufan, her expression a blend of excitement and anticipation, even tinged with a hint of exhilaration. What? Bufan seemed to mishear, rubbing his ears in disbelief. Flowing Cloud City, a sanctuary for rogue cultivators within the borders of Zhao, was where he had spent his century-long journey as a rogue cultivator, filled with many old friends and acquaintances. It was also there he had been abducted by Chu Zixue. Did you not comprehend? I instructed you to seduce a woman, to truly seduce her. The little girl exclaimed loudly. Such a thing, I fear I am incapable of. Bufan's eyelids twitched. If it could excite the venerable heavenly demon ancestor to this extent, her cultivation must be extraordinary. As for him, even if she were willing, his frail physique could hardly endure such an encounter. Rest assured, that woman is currently merely at the peak of Foundation establishment. Did I not provide you with a binding immortal rope? Bind her, alongside these 2 talismans. One capable of delivering a strike at the core formation level, and 10 third-tier talismans. The little girl tossed several items to Bufan. Imagining the scene of Bufan with that woman, her cheeks flushed with excitement. For over a century, she had searched throughout Zhao for the reincarnation of that woman. Once she confirmed her identity, that woman would never again pose a challenge to her in this lifetime. Of course, her decision to refrain from going in person was due to her aura potentially causing the woman to awaken prematurely. Bufan clutched the talismans and 3rd-tier charms, his breath quickening. Treasures indeed. With the binding immortal rope, even faced with a core formation opponent, he would possess some means of self-defense. Something felt amiss with his master. He would need to wait until they reached Flowing Cloud City to ascertain the situation. Bufan glanced at the little girl clad in a black dress. Resembling a small demon, her demeanor was a stark contrast to that of the previous girl in white. Seeing Bufan stow away the items, the little girl finally relaxed and nodded with satisfaction. In high spirits, she casually remarked, if there is anything in your cultivation that perplexes you, feel free to inquire. I shall instruct you. Suddenly, the little girl froze, swiftly grasping Bufan's wrist. You have cultivated the celestial demon true magic. Are you courting death? You have even reached the 6th layer, Foundation establishment 6th level. Her enchanting eyes widened in shock. Previously, she had been preoccupied with assigning Bufan his task. Combined with his use of concealment and beast creation techniques to mask his aura, she had not detected it right away. However, upon closer inspection just now, she immediately discerned the truth. In her estimation, given her disciple's aptitude, even with the heavenly path of Foundation establishment, it would take decades to reach the 6th level. She never anticipated that in just over 2 months, he had achieved the 6th level of Foundation establishment. This astonishing speed could only be described as monstrous, surpassing even her own accomplishments in her earlier days. You harbor numerous secrets. The little girl cast a deep glance at Bufan, who remained unperturbed, his countenance tranquil. Could it possibly pertain to the Foundation establishment of the heavenly path? The little girl fell into contemplation. She had some understanding of the heavenly fiend true demon technique, its origins shrouded in mystery, having even witnessed a disciple's cultivation process firsthand. Regrettably, the disciple ultimately succumbed to malevolent energy, descending into madness on the spot. Throughout history, Bufan was the first to succeed in this endeavor. Each individual has their own destiny. I do not intend to usurp a disciple's fortune. Your secrets are yours to keep. The faster you cultivate, the better. The little girl gazed at Bufan, her peach blossom eyes flickering with intrigue. Should you attain the Dan stage in the future, I can provide you with the method to do so. However, I am rather impoverished at present, having exhausted my spiritual stones and possess little to bestow upon you. Consider visiting Luin City. It is currently bustling, and you may find what you seek there. The little girl chuckled lightly. The sealing of the demon relics is imminent. As a sanctuary for scattered cultivators, Luin City stands as the largest trading hub in the Zhao Kingdom, free from the jurisdiction of righteous and demonic sections. Practitioners from the 5 righteous sects and the 3 major demonic cults often convene there for trade. Indeed, Bufan nodded reluctantly. The little girl rose, swaying gently, and vanished from sight. Once she departed, Bufan sank into contemplation, strategizing about Luin City. Master, you cannot truly be at the 6th level of Foundation establishment, can you? Greenvine's delicate face paled, as if struck by a profound shock. 3 months ago, her master was still at the chi refining stage, while she herself had proudly attained the 3rd level of foundation establishment. Now, he had reached the 6th level, while she remained at the 3rd. The gap between them felt insurmountable. This matter must not be disclosed. Bufan gestured dismissively, flicking his fingers to drop a vial of pills into Greenvine's hands. This is a Yuanha pill. It should assist you in breaking through to the 4th level of foundation establishment. This pill has no significant side effects and originates from Likue. Thank you, master. Greenvine stared blankly at the dozen pills within the vial, her eyes welling with tears as she deeply bowed in gratitude. She had sacrificed so much for the sake of enhancing her cultivation. The bittersweetness of her journey was known only to her. She never expected that it would be Bufan, whom she once wished ill upon, who would bestow such kindness upon her. Moreover, the Yuanha pill was exceedingly valuable, with a dozen worth at least 6,000 spiritual stones. Even a candidate for the saintess title would hesitate to part with such a treasure. Contemplating this, Greenvine gazed at Bufan with eyes brimming with emotion. Bufan's expression remained calm, unperturbed by her gratitude. These were merely ordinary pills, of little use to him, possessing effects inferior to that of a toxic pill. Prepare yourself. Tomorrow I shall accept a task from the mission hall before heading to Luin City, Bufan mused. The task would naturally be related to the vicinity of Luin City. There were numerous treasures at the auction in Luin City, including spiritual items capable of enhancing the quality of Dan. Bufan was particularly interested in those with significant side effects. There are indeed secret techniques to enhance the success rate of talisman crafting. The crux lies in the dwindling supply of medicinal herbs for alchemical concoctions, which can no longer sustain his rapid advancement in cultivation. The market of the Heavenly Demon Sect is rather limited. As more disciples return, the market's spiritual herbs have been thoroughly depleted. However, in Luin City, with its dense population and a mix of various characters, one can easily gather the necessary spiritual herbs. As for the sect's missions, they entail no risks and can be effortlessly completed. The following morning, before Bufan could head to the mission hall, Guhi took the initiative to visit him. This marked the 4th occasion. Guhi had initially presumed that this elder disciple, who had lingered in the depths of his soul, would once again decline. To his astonishment, the other party actually acquiesced. Junior brother, look. This is a mission to hunt the yellow dragon snake. Although it poses a higher level of difficulty, you can enlist a few helpers. Given your status, I'm certain many would be willing to assist. Guhi hastily presented the task booklet, fervently promoting it. Are there any missions in Luin City? Ah, you wish to go to Luin City? Yes. There is a task to abduct a disciple from the righteous sect, Qinggong, who has reached the 6th level of foundation establishment, named Sujingi. The difficulty is considerable. However, this mission is not meant for a single person. Rather, it requires 6 or 7 individuals simultaneously, significantly increasing safety. You can merely go through the motions. Guhi paused, contemplating as he pointed to a task listed in the booklet. The task was issued by a core formation elder of the Heavenly Demon Sect. This one will do. Bufan nodded. Capturing one person with 6 or 7 individuals certainly seemed manageable, primarily due to its assuredness. Chapter 26. The low-key Bufan, while others who traversed through realms often undertook missions that involved heroic rescues or escorting young ladies, he, on the other hand, donned a mask and became a kidnapper. After sending Guhi on his way, Bufan began to organize his magical tools and talismans. For the time being, he would use the advanced flying sword belonging to Green Orchid, along with several top-tier second-grade talismans that would suffice for his needs. Previously, he had seized 4 top-tier magical artifacts from Likue, but they were too conspicuous. Displaying them would immediately reveal his identity. For this mission, he had no intention of exposing too much of his strength, as he was merely going along for the ride. On the following morning, after advising Green Orchid, he ventured alone to the mission hall. At that moment, 3 individuals were already waiting there, 2 men and 1 woman, all at the 6th level of foundation establishment. This must be Junior Brother Yi, the leading woman, dressed in a striking red outfit and possessing a rather enchanting appearance, inquired, sizing him up. Her initial dissatisfaction with his weak foundation establishment 1st level dissipated upon seeing his handsome visage. I am Lukiching. For this mission, Junior Brother will be by my side. I shall protect you. The captivating woman spoke with a sweet breath, her eyes sparkling with flirtation. This scene caused the 2 accompanying men to feel a twinge of envy. Yet they understood Bufan's status and dared not express their feelings. Thank you, senior sister. Bufan chuckled awkwardly. These female disciples seem rather eager. He turned his gaze towards the 2 young men, whose square faces and strikingly similar features revealed them to be twins. These 2 are Wu Zhen and Wu Feng. Both possessing considerable strength, several righteous cultivators have suffered losses at their hands, Lu Keqing remarked. The twins nodded towards Yi Bufan, their demeanor indifferent, before redirecting their attentions to Lu Keqing with flattery. A moment later, two more male disciples approached. One was a slender figure at the 5th level of Foundation establishment, while the other, tall and imposing, stood at the 7th level. The aura of menace surrounding them suggested they were not to be trifled with. These disciples hail from the sacred demon peak. The taller one is named Mo Hong, and the slender one is called Wang Yuan. They share a close relationship with Lu Wanchuan, so do not provoke them, Lu Keqing cautioned telepathically. Yi Bufan's eyes flickered with understanding as he nodded slightly. I will take the lead in this mission and arrange our actions. Is everyone in agreement? The tall man surveyed Yi Bufan and the others, displaying a friendly smile, devoid of any domineering attitude. The Wu brothers quickly nodded in agreement, their eyes betraying a hint of apprehension. Mo Hong, the most powerful among them, had once bested the formidable Li Kuei, and they dared not underestimate him. Junior brother Yi, although you are a disciple of the ancestor, you must contribute during our endeavor. Otherwise, it may not reflect well on you, Mo Hong said with a smile, patting Yi Bufan on the shoulder. But fret not. I will ensure you are spared from perilous tasks. The others regarded him with eyes full of unspoken meaning. When had Mo Hong become so amiable? Could it be that he sought to forge a connection with Yi Bufan, aspiring to align himself with the ancestor? Thank you, Yi Bufan replied with a smile. After spending half a day together, they had grown familiar, and the atmosphere within the group was jovial. However, aware that one's heart can be a mystery, Yi Bufan remained cautious and vigilant. Let us depart. Mo Hong laughed heartily, conjuring a large sword from his sleeve and leaping onto it. May this mission proceed smoothly. The others also summoned their magical artifacts, soaring into the sky towards the demon cult. Among the 6, all wielded top-tier artifacts, except for Yi Bufan, whose was merely a high-grade one, eliciting peculiar glances from the others. It seemed the ancestor had not bestowed upon this disciple the utmost treasures. Mo Hong's gaze flickered with surprise. Junior brother, let sister take you along. Lu Keqing seized the opportunity, warmly inviting Yi Bufan. She rode a swift purple ribbon. Yi Bufan did not decline. He nodded and stepped aboard, instantly enveloped by a fragrant breeze. This stirred a hint of envy among the 4 men. Although Lu Keqing, a disciple of the Gu Peak, was not a striking beauty, her enchanting skills had captivated many male cultivators of the demon cult. As they departed from the demon cult, the 6 of them gradually distanced themselves. Yi Bufan squinted, his gaze drifting over Mo Hong, Lu Keqing, and the others. Yi Bufan squinted his eyes, lost in deep contemplation. Given my current strength, I possess a safety margin of 98%. He retracted his thoughts. Outwardly, he appeared to be merely a 1st-level Foundation establishment cultivator. But beneath the surface, he harbored no fear of anyone beneath the Golden Core stage. It is prudent to remain inconspicuous. Throughout the journey, Yi Bufan maintained a low profile. Others were not surprised. He had become renowned within the Heavenly Demon Sect for his steadiness, never courting trouble. Those who sought to affiliate themselves with him found him amicable. Overall, he was a stark contrast to the demeanor of most cultivators in the Heavenly Demon Sect, akin to a harmless little sheep that had wandered into a den of wolves. The Heavenly Demon Sect lay 1,000 miles from Luin City, and the journey was devoid of any peril. Approximately 5 days later, a group of 6 finally arrived at Luin City. Situated beside the Wan Beast Mountain range of the Zhao Kingdom, it marked the intersection of righteous and demonic forces, as well as the realm of the demon clans, thriving with commercial exchanges. How familiar it feels. Yi Bufan stood atop a slope, gazing at the magnificently grand city ahead, his heart filled with emotion. The reason he had chosen to reside here was due to the city's prohibition of slaughter. Few dared to act brazenly in such an open manner. The reason for this, of course, was its lord, a true master of the nascent soul stage. When Chu Zixue had captured Yi Bufan, it was done covertly. After the group infiltrated the city, they checked into an inn. Junior brother Yi, I heard that you were abducted here by junior sister Chu? Asked Wu Feng, one of the twins, with curiosity. Many had investigated Yi Bufan's background. I've also heard that wandering cultivators have a hard life. For junior brother Yi to have remained stable here for nearly a century is indeed no small feat. Fortunately, the hardships have finally borne fruit, praised Mo Hong, raising his thumb in admiration. If it were him, relying solely on his qi refinement skills, he might not have survived for so long. It's merely some past events. Trivial and inconsequential, Yi Bufan replied, a flicker of unusual emotion passing through his eyes as he maintained a composed demeanor. Since junior brother Yi hails from Luin City, the task of gathering information on Su Jingyi can only fall to you. We shall handle the abduction thereafter. Mo Hong contemplated for a moment and then smiled, asking, what do you think, junior brother? All right. Yi Bufan wasted no words, nodding before striding out of the inn. He was not solely interested in gathering information on Subduing. He also intended to sell several of his cultivation techniques to acquire some spirit stones. Once Bufan departed, Bufan could no longer suppress a smirk, remarking, "He is eager to take on the safer tasks, were it not for our master being his ancestor and granting him core disciple status. This first-level foundation establishment fellow wouldn't even qualify for such tasks." The high difficulty of the mission signified substantial rewards, and the thought of having to share the contributions with Bufan left them both feeling disgruntled. Of course, they dared only to speak such words in private. Finish the task honestly and refrain from gossiping. You two go find out where the righteous sect disciples gather, Imo admonished. Wu Feng and his brothers nodded awkwardly, stepping out of the tavern with a hint of frustration. This mission relied heavily on Brother Imo. Despite their numerous attempts to ingratiate themselves along the way, he remained indifferent, showing preferential treatment towards Bufan instead. The task of gathering intelligence, the least perilous of endeavors, had fallen to him. Sister Lu, I entrust you with the patrol patterns of the City Lord's Guard. After all, our actions within the city may inevitably draw their attention, which is crucial for our escape plan. Understood, I will ensure it's thorough. Once the group departed, only Mo Hong and a gaunt man remained in the room. Brother, why do you go to such lengths to look after Bufan? The gaunt man's eyes glinted with coldness. We are foolish. By caring for him now and deepening our bond, when trouble arises, suspicion will not fall upon me. You would do well to suppress your murderous intent. Even Brother Wu Chuan has merely instructed us to uncover the secrets of that boy's exceptional foundation. He dares not kill, do you? Mo Hong snorted, his eyes flickering with greed. Not only does the candidate Saint Sun Lu Wuchuan harbor curiosity about Bufan's remarkable foundation, but the entire Heavenly Demon Sect is equally intrigued. Those who navigate the demonic path are astute individuals. They do not believe that Bufan's ability to forge an exceptional foundation stems from mere coincidence. Once this matter is resolved, we could easily find a cultivator at the 3rd or 4th level of foundation establishment, disguise them as a righteous cultivator, capture Bufan, and subject him to severe interrogation. I am confident he will divulge his secrets. A sinister and cunning smile crept across Mo Hong's face as he chuckled. In the end, we will rescue Bufan, acquire the secrets, and earn his gratitude. Is this not a brilliant plan? The gaunt man felt a chill at the thought, praising, exquisite indeed. Chapter 27, Subduing. A truly unjust character, how heartless. The 6 sects of demonic arts are merely worth 12,000 spirit stones. A burly man with a thick beard emerged from the Cloud Crane Hall, weighing his storage bag and feeling speechless. If sold in a shop affiliated with the demonic sect, the 6 arts would fetch at least 15,000. Of course, this is considering the side effects of such techniques. Techniques without side effects would cost around 10,000 each. Never mind, safety comes first. Bufan shook his head, not feeling too aggrieved. The Cloud Crane Hall, a trading post under the city lord, was favored by cultivators from both righteous and demonic factions for selling stolen goods, as they would not investigate, and for 1,000 spirit stones. A typical foundation establishment cultivator would not even be worth that much. It could buy some information and secret techniques related to talisman crafting. However, to purchase spirit materials that could enhance the chances of forming a core would certainly be insufficient. These strategic resources are valuable, yet rare in the realm of cultivation. One could hardly find them in the bustling city of Luin. So they covet the secret of my exceptional foundation, Mo Hong, Lu Wuchuan. Suddenly, a small paper figurine landed in Bufan's hand. Upon retracting the spiritual consciousness attached to it, a chill flickered in his eyes. Over the past few months, he had gained profound insight into the paper crafting manual, enabling him to create small paper puppets suitable for infiltration and eavesdropping. As he stepped out, he remained vigilant, placing the paper figurine in the crevice of the window, unexpectedly yielding a fortuitous outcome. The malevolence of human hearts is indeed treacherous. One must never be careless. Fortunately, my caution prevails. I am eager to observe how Mo Hong will compel me to divulge my secrets. Bufan let out a cold laugh as he stowed the paper figure away. He then surveyed the bustling street, identifying the direction before proceeding straight towards East Street. In the 4 streets of Luin City, East Street ostensibly serves as a marketplace for materials, yet clandestinely, it is a hub for gathering information, be it from the righteous sects or the demonic paths. As long as one is willing to pay the price, any desired information can be acquired. Having lived here for a century, Bufan possesses an intimate knowledge of this place. His intention was not to seek news about Subduing, as the righteous individuals here made no effort to conceal their identities. Inquiries could easily reveal their whereabouts. What he sought were details to enhance his talisman crafting success rate and information regarding the spiritual items for forming cores. Months had passed. That fellow should not have perished yet. Navigating the familiar twists and turns, Yi Bufan finally arrived at East Street. Moments later, he altered his appearance to that of a young man clad in blue, donning a conical hat, and approached a general store. Before he could draw near, he overheard a cacophony of angry shouts. A crowd of cultivators had gathered before the store, engrossed in the spectacle. Yi Bufan furrowed his brow, inching closer to discern the scene. It turned out that a youthful Foundation establishment cultivator was berating an elderly man with graying hair. Were it not for the prohibition against killing in Luin City, I would have dispatched you, you deceitful scoundrel. The young cultivator sneered, delivering a harsh kick to the elder. Yi Bufan was taken aback, realizing the youth's increasingly familiar visage. Uninterested in inquiring about Su Jingyi's whereabouts, had he inadvertently stumbled upon the very situation? Silently, Yi Bufan recalled Mo Hong's description of Su Jingyi's appearance post the Tianma sect incident. As one of the objectives of his journey, he had memorized it quite well. Contemplating this, he feigned curiosity, inquiring of the onlookers. From their accounts, he learned that Su Jingyi had recently arrived, seeking to purchase some elixirs and magical artifacts, and had engaged a local as a guide. Under the guide's direction, he visited 2 shops, acquiring the desired elixirs and artifacts. However, he later discovered that the guide had colluded with the merchants, selling him these items at prices exceeding the market rate, effectively swindling him. Not only that, but the guide also demanded a fee for his services. Naturally incensed, Su Jingyi had erupted into the current scene of confrontation. Such collusion between guides and merchants is commonplace in Luin City, hardly raising eyebrows. However, this time, they had encountered a formidable opponent, daring even to deceive a disciple of the Qinggong Palace. The onlookers shook their heads, offering no sympathy. The Qinggong Palace, being the foremost force of the righteous path, seldom faced adversaries willing to provoke them. I did not deceive you. Those you purchased are indeed exquisite. The elderly man collapsed to the ground, spitting blood. He sought to defend himself, but upon meeting Su Jingyi's icy gaze, he trembled all over. Ultimately, he rose silently, stooping as he entered the grocery store. Xiaohongda. Upon recognizing the elder's face, Yi Bufan's expression shifted. In an instant, clarity dawned upon him, and his gaze towards Su Jingyi turned hostile. That old man was his longtime acquaintance. During his direst straits, he had bought talismans from the old man at a bargain, leading to a bond over the years. Old Xiao had spent even more time in this place than he had, and although his cultivation was merely at the 8th level of qi refinement, he was renowned for his extensive knowledge, well-versed in the myriad affairs of Luin City. Given old Zhao's character, how could he possibly engage in deceitful actions? Moreover, had he truly lost his mind to swindle disciples of the Qinggong? Should he dare to engage in such unscrupulous dealings again, he would not escape unscathed. A hint of derision curled Su Jingyi's lips, his face a mask of righteous indignation as he turned and swept away. Yi Bufan's expression remained impassive, coldly observing Su Jingyi's retreating figure. With a subtle gesture, he inscribed a covert mark upon the man. He had no intention of striking. That would only bring harm to old Xiao. Once the crowd dispersed, Yi Bufan entered the grocery store. Today we are closed. Perhaps you should seek another shop. My esteemed elder. The white-haired old man sat despondently at the table, coughing violently, yet managing to force a smile. Yi Bufan glanced at the array of low-tier talismans and pills in the counter, then turned his gaze to the elderly man, whose vitality was waning. He sighed softly. That disciple from the Qinggong clearly refused to pay you a guiding fee. It's laughable that such a grand establishment could withhold a mere handful of spirit stones. Yi Bufan remarked. The name Su Jingyi was steeped in irony. Sometimes, the righteous path can be more disheartening than the demonic. The latter kills you without pretense. The righteous, on the other hand, must first ascend to a moral high ground, draping a multitude of accusations upon you before they eliminate you under the guise of purging evil and upholding justice. My elder, you are wise to the ways of the world, but the cultivation realm is ruthless. What can an old man do? This is not the first time such things have occurred, Xiaohongda lamented, his face etched with bitterness. In the city of Luin, rife with Foundation establishment and Golden Core practitioners, they, the qi refinement cultivators, navigated life with utmost caution, fearful of offending anyone who might extinguish them as one would a mere ant. Indeed, Yi Bufan reflected silently, reminiscent of his own plight from months prior. Surviving for a century, yet still languishing at the lowest tier. Had it not been for the system, perhaps I would have already become a nameless corpse outside the Heavenly Demon Sect. Yi Bufan shook his head and then inquired. Does old Xiao know of any acquaintances by the surname Yi? He did not intend to reveal his identity, should trouble arise. His few remaining friends might be dragged into peril. Yi Bufan. Old Xiao gasped, looking up at the young man before him, his voice trembling slightly. Are you a friend of his? How has he fared within the Heavenly Demon Sect? Yi Bufan, the foremost disciple of the first nascent soul of the Zhao Kingdom, could readily uncover information if he so desired. After a moment of silence, he smiled and remarked, "Hee, that old tortoise seems to live more comfortably than I do." "How delightful." Lao Shao appeared to relax, chuckling in response. Upon hearing this, Bufan couldn't help but twitch his lips. By age, Lao Shao was nearly his peer. "Since you are my friend, I shall disclose any information you seek, old man." Lao Zhao's mood seemed to brighten considerably. "There are items that can aid in the formation of the golden core and secret techniques that enhance the probability of talisman crafting," Bufan stated plainly. "Items for golden core formation? Such things are exceedingly rare, and I possess little knowledge about them," Lao Shao replied, taken aback, and then continued respectfully. "At the auction a few days hence, there will be a vial of pure heaven water, which can enhance the quality of the golden core. Many foundational cultivators covet it. Naturally, the finest item for golden core formation would be the true fire beast pill in the possession of the young sword immortal from the Upper Clear Palace. This pill, derived from a naturally nurtured true fire spirit beast, can significantly refine the golden core and elevate its quality. As for the secret techniques to increase talisman crafting success, such techniques are seldom sold by talisman masters. You must personally visit the hidden shops in Luin City." Lao Shao, well informed as a guide, had deep insights into such matters. "The young sword immortal has come to Luin City?" Bufan narrowed his eyes. "In the realm of cultivation, the sword path is the most formidable in offense. The young sword immortal Zhang Yijian is renowned throughout the Zhao Kingdom, rivaling even Lu Wangchuan of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Not only him, but several prominent figures from both righteous and demonic factions have also arrived, all eager to enhance their strength through pills, magical artifacts, and secret techniques. Especially with the impending sealing of the demon ruins." Lao Zhao's face was filled with envy, recognizing the significance of these individuals. "Very well, this shall be your reward." Bufan handed Lao Shao 200 spirit stones. Competing for the young sword immortal's possessions is fraught with difficulty and peril. The pure heaven water at the auction is my true objective. Lao Shao was momentarily stunned, silently accepting the spirit stones. "Thank you, esteemed senior." The 200 spirit stones far exceeded the worth of the information, indicating Bufan's intentions. "If the opportunity arises, I shall teach that Su Jingyi a lesson on your behalf," Bufan stated as he turned to depart. "Esteemed senior, that would not be wise. Su Jingyi is the half-brother of the young sword immortal. Causing him trouble would not end well, as few are aware of their differing surnames," Lao Shao exclaimed, alarmed. Quickly transmitting his thoughts. "Once the young sword immortal forms his golden core, his terrifying swordsmanship will render him invincible among his peers." The young sword immortal's brother? Damn it. That elder who issued the mission has deceived me. Chapter 28. The Auction. The First Beauty, Yen Ruyu. In the inn, Bufan's brow furrowed, his expression fluctuating between dark and light. The revelation of the young sword immortal's brother was news to him, and he now fully grasped the ulterior motive of the elder who had issued the mission. It was an attempt to kidnap the brother and extort the young sword immortal. "You are a golden core elder. You have nothing to fear. Yet, we six may find ourselves relentlessly pursued by the young sword immortal to the ends of the earth. No wonder the news of blood brothers is so scarce. The little sword immortal must be wary of such circumstances. The task, which is a burden, is hardly worth pursuing. Bufan is in dire need of money, and the rewards for the task are substantial. Not only are there contribution points, but he could also earn over 1,000 spirit stones. Alas, he will merely go through the motions, should he be targeted. It would likely be by Mo Hong and a few others, and any exposure of the incident will be a matter for the future. Bufan possesses a steady temperament, and with his current strength, he is not particularly afraid of the little sword immortal, but it is best to avoid trouble when possible." Subsequently, Bufan began to wander through Luin City, disguising himself in various forms while peddling the stolen goods obtained from Getaway. These were all foundation-building pills aimed at enhancing cultivation. However, due to their insufficient toxicity, Bufan preferred to exchange them for spirit stones to purchase core formation treasures. Such pills are highly valued, particularly as foundation cultivators seek to enhance their strength with the impending opening of the demon sealing ruins, where they hope to seize great opportunities. Consequently, the value of talismans and pills has skyrocketed. Bufan sold several bottles of pills for 30,000 spirit stones, roughly 1,000 spirit stones each. Currently, second and third tier talismans are even more expensive, with top-tier second-tier talismans costing 1,200 spirit stones, and third-tier ones soaring to 6,000. Bufan gazed enviously at the talismans displayed at the Qianbao pavilion counter. These are items essential for survival. If he were to become a talisman master, he would surely earn a fortune. Unfortunately, after searching for so long, he has yet to find even a single secret technique to enhance his talisman drawing success rate. Bufan felt helpless, To become a second-tier talisman master requires both talent and decades of experience in talisman drawing. However, if he could acquire a secret technique, he could swiftly ascend to the rank of second-tier talisman master. Yet such techniques are rarer than core formation treasures. Sighing, he decided to focus on obtaining the pure heaven water, priced at 40,000 spirit stones, which should suffice. Leaving the shop, Bufan glanced at the darkening sky and made his way to the inn. This pure heaven water originates from the great snow mountain beyond the frontier, formed over a millennium in extreme cold, and possesses the ability to purify the golden core at the time of formation, enhancing its quality with a chance of elevating it to the first transformation. Though it is merely the first transformation, it is enough to drive the proud sons of heaven into a frenzy. This signifies hope for future core formation. Of course, there are considerable risks involved. The pure heaven water is extremely frigid, and a moment's carelessness could freeze the golden core, resulting in failure and death. Were it not for such risks, Bufan would not dare to claim that 40,000 spirit stones would suffice. Upon returning to the inn, Bufan immediately informed Mo Hong of Su Jingyi's whereabouts. Having marked him, he could sense all of his movements. This fellow had arrived in Luin City a few days ago and was acting so ostentatiously, showing no concern for concealing his identity. Mo Hong was somewhat taken aback. Just recently returned, Wu Feng remarked, "Are you sure he is Su Jingyi?" Considering he is not concealing his identity, he expressed some skepticism towards Bufan's assertion. "I am certain. If you do not believe me, investigate yourself." "I investigate." Wu Feng's face twitched. "All right, let us cooperate and think about how to capture Su Jingyi and bring him back to the demon cult. As for his unmasked identity, if you are a righteous individual, there is no need for concealment." The emaciated man cast a fleeting glance at Brother Wu Feng, speaking in a nonchalant manner. Upon hearing this, Brother Wu Feng fell silent, a hint of dissatisfaction etched on his face. Their hands were tainted by numerous incidents involving the 5 great sects of the righteous path. They were indeed notable figures. Should they reveal themselves publicly, they would undoubtedly attract attention. Once he is alone, we shall seize the opportunity to strike. It is said that Su Jingyi has a weakness for beautiful women, and Sister Lu possesses exceptional charms that could deceive him into lowering his guard. Subsequently, Brother Wu Feng will make the first move. The two of you are more than capable of subduing him, and with my presence commanding the situation, we shall capture him in less than 10 breaths. Mo Hong declared confidently, believing that Su Jingyi, at the 6th level of Foundation establishment, was not overly formidable. They had more than enough strength to overpower him. He then paused, directing his gaze towards Bufan. As for junior brother Yi, he should remain vigilant to prevent any reinforcements from the Qing Palace from arriving. This arrangement placed the least burden on Bufan, essentially relegating him to a bystander's role. In truth, Mo Hong felt compelled to keep Bufan out of their conflict. The disparity between the 1st and 6th levels of Foundation establishment was too great, and should he be inadvertently harmed, it would be crucial to extract every ounce of value from him while ensuring no ties could be traced back to me. Mo Hong mused. As for the ongoing pursuit, I entrust it to junior brother Yi. The moment you find an opportunity, relay the information to us immediately. Mo Hong said with a smile. Bufan nodded, and the group then dispersed. Since he was tasked with tracking, he naturally planned the kidnapping for after the auction. Regarding Su Jingyi's identity as the younger brother of the Little Sword Immortal, both Mo Hong and Brother Wu Feng were no saints. Once the matter was resolved, he intended to impersonate the Little Sword Immortal and eliminate these individuals with his sword. Silencing them and erasing traces to avoid detection was an area in which Bufan had considerable expertise. In the days that followed, Bufan occupied himself with the search for the spiritual items needed for core formation and the study of talismanic arts, while his remaining time was devoted to shadowing Su Jingyi. In recent days, the number of high-level cultivators in Luin City had surged, with disciples from the 5 great sects of the righteous path and the 2 major demonic factions, the Harmony sect and the Beast Valley, arriving in droves. Bufan even encountered familiar faces, Chu Zixue and Shangwan Qingyao. Fortunately, Bufan's remarkable ability to alter his aura through beast-taming techniques went unnoticed. He soon observed that, for several consecutive days, Su Jingyi had been leisurely wandering through Luin City. He was either attempting to get close to a beautiful female cultivator from one of the 5 great sects, the Shuling sect, or scouring various weaponry shops for exceptional, unique artifacts. His movements were conspicuously clear, so much so that Bufan felt a sense of unease, though he could not pinpoint the source of his discomfort. Was this fellow always so arrogant? Bufan pondered, scrutinizing Su Jingyi, who was laughing and chatting with the female cultivator from the Shuling sect not far away, his brow furrowing in concern. Quietly, he retreated to old Zhao's general store, where he learned that Su Jingyi had always been this brazen in the Qing Palace. conducting himself in a rather ostentatious manner. Perhaps I have been overly cautious, Yi Bufan reflected, shaking his head. Finally, 5 days hence, the auction commenced. Hosted by the esteemed lord of the flowing cloud city, the event held an elevated grandeur, compelling Yi Bufan to part with 50 spirit stones for entry. Shortly after he settled in, a stir erupted beside him. The foremost beauty of the righteous and demonic realms had arrived. A voice nearby resonated with excitement. Yi Bufan turned to behold a sight that momentarily dazzled him. The newcomer was a radiant young woman, barely 18, clad in a flowing blue and white gown. Her figure graceful and enchanting, with cascading locks framing her delicate features, arched brows, a refined nose, and lips as red as cherries. Her aura was ethereal, as if descended from the heavens, untouched by the world's grime. Not only was she breathtakingly beautiful, but her presence exuded a formidable strength, surpassing even that of Chu Zixue and Shangwan Qingyao. Could it be? The woman my master instructed me to pursue, is this one? Upon seeing her, Yi Bufan's expression turned pale. When the little lowly had briefed him, she had merely included a portrait among the top-tier talismans, instructing him to locate the woman depicted in it upon his arrival in Flowing Cloud City. No names were mentioned. This lady was the foremost beauty of the righteous path, the most extraordinarily gifted woman in Zhao Kingdom over the past millennium, Yin Ryu, the saintess of the Snow Spirit Sect. Chapter 29, The Winds of Change. Talents from all directions, her spiritual roots remained a mystery to the outside world. The declaration of her immense talent stemmed from her achievement of half-step golden core at the tender age of 17. The last individual to reach such a milestone at that age was 8 centuries prior, namely Yi Bufan's own youthful master. Should I pursue her, I would likely find myself hunted to the death by the younger generation of Zhao Kingdom, or worse, even face the wrath of a nascent soul, true monarch. Yi Bufan felt a chill creep along his scalp. In terms of beauty and grace, Chu Zixue fell slightly short, while Yin Ryu could be deemed unparalleled throughout history. She was indeed the cherished dream of all young cultivators in Zhao Kingdom. It was even said that a nascent soul true monarch from the Beast Valley had attempted to abduct her a year prior. A woman capable of causing such turmoil should be kept at a distance, Yi Bufan resolved firmly within himself. As for his master's instructions, he had long since cast them aside. Fair Yen, please. The auction steward hastily approached with deference, whom Yin Ryu nodded lightly, unfazed by the surrounding gazes, and proceeded directly to the VIP area of the auction. Those who could access the VIP section were individuals of significant status and formidable strength, far beyond the reach of an ordinary cultivator like Yi Bufan. Fairy Yin, it has been months since we last met. Your elegance only grows more astonishing, a voice interjected. At that moment, a young man clad in white, with a long sword slung across his back and striking features, approached Yin Ryu, unabashedly revealing his admiration. The appearance of the little sword immortal instantly silenced the auction hall, with all eyes turning in trepidation. The prowess of the little sword immortal was undoubtedly at the pinnacle beneath the golden core realm. Little sword immortal, you have pursued her for several years. Yet Fairy Yin has consistently shown you indifference. Might you refrain from further harassment? A figure clad in green spoke nonchalantly, his presence equally formidable, with eyes displaying a striking hue of blue. The individual in question is none other than the young prodigy of the esteemed Qingyun sect, Zhao Qingyun. What, do you, my friend Zhao, wish to engage in a spar with me? The young sword immortal spoke with an imperious tone, his gaze stark and unyielding. It was evident that, despite both being practitioners of the righteous path, there existed a palpable animosity between the two. Zhao Qingyun let out a cold snort, then exchanged a few warm pleasantries with Yin Ryu before reluctantly entering the VIP room. Yin Ryu, seemingly accustomed to such encounters, responded with a gentle smile. Suddenly, her graceful figure paused, and she turned her gaze towards another direction. To her astonishment, 2 women of unparalleled beauty entered the auction hall, the Chu sorceress and the Shangwan sorceress. The presence of these 2 formidable enchantresses sent ripples of unease through the crowd. Keep your distance, quickly. Many attendees instinctively recoiled, their expressions shifting with trepidation. Although both were strikingly beautiful, ranking among the top 5 in the Zhao Kingdom, the toll of lives claimed by their hands was alarmingly high. Among the younger generation, they were renowned as formidable adversaries. The Chu sorceress, a disciple of the Celestial Demon Sect, had the audacity to appear so brazenly, seemingly unafraid of being besieged by the likes of them. The young sword immortal's eyes glinted with a frigid intensity, a murderous intent simmering beneath the surface. If you possess the courage, then come forth, he declared. Chu Zixue's enchanting eyes sparkled as she spoke, her lips parting in a captivating smile that left many in the audience parched with desire. She turned her gaze towards Yin Ryu, her ruby lips forming a coy pout. Sister Yin, you remain as stunning as ever. I truly wish to capture you and bring you into the Celestial Demon Sect. In contrast to the young sword immortal, her disdain for Yin Ryu was palpable. As a fellow woman, she felt overshadowed by Yan's beauty and exceptional talent. Oh, Yin Ryu replied with a gentle nod, devoid of any hint of rivalry, as she gracefully made her way into the VIP room. Seeing this, Chu Zixue felt as though her punch had landed on a soft surface, leaving her somewhat vexed. With a cold chuckle, she entered the VIP room alongside Shangguan Qingyao. Though the two women were not on amicable terms, they found common ground in their opposition to the righteous faction. These two sorceresses, the young sword immortal scoffed, choosing not to escalate the situation and similarly entering the VIP room. Over the years, it had been rare for such celestial prodigies to converge. Who could have imagined that this auction would attract 5 of them? Clearly, there were treasures at stake that were beyond their knowledge. It was likely that more than just 5 prodigies were present. The Celestial Demon Sect's Valley of Beasts and the Hahuan sect had yet to make an appearance. Whispers of awe and reverence filled the auction hall, both among solitary cultivators and family practitioners alike. For them, these prodigies were titans, and none dared to offend them. Beyond these celestial figures, Yi Bufan had also subtly perceived the presence of a core formation expert in the VIP room on the 2nd floor. What could this auction possibly hold to attract such individuals? Surely, it could not be the pure heaven water, as such a potent item with severe side effects was seldom sought after unless one was on the brink of death. Yi Bufan found himself perplexed by the circumstances. Moments later, the auction hall was filled with thousands of cultivators, each possessing considerable worth. Esteemed guests of the Yunhao auction house, I extend my heartfelt gratitude on behalf of the city lord's residents. A silver-haired youth approached the auction stage, surveying the assembly with a warm smile, and offered a slight bow. It turns out that Yun Kong Chung is the son of the lord of Luin City. The crowd was taken aback, as they had not anticipated this individual to preside over the event. The lord of Luin City has 3 sons, with Yun Kong Chung being the youngest. Merely in his 20s, yet he enjoys the utmost favor from his father. As the offspring of a nascent soul, true monarch, his status has already surpassed that of the prodigies from the 5 great sects. However, the rumors surrounding Yun Kong Cheng's talents and abilities remain shrouded in mystery, for no one has ever witnessed him in action. Without further ado, he stated, the rules remain unchanged. Bids must not fall below 100 spirit stones. With a smile that exuded humility and courtesy, Yun Kong Chung gestured, and several graceful female cultivators emerged from backstage, each bearing a tray. The first item for auction was a top-tier magical artifact, the Water Dragon Shield, renowned for its unparalleled defensive capabilities. Not only could it withstand attacks, but it could also rebound them. Yun Kong Chung presented a shield that resembled a flowing body of water, gently forming a hand seal. When a fireball spell struck the shield, the water rippled, and the fireball was surprisingly reflected back. Unfortunately, it lacked the power of the original, reduced to merely a third of its strength. Nevertheless, this ability was indeed remarkable, making it a rarity among elite defensive artifacts. Many foundational cultivators were visibly intrigued. The starting bid is 1,000 spirit stones, Yun Kong Chung announced with a smile. 1,500 spirit stones. 1,800. 2,000 spirit stones. I am Zhao, the patriarch of the Zhe City Zhao clan. I ask for your consideration. Your consideration holds no weight here. 2001. The auction house was filled with continuous bidding, with some individuals exuding their perfected foundational cultivation to intimidate others. However, those present were no ordinary characters and were unfazed. Yi Bufan observed quietly, showing no intention to bid. Although a top-tier magical artifact is appealing, he already possessed the golden bell from Li Kuei. Furthermore, his demonic powers included the heavenly fiend armor, which provided defense comparable to that of an elite magical artifact, coupled with his second-tier top-tier defensive talismans. Even the most skilled foundational swordsman would find it challenging to breach his defenses. Ultimately, the Water Dragon Shield sold for 3,900 spirit stones. The second item was a premium foundational elixir, boasting a potency of 93%, with a starting bid of 1,800 spirit stones. The third item was a vial of Mingqing elixir, designed to enhance foundational cultivation, containing 10 pills, with a starting price of 3,000 spirit stones. With each subsequent item, the atmosphere in the auction house reached a fever pitch, as many competed fiercely for the items, their faces flushed with excitement. Whether it was foundational elixirs or cultivation-enhancing pills, such items were exceedingly rare, classified as strategic resources. For smaller clans, foundational elixirs were akin to treasures from ancestral legacies, and these items were invaluable, capable of determining the fate of their families. In a moment, the bidding became fervent and heated. The 18th item was the pure heaven water. An item that could purify a golden core during the core formation stage, enhancing its quality. Although the risks were considerable, we cultivators often seek wealth in peril. It was likely that many had come specifically for this item. Without further ado, the starting bid is 4,000. Yun Kongqing produced a transparent jade bottle, emanating a crystalline light within. As soon as it was unveiled, an elder at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, with eyes ablaze, exclaimed, "For 1,005. 5,000. Soon after, others joined in, their breaths becoming hurried. Although the risks were substantial, the prospect of transforming a mediocre talent from a false core into a true core made these dangers seem trivial in comparison, especially for those elderly cultivators whose lifespans were dwindling. A true core cultivator enjoys a lifespan of 600 years, while a false core does not truly compare in longevity. 20,000. A calm voice resonated, silencing the crowd instantly, leaving those who wished to bid momentarily speechless. Unpleasant glares immediately turned towards the source of the voice, a seemingly unremarkable young man clad in yellow, none other than Yi Bufan. "Youth, you are still young. Your future holds great promise for achieving a true core. Why compete with us old fellows, who are nearing our final rest? Do you wish for our swift demise?" Spoke an elder, his gaze decidedly hostile. Clad in a green robe adorned with a dragon embroidery, he was clearly a practitioner from the Beast Valley. "You may join the bidding," Yi Bufan replied coolly, his eyes devoid of emotion. "You." The green-robed elder, incensed by Yi Bufan's demeanor, struggled to contain his fury. 21,000 spirit stones. 25,000. Yi Bufan countered directly, without waiting for others to respond. The elder's eyelids twitched, and several onlookers frowned, re-evaluating the young man in yellow. Not just them, even distinguished guests like Chu Zixue and the Little Sword Immortal were astonished. 25,000 was already a substantial sum. Aside from the 5 major sects and 3 great demon clans, few small families and loose cultivators could muster such wealth. 28,000. "If you add a little more, I shall graciously yield this pure heaven water," the green-robed elder said, his eyes flickering with calculation, a derisive smile on his lips. At that moment, others refrained from further bidding, as most had families and properties to consider, and risking their entire fortunes on the highly uncertain pure heaven water was unthinkable. For the prodigies of the major powers, it was even less appealing. The odds of them successfully breaking through to true core were high. And if there were no side effects, they would gladly pay 100,000 spirit stones. However, with potential side effects, the risk of using the pure heaven water could lead to dire consequences, making it not worth the gamble. 30,000. Suddenly, a hoarse voice broke through the tension. The speaker was a young man wearing a conical hat, obscuring his features from scrutiny. "Humph." The green-robed elder had not anticipated another bid and snorted disdainfully, falling silent. 33,000. Yi Bufan remarked, his expression inscrutable. "Heh." 36,000. The young man beneath the hat chuckled coldly, unleashing a powerful aura before Yi Bufan could respond. A false core? No, this was a perfected foundation establishment practitioner. Who could this individual possibly be? In the auction hall, many were taken aback. This aura manifested a level of magical prowess that approached the very limits of foundation establishment, surpassing the typical completion of the foundation stage. Such a level was rarely achieved, save for the prodigies of formidable factions. My friend, always act within your means. Do not find yourself unable to leave Luin City after acquiring the pure heavenly water," warned the youth in the conical hat, his tone laced with an unmistakable threat. Observing this, the crowd turned their attention to Yi Bufan, their gazes filled with intrigue. 40,000 spirit stones, Yi Bufan replied nonchalantly, seemingly unfazed by the preceding threat. In terms of pure magical power, he could rival those at the pinnacle of foundation establishment. With the addition of forbidden spells, pseudo-artifacts, and talismans, he was confident he could dispatch not just this individual, but even a minor sword immortal. The youth in the conical hat fell silent. The others, upon hearing this substantial bid, could not help but gasp, speculating about the identity of this young man in yellow, whose wealth was so ostentatious. 40,000. That exceeds the inherent value of the pure heavenly water, they murmured. Although his cultivation was inscrutable, the sense of danger was minimal. He likely was not at the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Did this fellow truly not fear attracting attention? The host of the auction, Yunkong City, was equally astonished. While Luin City prohibited violence, one could never be certain that some unscrupulous character wouldn't break the rules, committing murder for treasure and escaping unscathed. Their city lord's office would not pursue. "You've pushed your luck," the youth in the conical hat said, his voice tinged with irritation, refraining from raising the bid further. Nonetheless, the aura emanating from him grew colder, clearly revealing his murderous intent. Yi Bufan remained impassive, though internally he sighed in relief. 40,000 was his limit. Congratulations to this esteemed friend for acquiring the pure heavenly water, Yinkong City announced with a faint smile. You may collect it at your convenience from the back. Yi Bufan wasted no time, rising promptly to head toward the rear. Whatever treasures remained would no longer concern him, as he was out of funds. Remaining here would simply squander time. Hey, this lad is likely neither from the immortal sect nor the demonic cult. He appears eager to make off with his prize and avoid any complications, a cultivator chuckled. Soon, several observers noted the old man in green robes and the youth in the conical hat rising to follow closely behind Yi Bufan. It wasn't just the two of them. Several elders at the pinnacle of Foundation establishment stealthily trailed behind, for the sake of the pure heavenly water, which cost him 40,000 spirit stones. Attracting attention seemed rather foolish. In the VIP section, the minor sword immortal gazed at Yi Bufan's retreating figure through the glass window, shaking his head with a wry smile. The side effects of the pure heavenly water were too severe. Apart from the elderly Foundation cultivators nearing the end of their lives, few would dare to consume it. Not far from him stood Yen Ruyu, clad in a flowing blue and white dress, quietly observing. Minor sword immortal, might I request the final featured pseudo-artifact for myself? She inquired, tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear. As she spoke, her gaze remained fixed on Yi Bufan, her autumn-like eyes reflecting a hint of perplexity. Her perceptive abilities transcend those of ordinary individuals, allowing her to sense the subtle aura emanating from the young man, stirring her spirit. This left Yen Ruyu utterly perplexed. If Fairy Yen agrees to become my companion in the Tao, I shall present you with that counterfeit artifact once I acquire it. The young sword immortal gazed at Yen Ruyu with fervent intensity. Such words, I wish to hear no more, Yen Ruyu replied, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. Her tone devoid of any mundane warmth. The young sword immortal cleared his throat, hastily shifting the subject. That counterfeit artifact is a flying sword, perfectly suited to me. Should I master it, it would greatly assist you in the perilous expedition to the Devil's Ceiling ruins. Furthermore, given that you have exhausted your resources in perfecting the Snow Spirit's sacred art, even without my intervention, you cannot contend with those few golden core true masters. His tone grew increasingly gentle, a stark contrast to the domineering demeanor he had displayed while confronting Zhou Qingyun. Meanwhile, on the other side, the young man had vanished with remarkable swiftness. In the bustling streets, the youth in the conical hat stood in the shadow beneath an eave, cursing as he observed the throngs of people. He had marked the young man in the yellow shirt and followed him closely, yet still allowed him to escape. Not only him, but the aged man in green robes who had trailed him from the auction, along with several seasoned Foundation builders, also lost track of their target. The young man in the yellow shirt possessed ordinary cultivation, yet his methods of evasion were indeed astonishing. In the blink of an eye, not only had the mark been erased, but the very essence of that person had seemingly vanished into thin air. Brother Xuanhuan. That lad is evidently adept at disguise and stealth, making him difficult to pursue. It may be best to abandon the chase. Moreover, the pure heaven water is exceedingly perilous. Prone to mishaps, a young woman in a conical hat whispered, her voice alluringly reminiscent of Lu Kuching, who had been persistently entangled with Yi Bufan. The technique I practice is powerful and swift in cultivation, but the side effects are significant. Without a high-quality golden core spirit object, even if I succeed in forming a core, it would only be a false one, the youth in the conical hat lamented. Search a bit longer, he insisted stubbornly, concealing his presence as he quietly scoured the vicinity. After they departed, just a few meters away at a street stall, a young man in blue slowly rose, contemplating the direction in which the youth in the conical hat had vanished. This individual was Yi Bufan. His beast-taming technique could alter his aura, rendering him unrecognizable even to the youth standing before him. Lu Kuching, how could she be involved with this woman? Yi Bufan furrowed his brow, unfamiliar with the person referred to as Brother Xuanhuan by Lu Kuching, and thus unacquainted with his essence. However, that name seemed vaguely familiar. Yi Bufan pondered for a moment, and his gaze shifted. Could it be the foremost follower of Lu Wanchuan, Xuanhuan? The Heavenly Demon Sect boasts many prodigies, and for his own safety, Yi Bufan had inquired about anyone possessing significant strength. Beneath the realm of Jiedon, aside from candidates like Lu Wanchuan and Chu Zixue, there exist several formidable foundational cultivators who have attained perfection in demonic cultivation. Xuanhuan is one among them. Furthermore, Lu Kuching's association with him clearly indicates her allegiance to Lu Wanchuan. Is it possible that I am surrounded entirely by spies?